Welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live Sunday coverage from Portland International Raceway, and it is the Super Tour. I am Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is with me qualifying this morning, Greg, and it is a little damp, maybe even moist, you could call it.
Yes, very damp, Brian, and hopefully this won't dampen Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day
Yes.
to all of you who may be watching, or hopefully will be watching as this day goes on. Happy Mother's Day to my mom as well. I should say that right now as we get underway. And yes, the track conditions are, Brian, very different than when we left them yesterday afternoon. But, you know, this is the Pacific Northwest. Yes. Granted, it is not Seattle, but it is the time when we are going to get to watch many, many drivers go out and put their four-wheel drifts on, just like this gentleman right here. Who goes and stays off the wall. Looked like the 15 machine of Bryce Johnson had some issues, or not some issues, had some fun through turn 7. And here, let's see if we can get the number on the side of this machine.
Is that Amy Mills' new car? No, she's an ST something.
No, that is not the Mills car. I believe that was the 188 car.
Okay.
Brian, that had gone around. The 188 belonging to Nick Leveroni here today. So he is out racing. Actually, that was not an SM. That's Nick Leveroni right there.
Yeah.
So first in the line there. We'll try and get the numbers. We're off of our Flagtronic system here in a moment.
So you can tell by this shot that there's not only water on the pavement, there's sun coming through the clouds. So that's a good sign. I don't think we're going to be a total washout today, Greg.
No.
But, you know, for a while here, and if we don't get more rain, which I think we probably will get a little off and on throughout the day. There is blue skies I'm seeing between some of the clouds, and there's enough light coming through that you can actually see the glare off the damp track. So that's a good sign.
That's right. So let's do this, Brian. Although as much as I wanted to sit here and watch people do four-wheel drifts around Portland International Raceway,
yes.
Let's show everybody an overhead view of Portland International Raceway so that when our drivers do start to drift through corners, just like that, they'll know exactly where it is being done. And so let's take a look at the fly-in if we can, Jordan, here as we come in. By the way, that was turn number 6 to point that out for you coming out of the carousel. But this track, a little bit under 2 miles in length, 12 turns. Yes, it is natural terrain, but I should say that natural terrain is incredibly flat. Probably no more than 7 or 8 feet of elevation change over the course of the entire track, and it's all in that turns 4 through 7 area. But as you can see here, it's a nice mix of some sweepers, some lower speed tight corners, both at turn 7 and at the Shelton chicane. And then, of course, over the course of the 2 miles, Brian, I'd say that, probably a good mile of it, maybe even a little bit more, is all straightaway.
Yeah, it's got some really interesting features to it. I particularly enjoy the Shelton chicane because it's kind of like no chicane I've ever seen before. I appreciate that. And that 10, 11, 12 complex, so the S's going into turn 10 are pretty cool also.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that Shelton chicane, what used to be known as the Festival chicane here for many years, obviously put in a number of years ago to slow the Indy cars down into what is now turn 4, what used to be turn number 1. Now, as we've got our drivers out on course, and this is a mixed group, Brian, as we switch over here, and just to give everybody a heads up on the schedule today and what they're seeing. We're starting off the day with 15-minute qualifying sessions, and the fastest laps from this morning's sessions, as well as the fastest laps from yesterday's qualifying and yesterday's race, will help determine the starting order for this afternoon's feature-length races that are going to start right after lunch. So at least this morning, probably not going to see any drivers setting fast laps compared to yesterday.
Right.
And if we look at this group, and it is made up of Spec Miata, of which Nick Leveroni is our sole Spec Miata racer, SMX as B-Spec, and our production car classes. It looks like, for the most part, our SMX drivers have taken to the track. I haven't seen many of the production cars go out, but in the E-Production class. Austin Bradshaw is your provisional pole sitter right now. He set his best lap yesterday morning at a 123 flat. And when I say 123 flat, it is .000. In F production, Michael Lewis at a 127 120. He is your fastest driver. In SMX, Ethan Lampy, our defending national champion there, at a 126 112. In H production, Lee Fleming at a 132 401. And we only had a single B-Spec car, Brian. That was Derek Ambrose. He turned in a 137.7 yesterday. And then the single spec Miata, Nick Leveroni, who yesterday turned in a 130.941.
I got a story to tell you about that B-Spec car. Let's do that after we take our break, though. We're about halfway. It's only 15-minute sessions this morning, so let's do our call to grid and take our break, and then we'll tell you that story when we come back. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 2 cars to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, talking to you about all this fun stuff. We were talking about Derek Ambrose in that B-Spec car, Greg.
Sure.
Thursday morning, that car was not a race car yet.
Yeah, so I heard
Thursday night.
Chris Taylor Racing Services chimed in with that, a little bit of information.
Yeah. Thursday night, it was a race car. It was on its way to becoming a race car Thursday morning, but it had not been finished yet. So they finished the car Thursday. They got it out here for the test day Friday. And so it's the first time it was actually ever on a racetrack as a race car. And it is racing with us this weekend. So it's just a great story.
That is such the B-Spec thing to do, because I remember it was the same story with Stephanie Anderson's B-Spec Mazda 2 at the 2022 runoffs that X Factor Racing built it in the paddock in the week leading up to the races. So Brian, I've been watching. We should say that we've got 7 drivers on track right now. Fastest of them all, Nick Leveroni in his Spec Miata. All the other racers are in SMX, and John Davies is the fastest with Kristen Hoagland, Emmy Kissick, your top 3. Bryce Johnson in the 15 car. That's the black and orange SMX car. There he is. This may be the only, I was going to say the only corner where he hasn't lost the rear end, because he
just lost the rear end.
Yeah, I mean, he has had the rear end step out on him in every single corner.
Oh, look at that.
I'm starting to think that this is actually just drift fun for him. That he's not. I mean, look, he's not going to be able to move up the order any here. And coming into the day. Well, he might be able to. He was qualified 11th in SMX. So, yes, maybe he can move up the order some. His fast lap time right now, a 1:52.240. No, he's still about 25 seconds off the pace from the dry. But he put in this long, lurid slide. We'll just call it a drift through the final corner through turn 12 as well. And maybe a little bit later, if we have a chance, there he is again. If we get a chance to talk to Austin Bradshaw, great interview with Austin. There it is. Look at that, just drifting right through turn 12. To go into the pit lane. That we talked to Austin Bradshaw yesterday. I'd be interested to find out from him if there is a decided wet line here, and you can see where some of these drivers, they're approaching turn 5 here very differently than we saw Bryce Johnson do, where they're not trying to go down to the apex, where they're going and almost doing a rim shot around the corner in places where the cars normally never are in the dry. And just like here, going into turn 7, they're not going for the apex. They're actually running all the way around the outside, a little bit different there for Nick Leveroni in his Spec Miata. But that's why I'm starting to think that Bryce Johnson, he wasn't looking for a wet line. He was just looking to have fun with the car.
Maybe it's one of two things. Maybe he's just Scandinavian and that's how they do it over there. Or number 2, maybe he's just practicing through the Cletus McFarland parking lot challenge. So, any of those things.
I know that Brendan's and my good friend Johann Schwartz is down at VIR this weekend, the owner of the world's longest drift. Maybe we should at least turn him onto the stream here and can give us his thoughts in the chat.
Johann has been a guest here on our live stream last year at Road America during the June Sprint. So if you want to hear a really cool few minutes of radio broadcast live stream gold, go find that interview. He is a
the year before. We had him on at the Sprints the year before. Oh, he's great.
Okay. Yeah. So he was coaching, and then somehow he got into a race car for a race. I don't know how that happens. Too good.
Where there's a will and you have a helmet with you, there's a way.
Have helmet, will travel. So, minute 24 to go here. Nobody has been able to improve their times over yesterday because of the rain. Right? So it doesn't really make much of a sense to tell you what's going on. But I guess saying that John Davies is good in the wet is a good thing. If we do have a wet race, I would think that we would look at John Davies as being one of the better SMX chances there. Also, Emmy Kissick is your 4th fastest car overall, with Christian Hoagland at 3rd. Those are your top 3 in SMX. And then our sole Spec Miata driver, Nick Leveroni, he's near the top of the leaderboard. Get bad weather in Massachusetts also, so he knows how to drive in this kind of stuff. So all good stuff.
Yeah, indeed. And so, and we've had Leveroni as the fastest driver out there for quite some time, but John Davies now your fastest driver in almost a full half second. I guess that would be a half full second.
A full half second?
Yes, a full half second up on Nick Leveroni right now. Yesterday's race, by the way, we did have Austin Bradshaw, who we just talked about a moment ago, in his Mazda RX-7, his first-gen RX-7, take the win in E production. In F production, it was Michael Lewis in his former GT Light car taking the win. That was a second-gen Mazda RX-7. In H production, taking the win was Bill O'Kell in his Mini, his newer, not British Leyland, but BMW Mini. And then in SMX, Ethan Lampy pretty much just ran and hid from the rest of the SMX field after, I think, like 2 turns. Pretty sizable win there. And then, of course, in B-Spec, Derek Ambrose, our sole racer in the class. And then also, and he finished 24th overall. And then in Spec Miata, Nick Leveroni finished. Where did Nick finish yesterday? I'm scanning through the order. Finished 22nd overall.
Yeah. All right, checkered flag in the air on the session. So doesn't make a whole lot of sense to tell you who's where, but we'll.
Well, we got it right on the screen there, right on the left-hand side of your screen.
Take a look at that.
Yep. Basically, John Davies, there it is right now. Right up at the top is Christian Hoagland on his last lap. Runs just a bit faster than Nick Leveroni to end up second fastest car in the session, but all SMX and one Spec Miata, that being Leveroni.
All right, let's throw down some tones, do a call to grid, and we'll take a short break. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Back here live, Portland International Raceway. Spec Racer Ford 3 heading out right now. Got about 6 cars who've decided to go test out these track conditions. We'll see if a couple of more. The 127 car, let me commend them. Bright and yellow, which means I'll be able to see them from a distance.
And that's Paul Goody, or actually Paul Gowdy, pardon me.
Paul Gowdy,
easy to pick him out. As opposed to the gray car with the yellow stripes, which kind of here we go, kind of melds in with the weather. Actually, there are a couple of gray cars here. That was the second one I was thinking of. We got Calvin Harris out there, I believe, in the 42 machine as well.
Saw Tom Burt last night. He had a wreck on Friday, Greg.
Yeah.
And tore up his left hand. It's all swollen and bruised and really sore. He went and got it checked out. Nothing broken. So he's muscling through it this weekend. But he goes, it looks better today than it did yesterday. I'm like, I hate to see what it looked like yesterday. But
well, for him to qualify just outside of the top 10 and finish 9th in yesterday's race, that's not bad for for somebody who's just coming off a major injury. Of course, we've seen a national championship won in Spec Racer Ford essentially one-handed, where back at I think it was back in 2019 at VIR.
So do you know if these cars? Sorry, to interrupt you. These cars have switched mostly to the SADIV sequential gearbox. Is it still a shifter or is it paddles?
It is still a shift lever.
Okay.
It is not paddles.
So it's up and down lever. Okay.
Exactly.
I'd never looked inside to see how they implemented the
as opposed to like an FE2 machine, which is also using a SADIV, where they are using
paddles.
The air actuated paddles. Yeah.
So I was just wondering how having the bruised up left hand would affect that, and he still has to hold the wheel with that left hand while he's shifting. So.
And Brian, real quick, wanted to let people know here at the track, because we know that the PA system perhaps has some issues with coverage. If you are lucky enough to be at the track and you are close to your car or have a transistor radio, and you'll know why I say transistor radio here in just a moment, you can hear everything that we say on 1620 on your AM dial. That's right, 1620 on your AM dial. So that should help alleviate some of the problems in picking up some of our announcements, calls to grid, or just hearing our witty banter.
Witty banter. That's one way to talk about it.
It's witless when it comes from me, but yeah,
it's all good. All good.
All right, so Brian, we talked about how Tom Burt is. We've got a couple of drivers here letting some of the faster cars go as they come off the grid. Among them, that was the 63 of Gary Nesvich. But yesterday, we had, again, 2 sessions that essentially act as qualifying sessions. The true qualifying session first thing in the morning, that was a 20-minute session. And then yesterday afternoon's sprint race also will help set the grid for this afternoon's races. And the fastest driver yesterday was Caleb Schrader. He's your provisional pole sitter coming into this session. The bogey time that our racers are all looking to beat in this morning's qualifying session, don't think they're going to get there, is a 121.887. John Black was second fastest at a 121.918. Of course, John was your eventual race winner yesterday, making the pass on Caleb Schrader with 2 laps to go. Margin of victory at the line, Brian, 21/100ths of a second.
Wow. So some folks in the chat, Carl T710 is back. My race dad is back with us. Robert Valdez has a good question. He says, I'm new to this and not a driver. Do they change the qualifying time to be longer when the track is wet? They do not. We keep the qualifying times because we got to keep to the schedule. So it's still a 15-minute qualifying time. So that's the answer to that question.
Yeah, and most of the drivers, when they're coming out for this, they know they're not going to be able to best their times from yesterday, unless, of course, they had a mechanical issue and could not put their car on track yesterday. But as we saw in the SMX group, this is a great opportunity if you've never raced at Portland in the wet to get, to do a little bit of reconnaissance, as the track may not have completely dried out when these folks go out for their race. They're scheduled to go out for their race at 12:45 Pacific time, so that would be about 3:45 Eastern time, a little later today.
We've got the 63 car stopped right there in a spot. Oh, he's fixing his mirror.
That's
interesting
odd
way
to just
to
stop
do that
on the race course. Now we know how wide it is, but to do
he's
that
off the
on
racing line. But I'm sure someone will have a discussion with him about that
the
operation.
racetrack.
Yeah. So let's see. Tim Adelson here, of course, is Happy Mother's Day from Tim. Thank you, Tim. For all that. Roger Cadell is here. He's been with us a lot.
Yes, he has.
I think Tim Adelson says he broke a spark plug yesterday.
Yeah, in his GT1 car, he had to retire early, so hopefully he was able to fish that out of the block and get his number 88 GT1 machine back up and running. Of course, Roger Cadell working for AIM, doing data analytics and data analysis, data acquisition, and my guess is he's just waiting to see numbers come in from the SMX racers today. That's part of their regimen that they need to submit data acquired during their on-track sessions.
That driver there, the blue and white car. I'll try to get the number here.
I think that was the 42 of Calvin Harris, I believe. Indeed. Calvin, currently your fastest driver on track with a 1:37.229, and again, quite a bit off the about 15 seconds off of the provisional pole time. So Brian, we were running down, and I apologize. I kind of misdirected us in another direction there. You were running down talking about some of the people that were in the chat here with us.
We're at the halfway point on this session, so let's do a call to grid and take a break, and we'll come back and get the rest of the session on the flip side. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and A Sedan. Group 3 cars to the grid for qualifying. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance Braking Advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back, everybody, to Portland International Raceway in the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and we are, Brian, just in the closing stages of a very quiet, very damp Spec Racer Ford qualifying session. We had 8 drivers head out on track to put in some, I think, what could be best called practice at this point. Taylor Harris, your fastest driver. Good to see EJ Abbott out on track, however. The number 27 machine. The Abbott is, I'm trying to see the color on his, that's the orange. There he is, the number 27 car. He had some mechanical issues yesterday. He was our only retirement from yesterday's race. So showing as having finished in 26th position. He was, up until just a moment ago, second fastest driver out on the course. Now third.
And the best name here this weekend is in 4th place, McGuire Dickenhoof. Dickerhoof. I love it. That is the best name in the world. So, I will be part of McGuire's fan club from now on. Yeah, there you go.
Wax on, wax off.
Well done, Mr. Miyagi.
Thank you.
2:30 lap.
Like
Calvin
I said,
Harris, Taylor Harris.
witless banter, Brian.
That's right. Calvin Harris, Taylor Harris, the fastest in the wet. They are, of course, from Portland, Oregon, so they may know a little about how this track races in the wet. That's all good. Robert Edmondson from way down by me, Manhattan Beach, California. He's one of our regulars at Buttonwillow, making the trek up, what is it, about 1,000 miles north to get to here. So MBI is the CSR down in Southern California. Trucked a bunch of cars up here for this race. So also Mike Miserandino and Mark Ballingy, also all part of that group. I don't believe they've come out this morning.
No, neither
it
have
stinks
had.
when you have one of those big haulers and you've got one driver who wants to go out in the wet session. That means they still got to come out this morning. Minute 40 left to go here. We've had, how many cars have actually gone out in this session? We've had
8 cars go
8
out.
cars, yep.
And so far, the 2 Harrises and EJ Abbott have put in the full complement of laps. They're currently working lap number 8. Gary Nesvich, who we saw pull up and fix his mirrors out on course.
Yep.
There he is, currently working lap number 4. And JD Barnum was out, I think, only shown as completing 2 laps.
Yep.
So it sounds like with that second lap, most likely an out lap, and then one flyer, and then pitting in where he would have crossed the start-finish line from the pit lane.
All right. Well, Tim Adelson, we talked about him earlier. He's up in the next group. He had the broken spark plug. He says we're in the show. So they either swapped the motor overnight or they found the bits and pieces of the spark plug and got him out, and they're ready to go. So we'll see if he comes out to qualify just to see how that car's running. It would be my guess. So got a couple of cars already heading to the grid for our next session. So we'll get that up going here. 18 seconds left. We should see the checkered flag here any moment here to finish up this session.
Yeah, looks like EJ is going to get another lap here if he so chooses. Checkered flag not yet in the air. We do have a local caution, though, now here over at the Shelton Chicane, and that looks to be Taylor Harris. that had some challenges there as he rejoins right ahead of brother Calvin.
Maybe that was a plan to rejoin so they can just hook up for a little half a lap here, but I don't know.
Do a quick pirouette, just to
That's
show
right.
off a little bit, and then team up for the last lap. Yeah, of course.
All right,
Well,
checkered flag.
maybe.
Checkered flag is in the air here. Our fast car is in the wet. The Harris brothers, Calvin and Taylor up front, then E.J. Abbott and McGuire. Dickerhoof is in here as well, followed by Robert Emerson, Paul Gowdy, Gary Kinisevich, and J.D. Barnum. That was the
All right,
that went out.
Let's do this, Brian. Let's stay with the Harrises here for just a moment. So Calvin Harris, he's in the blue and white 42. He had just reset the fast lap that last time by at a 1:33 and change. And as I mentioned, the provisional pole time is a 1:21. So there's still a little bit more than 10 seconds off. But I want to see with now Taylor and the 22 machine up ahead. Well, no, Taylor's not going to set a fast lap because he had just spun. All right, so they're both pitting in, and they're going to call it a session there. And looks like the 22, or probably the 122 Robert Edmondson just behind. He's going to come across the line, complete his ninth and final lap. Why don't we take a break, Brian, and we'll be back here with the big ground pounders. Now that'll be interesting to see how many of those drivers decide to come out and spin some big gumballs here next.
Well, I can tell you it'll be at least 2.
Bring
Let's
it
hit
on.
The tones. Hit the
All
tones.
right.
Attention the paddock, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, A Sedan, ground pounders, to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 3, to the grid.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway. We've got our qualifying session for group number 3, which is ironic because there are 3 cars on the racetrack right now.
One for each group.
So, it's wet out. No one's going to qualify faster today than they did yesterday, which I get it. And it's early and it's Mother's Day, so maybe folks are taking mom to an early breakfast this morning before coming to the racetrack. But yeah, so some learning that can be done out here this weekend. It's not going to help you for this afternoon's races unless it's wet as far as qualifying times. But yeah, so a couple guys out here right now checking out what's going on. And of those people, we've got the Dodge Challengers out there.
Yeah, Jason Fiorito. And I was going to say, Brian, this is absolutely the perfect session just ahead of Jason Fiorito right now on track. That was the BMW 235 of Robert Wellington, the number 42 car. And so Robert didn't make yesterday's race because during qualifying yesterday, he experienced issues with the traction control system in that BMW. And I was going to say, this is, if he got it fixed, this is the perfect time to test that system out. But given the relative lack of pace here that he's carrying onto the back straight, it looks like he's still having some challenges there. The other driver out on track is our other BMW. And that is Jim Valdez in the number 27 GT2 car, the E46 Coupe. And Brian, just the track is starting to dry out in places, but as producer Brendan and I were discussing right before we came back on air, Jim still doesn't have a front bumper. And so no splitter in the front, and he's got that big giant rear wing. And so he is likely going to have a lot of balance issues and perhaps inducing a lot more understeer than he wants at this point. Now, understeer, it's safe, and in the wet, probably not the most horrible thing, but you actually do want it sometimes to get the car to rotate a little bit and get the nose to turn in a little bit. So once he starts to pick up speed, we're going to have to see how that car handles, as I think he's just about... if he comes onto the front straight here, going to complete his very first race, or his very first flying lap. Yesterday in the dry, he managed a 1:21.3, and we'll see what he does here today.
Well, and it's hard to tell anything from the distance that we get to see things, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of wing dialed into that wing.
Well, I would hope not.
It might just be flattened out for the most part to make that balance as close to good as possible.
Yeah. I mean, there's not, other than taking it off the car, I don't think there's much else that you can do. So Valdez just did turn in a 144 or a 145 flat. Yesterday was at a 121. So about 25 seconds off his dry weather pace. And what we saw from the previous 2 sessions is 25 seconds is about the delta. But as we also see here, and don't be deceived, we are starting to see where the track appears to be drying out some. But even though there's no standing water getting thrown up in the air here, it's still pretty clear that those lighter areas are still very damp. And that's usually where the track is most slick.
Right, and Robert Wellington has taken his car back to the paddock, so either the traction control didn't work like he was hoping it would, or there's some other situation, and now the Dodge Challenger is heading back to the paddock as well.
Did his installation lap, and he's calling it a day.
Yeah, so at this moment, we've got one car still circulating. It is the 27 car right here in front of us with 9 minutes and 42 seconds left in this session.
All right, so Brian, why don't we do this? Why don't we, and it looks like Valdez is going to bring his car into the pit lane as well. Why don't we we'll make a call to the grid, and why don't we take our break here and come back, and who knows, maybe another car will come out by the time we come back.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. Formula V, Formula F, Formula 6. Group 4 cars to the grid for your qualifying session.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here live, Mother's Day in Portland. Portland International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And I'd like to welcome to the microphone our fearless leader, the guy who makes sure we all don't do anything stupid and make sure that all of our pictures, well, except for Greg.
Well, that's successful.
I'm actually here because you guys are doing stupid
things. Exactly. Brendan Kazmarek is here. And good morning, my friend.
Good morning, Brian.
Yes.
Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Brendan.
Good morning, Jordan. And indeed, good morning, world.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's been a really nice weekend up here in Portland. It's day 6 on the road for me, day 5 on the road for me. Had a nice trip down to Southern California a little earlier this week. Checked out Willow Springs International Raceway, my first visit there. It's been really nice, but yeah, I've been away from home here for a little while. And having missed Portland last year gave me the chance to be at home with my family for Mother's Day, which was really, really nice. This year back on the road up here in the Pacific Northwest, which means, unfortunately, I'm not at home for Mother's Day. And I know that my mom and my wife are out at brunch this morning. Gave a call to check in over there and was able to say hi and chat with my grandmother as well, which is really nice. But I became something of a tradition over the years when I was on the air here during Mother's Day to be able to give a public shout out, which is something I'd like to do again this morning. So to my mother at home, and to indeed all of the mothers who are tuned in or here at the track, a very happy Mother's Day to you all. I'm going to use the 5 minutes remaining here to tell a brief story.
Okay.
The year is 2009. I'm 18 years old, and I've just started corner marshaling. And I wanted to take a trip down to Summit Point.
Great place to go.
To go flag the, I guess it would have been a national at the time.
This time of year, yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to take a trip down there. Unfortunately, I came down with pneumonia. Sickest I've ever been. It was a really terrible experience. Was living at home at the time, well taken care of by my mother. And I had insisted on pressing on to go flag this event down at Summit. It was very much against my mother's best judgment to allow me to go. but I was persistent, and when my mother realized she wasn't going to change my mind, she took a step back and took a deep breath and said, well, at least let me get you a hotel.
Aw.
So I spent the weekend, I was going to camp in 40-something degree weather, recovering from pneumonia down at Summit Point. My mom realized just how important the ability to go flag and be with my new SCCA family was, and insisted on putting me up for the weekend instead of freezing my tail off down in the tent there. And that was and is my mother, right? Anything that it has ever been important to me has been important to her, has been important to my family. And it was, I didn't know it at the time, but the start of what became my obsession with amateur and club racing and, my connection to the SCCA in general. And I am certain that DriversEye Live, and potentially even this coverage now as we know it, would not exist were it not for the countless sacrifices that my mother and my family have made over the years to encourage my passion for motorsports and the ability to come do this and share this with our motorsports family. So
nice.
To my mom, Michelle, and to indeed all of the mothers out there who are a part of motorsports in their own ways, some more involved than others, happy Mother's Day. Have a great Sunday. Thank you all for everything that you do and for everything that you've encouraged us to do and share with each other over the years. Enjoy your day and please say hello to all the mothers out there.
So what year is this?
This is 2009.
2009. So if you were at some point in 2009, about 2 weeks after the race, you had pneumonia. Brendan also apologized.
Yes,
right.
correct.
That's right.
You know, it's funny you say that. I saw Lynn Toland in the chat yesterday.
Yes.
Lynn was my corner captain that weekend.
Nice.
Yeah,
cool.
One of my initial coaches in FNC. And so, Lynn, if you ended up with pneumonia in 2009, I do apologize.
So sorry.
Real quick, I'll just jump in. My mom's no longer with us, but she was a staple at the racetrack. She was our catering company for all of our racing events, kept us on a straight and narrow, and we probably wouldn't have continued doing this for as long as we had without her being part of it, because she would have been cranky and not wanted, not with us at home. Thank also to my wife, who is an amazing mom. My mother-in-law, who is back home with us as well now, is home with us now. Great to have her with us. And so to my moms and all of the moms out there, I would also like to extend a happy Mother's Day.
All right, real quick, and of course, I'd like to thank my mother and apologize for the fact that every time I wrecked my race car, I wouldn't tell her for 3 months. But
it's hysterical to me that the first thing Greg did after he said was Happy Mother's Day was to apologize.
Yes, of course.
Amazing.
You'll find I'm
on
constantly doing that.
It's definitely on point.
But by the way, Ken Valdez literally just came off the track and then put in the chat that he was 9 seconds better on his very last lap. Ken Valdez, our sole driver to actually put in lap times here in qualifying, aircraft mechanic, and he's raced he's done the Pikes Peak Hill climb a couple times. Nice. So I think would probably be able to handle the really crummy weather here at Portland. But yeah, of course, I want to thank my mother as well. And although I'm not away from my mother at this point, she's actually right down the hall, by the way. Unfortunately, because we're going to be on air, I'm not going to be able to take her out for brunch or lunch or dinner or what have you today. So happy Mother's Day, Mom. I think, Brian, in looking at the clock, I think we've still got 14 seconds left on the clock. I think it's safe. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group and take our break.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Checkered flag is in the air. Group 4 to the grid. Group 4 to the grid for your qualifying session. Formulas V, F, and 6. Formula 4. Group 4 to the grid for your qualifying session.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and check and see if any of us have pneumonia. We'll be right back.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway. Group 4 is on the racetrack right now. Formula V's and Formula F's. No Formula 6s here this weekend, but we got a couple of V's and a Formula F out there right now. And it is, let's see, we've got Patrick Tretico out there in that Crosley, that Honda-powered Crosley.
Yeah,
and
he's
then,
the third car in line.
Yeah, and then the two V's are Robert Posner and Marjorie Lundberg.
Yeah, Marjorie Lundberg, the lead car in the group there, in the red and black number 24, and then Robert Posner in the black number 4. Just behind her is Mr. Tatico. Has some issues over at turn 7 for his very first time through there.
He definitely has some traction control problems on that Formula F.
Maybe he and the BMW 235 driver need to hook up and talk to one another.
Now, when I say traction control, the traction control on a Formula F is part of the right ankle assembly on the car. So,
yeah. Or may have been a poor downshift, and already got one of our Formula Vs, Marjorie Lundberg, coming down the pit lane. Maybe after that outlap, she needs crew to take a look at tire pressures or something along those lines, or maybe she was just checking to make sure that the car is ready to go for this afternoon for their race. And this group, their race is going to be at 2:25 Pacific time. That'll be 5:25 Eastern time.
Yep.
As both Robert Posner and Patrick Tretico take the green flag for their first, I hesitate to call them flying laps here, but that's what they are. Just as we've been doing all morning long, giving you the provisional pole times for the class, because the races this afternoon, the grids will be set based on the fastest lap from either of the two sessions yesterday or this morning qualifying. Quinn Posner, your fastest driver yesterday with a time of 1:31.7. Gavin Sweeney at a 1:31.9. And that, of course, in Formula V, and then in Formula F, where Patrick Tretico is your only driver. Yesterday, his fast lap time, a 1:35.113. That was good for fifth fastest in the entire field. Yesterday, Brian, great race, though, between Quinn Posner and Gavin Sweeney. They swapped positions a number of times, and as we were trying to determine whether or not one driver could use the draft and pass the other car before they got to the start-finish line, and we found that Gavin Sweeney could not. Quinn Posner, who did it twice, most importantly on the very last lap, could.
Yep, definitely. So, yeah, there's definitely learning to be done. We've got another car coming out. This would be Gavin Sweeney heading out this morning.
Okay.
He'll hopefully put down a few laps for us. So we've got some Delta times to talk about here.
Delta times at the Delta Park. Yes.
That's true. Good point. Very good point. Elijah Dobkins in the chat this morning. He's I believe he's flagging at turn 8. So between the sessions, he's checking in with us. Thank you so much. Henry Tabor in the chat today.
Wow.
Henry stopped up to see us yesterday, and then we saw him last night at the party and had a nice chat with him. He is doing a lot of rally racing, but he does have some plans to come out and do some SCCA stuff later in the year, and I think he's turning a rally car into an STU or STL car.
Oh wow.
And then he's also maybe going to come out and do a couple Spec Racer Ford races. So
yeah, I would say Henry was one of your very first podcast guests, wasn't he?
Not an early guest, but he was definitely a guest. He had a vicious wreck at Road America a while back and ended up in a neck halo. And once he had recovered a little bit from that, we had him on to talk about his experience, and just a really, really awesome young driver to talk to. Very, very put together, and his family is basically rally racing family legend.
Yes.
And they do a lot of that, and that's where his kind of lineage is. But he came out here to do some SCCA stuff, and he'll be back doing some later this year. So it was nice to catch up with him, and that was fun also. So, but all right, here comes across the line right now is Gavin Sweeney for his outlap. So, but his outlap has been faster than everyone else up to this point. So.
Yeah, so we'll see as he goes to set his first flying lap in the Formula V in his Protoform P2. Currently sitting up at the top of the board is Patrick Tretico with a 203, but another car, Brian, that I don't think we caught heading out on track is Mace German in the number 89 car. Another one of our Formula Vs, Mace, driving a Dart, and he's out of Windsor, Ontario, Canada. So coming all the way from the eastern United States, eastern Canada. And Mace yesterday, his fast lap of the day was a 1:35.656 set during yesterday morning's qualifying session. And he's about 15 seconds off of that right now. Yesterday he finished fourth in Formula V, or probably fifth in Formula V.
Yeah. Now what we will see here is a significantly drying line. Off the race line, it's pretty damp, but the actual race line, you can see it developing now pretty strong. Now let's ignore the front straight. There's a lot of puddles on the front straight, but when we get into the twisty bits, we have an actual dry line forming here, which is going to be good for the racers heading out in the next few hours. I haven't seen a radar this morning to see what's behind what we've got, but we've got some pretty clear skies now. I would call it partly cloudy, but nothing falling. And, there's a little more on the way. That could dissipate. I don't know how the weather works out here.
Yeah, and of course, I want to thank Bryce Johnson and his SMX car for making that line much wider than it could have been, as he was perpendicular to the track surface. I think the entire way through the qualifying session this morning, as he was drifting through every corner.
Yeah. That might have been very fun. I don't know. That looked like fun to me.
It looked like a blast to me. Yeah, I thought that looked amazingly exciting, as we've got Tretico coming out of the final corner once again. Gavin Sweeney now, Brian, has gone to the top of the leaderboard here in the session with a 140, we'll call it a 141 flat. So now about 10, as the track's starting to come in, about 10 seconds off of the provisional pole time set by Quinn Posner yesterday. And about 8 seconds, actually only about 7 seconds off of that both Posner's and Sweeney's race laps from yesterday.
All right, we are past the halfway mark, so let's do a call to grid, take our break, and then we will come back. Attention the paddock, STU, GT3U, Touring 3, Touring 4, and STL to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. STU, GT3U, T3, T4, STL. Qualifying next.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway. Big thank you, Don Manthe, Formula V driver down from Southern California. Windsor, California is where Mace is from, not Windsor, Canada.
Ontario, Canada. Yeah. Well, there we go. Well, and also Quinn Posner, yesterday's race winner, not out for qualifying, but here to correct me. So I want to thank Quinn for jumping in the chat and watching the stream. I guess you get a better view of the track from the paddock when you watch the stream, I guess.
There you go. Yeah.
There we go.
He's doing doing some digital reconnaissance this morning.
Yeah, thank you both for correcting me there. If I'd had a driver bio submitted by Mace or any of the Formula V drivers, I'd probably have a little more info on them. But here, Brian, as we've got now just about 2 minutes remaining in the qualifying session, Gavin Sweeney is your fastest driver on track. He's gotten down to a 1:36.2, so now only about 3 seconds off of race pace from yesterday.
Yeah.
Showing that the track definitely drying out, and certainly that race line that has appeared, I think, probably a little bit wider than the Formula V, so a little bit of opportunity to work there. But again, when these racers go out in the afternoon, again 2:25 Pacific time, that would be 5:25 Eastern time for those that live in Windsor, Ontario, Canada.
Actually, I think they're in a Central time zone.
No. I'm fairly certain they're I hope they're in the Eastern time zone.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain they're in EDT.
Detroit.
Yeah, exactly. So when they go out, I'm thinking that it will be more than just a one-lane course here.
Yeah.
At that point, although I think you were saying earlier, or we may have said while we were at break, that it's only about 60 degrees ambient right there, right now, which was the expected high today. I remember being a lot warmer the last 2 years. But I mean, with the sun sort of peeking through, I think the track will probably continue to dry out a little bit.
Yeah, my only concern is there is more weather coming our way.
So there is.
Yeah, we'll see where that pops up here as our time comes through here. It looks like it's probably about lunchtime away. Yeah, here it is.
Look at that, coming up from the south.
Yep, coming up from the south.
From Windsor, Canada. I mean, Windsor, California.
And as long as the volcano off the coast of Oregon doesn't erupt between now and 5 o'clock tonight, we don't have to worry about that.
Well, they did have an earthquake yesterday, a little bit southwest of where I am. They had right around the North Carolina-Tennessee border, right at the tail of the Dragon, the famous road that everybody runs. I think 314 turns and like a couple miles or something like that. And I guess that would make that road a lot more difficult to navigate if it was bound. It was like a 4.1 or 4.2 earthquake. Not common around here.
Yeah.
And if you have an earthquake there, I'd be worried if I was that guy on the with the Jeep that was the nose of his car is cresting over the hill. He might be there join our goose friends on track somewhat soon if that happens.
All right, checkered flag is in the air in the wet. Fast driver Gavin Sweeney with a 1:36.270. Second fastest car Mace German. From Windsor, California, with a 1:42.345. Patrick Titico, your fast car, actually your only car in Formula F, third fastest in the session, and that is how it played out here. So let's do a call to grid, take another break, and then we will have our next group up in a moment. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Groups 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 to the grid. STU, GT3U, Touring 3, Touring 4, and STL. Group 5 to the grid.
name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back live at Portland International Raceway, and we've got lots of cars on the racetrack for Group 5 qualifying STU, GT3U, Touring 3, Touring 4, and STL. Greg, this is so in my mind, since we've had a lot of sessions here without very many cars. We've got this kind of half drying, so there's a ton to be learned right now.
Yes,
and that's why I think a lot of these cars are going out.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there's a lot to be learned. One, I think they're going out because they've seen the track drying out. But given and Brian, we were talking about this car yesterday. That is Tony Rivera's RX-3 heading out on track, and I believe running under as the number 9. Was not on track yesterday. We had the other RX-3 out yesterday. Oh my gosh. It'll come to me in just a moment, and of course somebody's going to probably chime in before I get the chance to say so. But we had the other RX-3 out on track yesterday. Regardless, this is also going to be an opportunity for that dry line to widen out quite a bit. Also, you notice a lot of the drivers that are out are our STL racers that were in the very first qualifying session of the day. As we see Amy Mills, she puts in an installation lap and then brings her car back to the pit lane. We'll see if she brings her car back out. This is also one of our largest groups of the day. We had 27 driver set times yesterday. So right now, as they're coming across, they have at least half. I think we've got at least as many drivers on track for this session as we had for, I think, the first 4 qualifying sessions combined. Yesterday, fastest driver on track was Taz Harvey in his GT3U Honda Civic TCR. Turned in a 123.515. In STU, Rylan Hazelton in his Honda S2000 turned in a 123.767. In Touring 3, Chris Hart gave us a 124.17. That's provisional pole time in that class. As we step through in STL, Amy Mills was your fastest qualifier. She turned in a 127.638. In Touring 4, Oscar Jackson in his Mazda Miata gave us a 129.787. And I think that's it for all of our provisional pole times across the different classes. And again, right now, that GT3U time at Taz Harvey, that is looking right now as the likely pole time for the group when they go out for their race today. Group 5 scheduled to be on track at 3:15 Pacific time today. That's 6:15 Eastern.
Right now, it looks like a lot of the STL drivers are enjoying, the Miata drivers are enjoying these conditions. I would also say to keep an eye on Cameron Wagner at mid-engine Boxster. Could excel here, but his outlap was pretty simple and easy. So let's see what happens when he gets a couple of laps on this thing. But I would think that Boxster might enjoy these conditions as well.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, much like the GT3U car, the STU cars, they've all got for the most part, they've got a lot of aero help, a big wing on the back of that Boxster to help drive the power down through those rear wheels, get the rear end to squat maybe a little bit more, and maybe I don't want to say like a 911 would. Right. The whole point, the Boxster's engine is much further forward than you have in a 911. But he was also the very first car off the grid today. He was chomping at the bit, ready to go. And you can see where the rear end is getting a little loose there, but he's getting the nose to turn in pretty well as well here as we watch a couple of the other racers. Some good runs now we're starting to see through the final corners, Brian, through 11 and 12 here. And, some of these SMX racers putting in pretty good efforts. And I think we just had one of our STL NB Mazda Miatas put in a nice exit there, carrying speed onto the front straight.
Tony Rivera out here in that Mazda MX RX-3, right to the top of the leaderboard here. His tow over 1,000 miles to get here from Oceanside, California. So, good on him for spending the hours in the car hauler to get up here with that Mazda. So, if I've learned one thing about Tony over the years, if he wants to get to a racetrack, he will get there. He spent a day and a half getting to Buttonwillow during our snowstorm a couple years ago because he had to have one more race to qualify for the runoffs. And I'm wondering if that's what's happening here, that he had to get here to get in one race this weekend for his runoff qualifying attempt. Would not be surprising if that's the same situation we got going on here.
And by the way, it finally dawned on me. The other RX-3, actually, we'll see him, I think, in the first race this afternoon. Hopefully we'll see him. That's Aaron Downey, his RX-3 running in E-Production this weekend. Whereas we've got Tony here racing this weekend in
GT3U.
GT3U, exactly.
Yeah. So, coming up on 8.5 minutes to go here in this session. Let's get our call to grid and our break in, and then we'll get you to the end here. Attention in the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 6 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Also want to remind all drivers at the track this weekend that there will be victory laps today, and it'll be an impound all after your race. So all of you, regardless, head to impound after your race. That is coming to us from our race staff.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway, we've got our GT3U, STU, STL, Touring 3 and Touring 4 cars on the racetrack right now. A rapidly drying racetrack, Greg.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm starting to look at some of the lap times here and the deltas between the dry weather times from yesterday and the not as dry weather times right now. Izzy Sanchez celebrating his birthday weekend. He had some issues on track yesterday. He's the fastest of our T4 drivers. He's at a 1:32.476, and that is only about 2.5 seconds now off of the dry weather times from yesterday, followed by Nicky Etherington and Derek Ambrose. Now they are the only 3 Touring 4 drivers out on the track. In Touring 3, Chris Johnson in his BMW 330 Ci, I believe that's the white and powder blue BMW, that 4-door BMW that we've been watching. He's got the fastest lap time. He's at a 1:29.390. And that is, it's still about 5 seconds off of what Chris Hart put in yesterday. In STU, fastest driver on track right now is Oscar Jackson in his Mazda Miata. And this is a little odd because I think Oscar was running this car as a T4 car yesterday. Yesterday he was the fastest T4 driver to 129.78. Let's see what he does here in STU trim. His best time, a 129.412. So as if it's the same car, he's actually driving faster now than in the damp-ish conditions than he did yesterday in the full dry. Cameron Wagner in his Boxster, the second car, the only other car in STU. He's down to a 136 and change. So he's still about 10 seconds off of where he was yesterday, Brian. And in STL, Roldan de Guzman, your fastest driver, with a 128.260 in his Scion. And in STL, fastest time yesterday, again, was Amy Mills at a 126.638. So about a second and a half to go there. Wes Mono in his STL Miata. I think that's actually an SMX car. Second fastest. Patrick Drinkwine, third fastest. But as we suspected, a lot of the SMX guys, they brought their cars back out. We have probably 8 drivers in STL, putting in times today.
Yeah. Funny you should mention Amy Mills, Greg.
Yes.
She's sitting here right next to me. Hi, Amy.
Wow.
Hi.
So she did her outlap and then came to see you immediately. Well, you've got pull, Brian.
I do. I summoned them.
Hi, Amy.
and they come up to the booth here. How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks.
How wet's the racetrack?
It's pretty dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just was scuffing my rain tires because it's probably going to be wet this afternoon.
Yeah.
And they were stickers, so
Cool.
I just thought, I'll go scuff them.
Cool. Tell us about Portland. How do you like it here?
I love it here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I grew up in a suburb of Seattle, so I'm used to this kind of weather. And Portland's our sister city. And then, I lived in New York City for 22 years,
Sure.
and now I'm back. But yeah, loving it. The track's fun. It's kind of a little track, but it's fun. I'm having a great time.
Have you been on the podium every Super Tour this year? Because that's a brand new car.
No, I have not. Because
Most of them, though, you've been at.
Well, yeah. So Sebring,
Yeah.
I was on the podium, and then my car broke for the second race, and then it was the first time I drove my new car at Button Willow in February.
Right.
So I think the best I did there was like 5th.
Okay.
I had new car.
Well, that was the first time anybody drove at that racetrack,
new
too.
track.
So, yeah.
I was a little bit discombobulated and getting used to a lot of new stuff. And then, let's see, VIR was my next race. And I don't think I was on the podium there either. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
You've been running up front with that new car pretty much, if not on the podium, close to it.
I feel like I'm just starting to really get the hang of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it took a while.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So, high hopes, I'm guessing, for this afternoon. Hopefully it won't be too wet. Or do you want it wet or do you want it dry?
I mean, obviously I'd rather have it dry.
Okay.
But anything can happen in the wet, so that makes it a little bit exciting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So we'll just see, But I think a lot of these guys in STL are running Toyos.
Okay.
Because they're double dipping from, SMX.
Right.
So, whereas I have the good Hoosier rain tires. So
Sure. That's an advantage.
That might give me an advantage. We'll see,
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So, getting ready to get about 26 seconds left in this session here, 30 seconds or so. And Greg, I haven't seen anything change on the leaderboard here while you've been chatting.
No changes. Although we had Oscar Jackson just reset his personal best time with a 129.124. And again, if Oscar's racing in STU, that is still about 7 seconds off of Ryland Hazelton's provisional pole time set yesterday, the S2000 down at the mid 123s.
Cool. So we're getting ready to wrap it up here, and with the kind of intermediate conditions here, no one's going super fast compared to yesterday, so that's not going to change a whole lot. Tony Rivera obviously out today, not yesterday, so this is his fast time. It won't be near the front, Greg, so it'll be fun to watch him, if it is dry, drive up through the field here in that STU car, or that GT3U car.
And with the 126.4, that he's put in. Brian, he won't be that far back. It looks like that would put him right now. Sorry, Amy, it might bump you to the outside of row number 4 here. That would be it would be good for 6th fastest.
Okay, that's pretty good, pretty impressive. So, all right, let's do this. Let's do another call to grid. We'll take our break, and then when we come back, our final qualifying session of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. FA, FC, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Group 6 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 6 cars to the grid for your qualifying session.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Back here at Portland International Raceway, we've got our Group 6 cars. Sorry, I was chatting with our guest, Amy Mills, who was here beforehand, and I get distracted and confused, which is different than dazed and confused, which is how I normally am.
Barely different, Brian.
Barely different. Not a whole lot different. Anyway, Group 6 qualifying, Formula Atlantics, Formula Continentals, FE2, Prototype 2 on the racetrack now. I see a lot of sticker tires. I bet you there's a sticker reins, maybe?
When you say a lot, you mean 4? Because I think the only unless some more drivers have taken to the track surface that we haven't seen yet. I think we've got Tom Burton, his FE2 machine, as well as Phil Fogg in his Norma. And I'm fairly certain that I would. So, Brian, as some of the folks just saw, the rain started coming down just before cars were released. And I think that those might be sticker dry weather tires on Tom Burt's machine. And I'm a little surprised that if that's the case, that he went out. But again, it wasn't a heavy rain. We can see here from looking at the front straight, at this point, it's not causing any puddling or anything like that. It would actually still be, I think, suitable for a soft, dry weather tire. But we can see here how much Phil Fogg is kind of limping through the Shelton chicane.
So here's the issue, and I'm just speculating. It's almost impossible to turn back into the paddock from grid with an FE2 car. So maybe he had no choice but to go out and make a lap and then come down. Oh, but he's coming down the main straight now.
Yeah, he's staying out. I mean, look, they could be wet weather tires. He could be doing what Amy Mills was talking about and just trying to scrub in a set of wets, maybe not wanting to put much of a load on them. But now it looks like the rain has subsided, possibly. Yeah. And so it's just, a couple seconds worth, and the track still looks dry-ish. So, I mean, again, this would be dry weather tires, although after a full lap, he still hasn't burned the stickers off the car or off the tires.
So dry makes sense because he and I chatted last night. This is the car that he had, he crunched on Friday.
Right.
And yesterday he said he had some horrible tire balance problems, and he thought maybe that they had a bad set of tires for some reason. And it would make sense that these sticker tires are a new set that he's trying to get scrubbed in just a little bit to see if that's actually the problem with the car. And not something else that was bent that they didn't find when they put the car back together after the wreck on Friday. So this now tracks with the discussion I had with him last night.
Yeah.
So
no, that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. So, and you could see there's not enough heat on the racetrack, not enough grip on the racetrack to even take the stickers off here in the first lap or so.
Yeah, and of course, it's not just the stickers. There is a release compound that is usually on these tires as well that you want to be able to essentially scrub off so that they do have more grip. Otherwise, even under the best of dry conditions, you could find that those tires will be very skatey for the first lap and a half or so. But it looks like here coming out of the final corner, he feels a lot more confident, was carrying a lot more speed. Certainly Phil Fogg was looking as though he was starting to come to grips with the conditions out there and was starting to pick up the pace as well, as he just turned in a 125 and Tom a 134. And if we look at times from yesterday, or back to about a 15-second delta. Fogg's fastest time yesterday was a high 110.
Right.
And Tom's fast time was at a 115. So about 20 seconds off for Tom. But again, given that rain had just come down, I don't find that all that surprising. We're probably going to see those times drop quite a bit.
Yeah, and even with the slower times, if you had a bad vibration or things just didn't feel right yesterday, you can still glean from these slower times whether that vibration is still there, whether the car feels like it ought to feel. So it makes a lot of sense to go out and try that. So.
Yeah, so I would think that just being able to carry speed out of the final corner and onto the front straight, if there were balance issues, if it was either an issue with the tire or maybe a wheel was bent, that should hopefully at higher speeds, once you hit 70, 80 miles an hour, would start to expose itself, especially on a light car like this. And again, he's definitely carrying some more speed there. And as he comes across the line, he's starting to drop time. He's down to a 1:27.5 now, so knocked off like about 2.5 seconds that last time by.
Definitely. So after this session, folks, we're going to take a break for lunch, a little early lunch here. And then coming back here at about 11:55 this afternoon Pacific time, we'll start to go racing here. And we'll have 6 35-minute races all afternoon long. And it should be a ton of fun. So we definitely want to make sure you come back. If you are watching right now and you have not subscribed, please do so. If you haven't hit the like button, definitely do that. We appreciate all of that as well.
And if you're from Windsor, Ontario, Canada, hit it twice.
Hit it twice and let us know in the chat. So 8.5 minutes coming up here, 8:45 to go here in our session. That's Tom Burt in the FE2 car. Right behind him is Phil Fogg in that prototype. So he's going to have to work his way around Tom Burt here, so he's going to get into some of the wetter areas of the racetrack here.
Well, we'll see here, because I think he's probably going to come up on Burt. Well, probably coming into the chicane. So this will be interesting to see, Brian, as they come down the front straight and towards the chicane. If Phil Fogg has to take an alternate entry into there and maybe compromises his entry speed a little bit, and I don't think that's going to be an issue here, at least.
Right.
As Fogg is far enough back, it might not actually happen until we get to the back straight.
Knocked another 4 seconds off of his last lap, so now he's under a 1:23.8. So definitely finding a little bit of a groove for himself and more of a drying racetrack too.
Yeah, and so Fogg gets down to a 1:13.9. We'll call it a 1:14.
Yeah.
So he's actually only about 3 seconds off of where he was yesterday. We've got Frank Rizzo in the chat asking if we have any information, if we got any information from Phil Fogg as to what engine is in his Norma, and unfortunately we did not.
I'll try to find that out during lunch. How's that?
Okay, that would be great.
I'll do some sleuthing. I'll put on my Inspector Gadget cap and go see what I can find out for you. So
bring him an extra box lunch. I'm sure he'll open up to you.
7 minutes to go here in the session. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll get you all the way to the end of the session, and it'll be our final session here in the morning.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg on the call, wrapping up qualifying this morning. 4 minutes left in qualifying before we take a break and go do lunch. And then we come racing this afternoon. 2 cars on the racetrack at this moment. One prototype, one FE2, and track continues to dry, Greg.
Yeah, it's Phil Fogg now down to a 112.7. So now only 2, even with the bit of drizzle that we had, or rain right before he took to the track. Now only, about a little less than 2 seconds off of his best times from yesterday in the dry. Now, it was a little bit warmer yesterday, should mention, and I think the track was definitely a little bit greasier, but now at least there was rubber on the track that there isn't now. Tom Burt now down to a 118.7. And his fast time yesterday was a 1:15, so now he's only 3 seconds off of where he was yesterday. Again, these drivers getting a lot more comfortable, and again, whatever little bit of rain came down in the moments before these drivers left the pit lane, really, I think at this point, a non-factor. Again, the starting grid, the order for this afternoon's race for our Formula and prototype cars, which is scheduled to start at 4:05 Eastern, 4:05 Pacific today. That'll be 7:05 Eastern time. Is based on the fastest lap time from either of the 2 sessions yesterday or the qualifying session from this morning. And at this point, everything is still going to be based on those times from yesterday, where Phil Fogg turned in a 1:10.94, so he was your fastest driver overall. Sole driver in the P class, or the prototype class. In FE2, Caleb Schrader, still your provisional pole sitter. He turned in yesterday a 1:13.438 for the fastest time, whereas Tom Burt yesterday was our 5th fastest FE2 driver, and Jason Perkins was our sole P2 driver. He was 7th fastest in the entire field. He turned in a 1:15.65.
Yep. All right, minute 55 left in the session, and like we told you, coming up right after lunch at 11:55, we're going to go racing. 6 races, 35 minutes each, and hopefully the weather will hold off over the rest of the day. I'm not certain of that, but we'll see what happens.
What could go wrong, Brian?
I'm not going to answer that question. Not going to answer that question, so...
Well, it's looking much more clear an hour ago. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't look great. Hopefully no rain.
Yep. Burt's looking like he's gotten a nice little rhythm going there as well. He's down now to a 1:17. So his first laps out were what, around 1:28? Was that the first?
Yeah, actually,
kind of
it was a low 1:30 actually.
Yeah,
in the first laps. Yeah, he's
definitely
finding
figured
his
out
way.
something. Yeah, absolutely. So.
And the stickers have finally burned off.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Like I said, a lot of cars had sticker tires.
That's right.
It just, when they left pit lane, I have a large 40-inch television monitor between me and pit lane, and they just sounded like there were a lot of cars going out. So I was talking to you and talking to Amy Mills. Anyway, only distraction, Batman.
Well, 8 cars, 8 tires. Yeah, little difference. All right, as we've
Frank
got
Rizzo Jr. or 890 asking for the link to the timing page. It's scca.com/live. scca.com/live. Pop in on that, and that is where you can find timing and scoring. But you got to put it up on a second screen, by the way, because you can't use the screen that you're watching us on. All right,
that's direction that we're giving you. It's not a technical. It's not a technical thing. It's what we want you to do.
Exactly.
Hey, Brendan, if maybe Brendan can go and pin the timing page up to the top. There we go.
That's
Excellent.
what we like. Good job.
And Brendan's giving you the long form address. That'll take you to the same place.
Yep. All good here. Checkered flag in the air. That's going to do it for qualifying from PIR for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And
we're right on schedule, Brian.
Exactly. This is kind of like what was that thing that I've lost my train of thought.
Not
completely
Inception.
Lost my train of thought.
Well, welcome to my world.
What was the Drew Carey comedy show where they did the comedy skits? What's that? Whose line is it anyway? Yes, where the points don't count and the games don't matter. That's kind of like this qualifying session. Oh, there you go. Everything's made up into points don't matter. Thank you, Brendan, for helping me out with my horrible thought. And but anyway, that's kind of like qualifying today. The points don't matter because they're not gonna be better than yesterday. That's where I was going with this. I had a cognitive thought, but it just completely blew up in my face. I know, one this weekend. I've had one cognitive thought. Greg, any thoughts before we head to break and take lunch and then come back and do some racing?
Well, apparently Brian 1, Greg 0.
Yes. Wow.
So hopefully, Brian, will see the track conditions a little drier, although I was so looking forward to another drift session from the SMX kids for their feature race today. But again, when we come back from lunch, 35-minute feature races, and I think most of our drivers are going to find the track in a different shape for their race than they saw it for qualifying. I think the drivers who saw a very wet track this morning for qualifying may find the track a bit drier. I think those who found the track drying out might find it a bit wetter. So it should bring us quite a bit of excitement here this afternoon from Portland International Raceway.
All right, we're going to take a break. Everybody enjoy your lunch. Come back, or breakfast or dinner, depending on what part of the world you are in. And then come on back and watch some racing this afternoon. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Portland International Raceway. See you in a little bit, everyone. Welcome back to Portland International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We got 6 races to go, folks, to wrap up our weekend. And race number 1 is E and F production, H production, B-Spec, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5 and 4 are starting lineups. We have Gregg 5G Ginsberg.
Ginsberg. Hey, we got it right that time. All right, let's run down the starting order here, Brian. We had 26 drivers over the last 2 days set qualifying times. We are going to have a split start today with our production classes, E production, F production, H production, behind our first pace car, which you can see they're lined up on the front straight. And then we're going to have our SMX, Spec Miata, and B-Spec racers behind. I'm going to give you the top 8 starters from each one of the 2 groups. Starting on the pole today in E production in that very first group with a qualifying time of 1:23 flat from Dundee, Oregon. It's the driver of the Sunoco Cobalt Brakes Mazda Valvoline Goodyear Mazda RX-7. Thank you, Bill Skibby, for putting those on the page. It is Austin Bradshaw. Aaron Downey will start on the outside of the front row. He's out of Seal Beach, California in the Mazda Motorsports G-Lock Goodyear Mazda RX-3. Kurt Fritchie will start third. He's in the number 40 E production Mazda RX-7. That's the Pacific Access Elevator Hog Performance Machine. Then we've got the Goodyear Mazda RX-7 of Michael Lewis, our F production pole sitter, starting in 4th. Joe Carr will start 5th today. He's in his E production car racing Joe's Race Shop Hoosier Tires Mazda Miata, with Whitfield Gregg starting 6th. He's in the number 17 E production Flat Out Motorsports Mazda MX-5. Tim Linrud will start 7th. He's driving the number 95 F production Volkswagen GTI, and this is very special. He says it's in memory of his wife, Nora Daly. And then starting 8th today, our H production pole sitter, it's Lee Fleming driving the 00 Joe Carr Racing Goodyear Hawk Summit Racing MG Midget. Now, if we take a look at our SMX, Spec Miata, and B-Spec field, let's give you the top 8 in SMX with Ethan Lampier, defending national champion, on the pole, representing the San Francisco region of the SCCA. He's got a qualifying time of 1:26.112. Christian Hoagland from Simi Valley, California, will start 2nd. He's driving the number 01 machine, with Jared Korth also representing the San Francisco region out of Clovis, California. Starting 3rd, he's driving the number 27 Mazda MX-5. Starting 4th in the number 111 right-of-way signs, WCS permits Mazda MX-5 from Glendora, California. It's Wes Molno, with John Davies starting 5th. John's driving the number 67 Columbia River Insurance machine. He's out of Hood River, Oregon. Then we got Michael Newmeyer. He starts 6th today. He's in the number 72 Mazda MX-5. He's from San Mateo, California. And then we've got Emmy Kissick. Emmy's starting 7th today. She's driving the number 13 Mazda Motorsports V-Box Pacific Raceways Mazda MX-5. She's from Olympia, Washington. And then starting 8th, driving the number 151 Mazda MX-5 from San Jose, California, it's Patrick Drinkwine. We do have Nick Leveroni. He is going to be our sole Spec Miata racer. He's going to be starting 13th in this group, and Derek Ambrose in the number 71 B-Spec Mazda 2, the Cork Sport Performance Versatune Chris Taylor Racing Services Mazda 2, will start right beside Nick Leveroni. Let's do this, Brian. Since we're just getting the pace lap underway, and I think we've got a little bit of time, for those of us who did not join us for qualifying or maybe yesterday's broadcast, let's take a quick look, get everybody up to speed on this beautiful Portland International Raceway complex here at the Delta Park.
There we go. Sorry, I have to unmute myself.
Yes, you do.
No one really wanted to hear me anyway. This is a 1.97 mile track, 12 turns. We joke about it being natural terrain. It is, but that doesn't mean there's any hills. It's still flat as a pancake. Asphalt for most of the racetrack. There's some concrete bits and pieces there. That'll be interesting if it rains again. Sometimes those have different traction limits, adhesion limits.
Notable that Shelton Chicane is the big concrete area.
Yes. First race, 1961. They've had a couple different renovations over the years, but there was this race is coming up on 70 years, I think, if I do my math properly. So good stuff here. Good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful race course, and certainly horsepower is key because we've got 2 long straightaways here, but that also means that there are a couple corner complexes where you really need to be able to carry speed out of corners in order to achieve that top speed. As we've got our first group now led by the first pace car coming down the back straight, and we check in right now in our second group in our SMX Spec Miata and B-Spec field as we go on board with Ryan Gutile. Ryan's scheduled to start 9th today in SMX. He is in the Flying Ryan Motorsports machine out of Madeira, California. So he gets a free plug just because we're on board with him. And then we've got our pole sitter in our front group. That is Austin Bradshaw in that Sunoco Cobalt Brakes Mazda Valvoline Goodyear Mazda RX-7. Looking, hey look, he even waved to us, looking for his second win of the weekend.
And here they come down to the line here, almost lined up 2 by 2. They'll get caught up here before they get the green flag, which is going to come out in the air, as we see right there. I think there it is. And Austin Bradshaw is the quick and early leader, but we'll see what happens when they get to turn 1 for the first time. It looks like he'll be fine slotting in there. And there's one of the RX-3s right behind him. Well, actually, the other RX-3's in a different race group. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see Tony Rivera racing in GT3U, I think, a little bit later today. Yes, and that is Aaron Downey in the number 5 machine. Kurt Fritchie in the gray number 40 Mazda RX-7. Behind that is your top 3, and all looking for the E-Production class win. Michael Lewis in the blue 32 machine, stepping out ahead of Whitfield Gregg as they went through the carousel in turn 4. Brian, as our SMX B-Spec racers and Spec Miata get ready for a new reigning race start.
Here we come. We'll see the green flag is in the air, and here they come now down towards turn 1 for the first time. Very still side by side up front. A couple of cars trying to peek out as they come down and get closer to the end of the racetrack. And oh, we got a car in the wall there, and another car spinning as well. 2 cars taking out. Big yellow flag situation here in turn 1.
And that is Emmy Kissick in the 13, and I believe the 151 of Patrick Drinkwine was the other car involved. Kissick gets her car off the wall, and I'm sure they're going to pull those cars into the runoff area over here by the outside of the Shelton chicane. Yeah, you can see those cars now trying to find cover, Brian, but that certainly is going to bring out, we've got the local caution going into the chicane as our leaders from our first group now going into the chicane and encountering at least a little bit of debris on the track surface, but with 1 lap in the books for the production field. Bradshaw, your leader, with Downey and Fritchie, your top 3. Michael Lewis, your F production leader, in 4th. And Tim Linderud, who's running 2nd in F production, back behind the E production cars of Joe Carr and Whitfield Gregg.
So we do have a good bit of debris there out by the wall where that car impacted. That all the cars have been able to move along, not necessarily quickly, but they've been able to clear themselves off the racetrack. So it'll be interesting to see if our pace car, the lights are not on the pace car right now, so it looks like they're going to keep him in at least for 1 more lap and just kind of evaluate what the situation is here. But they are pulling the yellow flag from the start-finish line, so it looks like they're going to keep this thing green here, at least not full course yellow. They'll probably cover with a debris flag for a couple laps, is my guess.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the case, as those 2 other cars have moved out of the way, and I think we've got some emergency services teams responding from outside the chicane there, as we do have a waving yellow flag over at the entrance to turn number 1, as Brian, just as the SMX racers were getting ready to go to the green flag today, the rain started to come down, and I'm fairly certain that almost every racer on this track right now, Brian, as we've got a debris flag and a caution flag up, we are going to a full course caution, Brian. So that decision has been made. There is some debris there. Obviously, I think that might have been possibly from the Drinkwine car, maybe trying to limp back to the pits.
Right.
Here. But we are going to full course caution here early on in today's race. I was going to say that the rain started coming down just as the SMX racers were heading to the grid, and I'm sure that almost everybody here is going to be on dry weather tires. And this could definitely, especially if the rain keeps coming, Brian, I mean, could certainly help those 6 or 7 racers that went out for the morning qualifying to get a little bit of better idea of, what is available and what isn't available as far as grip.
All right, here they come now. Now the lights are on in the pace car. He's going to let all of these cars go through because, of course, this was our second pack of on our split start. So he's letting all of the Spec MX-5 and Spec Miata cars through, so they can pick up the start of the pace, pick up the start of the other field. Which should be coming along not too far here.
Well, and here you go. That's I think one of the emergency services vehicles there.
Right.
Yeah. And there you go. Out comes the safety car now, Brian, and Austin Bradshaw gets picked up by the safety car as he's doing a little bit of adjustment there on the PDM module there. Look at the electronics. That is one of the most modern-looking first-gen RX-7s I've ever seen. And Roger Cadell, who's in the chat earlier, will enjoy this with a nice big AIM dash there and an AIM PDM system. But should also note that we saw him run a little bit wide coming through the chicane. That Tim Linrud, who's in the F production, the silver Volkswagen Golf GTI, that beautiful Golf, and he's just now coming through the chicane here, has fallen all the way towards the back of the pack. He's sitting 16th out of the, we had 23 drivers start. Only 21 completed a lap. The 2 that did not complete a lap, obviously, the 151 of Patrick Drinkwine out of San Jose and Emmy Kissick out of Olympia, Washington.
All right, so let's take our break. We'll do a call to grid a little later, but let's take our break, and then when we come back, I've got some intel on Austin Bradshaw. Talk with him during the lunch break, which is kind of interesting, and we'll have some time to do that before we go back to green, I'm guessing. So we'll be back in just a few minutes here. You're at PIR for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
We're back here live at Portland International Raceway. We're under full course caution conditions after a first corner wreck in our Spec MX-5 field. Interesting to see what the situation is there. Austin Bradshaw's got the Goodyear Tires racing camera here at PIR. Interesting. I talked with him today. You know, we don't always race in the rain. So the one thing, Greg, I'm sure you've been through is that you may have rain tires, but you might not have used them for a long time.
No, they're usually every time it starts to rain, Brian, they are rock hard because I haven't had to break them out in 7 years.
That's exactly it. So I talked to Austin, and the pace car's coming. We're going to go back to green, but I talked to Austin during lunch, and he was like praying for no rain. His rain tires are 3 years old, hard as a rock, and I can confirm that because I checked them out myself. Wow.
All right, so we're back to green flag racing, Brian, and a great restart there from Kurt Fritchie in the Mazda RX-7 as he makes a move around, well, I was going to say he made a move around Aaron Downey, but I didn't see Aaron Downey in the Mazda RX-3. Did he pit in by any chance?
I don't see him on pit lane.
Because I'm taking a look, and I am showing that he only completed one lap. And that would have been when, basically after the first time through the chicane, he would have tripped the wire coming through the pit lane to complete that very first lap, and that was it. He was not out for the pace laps. As we see now Kurt Fritchie's Mazda RX-7 putting off quite a bit of white smoke out of the tailpipe, and we saw that during qualifying yesterday morning. I didn't see it much during the race, Brian, but we'll have to definitely keep track of that as Tim Linrud in that gray Volkswagen GTI pulls over drivers right in order to let some of the faster traffic by. Of course, when he got picked up in line because he was right in the middle of the SMX group, I'm sure he had a lot of the faster cars directly behind him.
All right, so now what happens, Greg, is that when they drop the yellow flags at the front of the field, they also drop them for the Spec MX-5 cars in the back.
Everywhere. Yes,
so now everybody's coming through, and now we're all punched up, so we've lost all of the help that you get from having a split start.
Right.
And it's like madness out there. It's like constant dogs and cats living together.
Madness is next weekend, Brian.
Total
madness. That's next weekend.
Total chaos.
Madness is Mid-Ohio next weekend.
It is, yes.
All right. Somebody else having some troubles over at the chicane, and that driver, Brian, and I think that might have been, gosh, we'll try and get the number, but that same car had issues at the chicane during yesterday's race a couple times as well. So we'll get the number on it.
Well, skipping the chicane is the fast way around this race.
Yes, it absolutely is. Yes, it is. So. All right, so quickly here with a couple laps in the books, Ethan Lampy is your leader currently in SMX with Christian Hoagland second, Jared Korth third. Your fastest driver this morning in the wet qualifying, John Davies, currently sitting fourth, and he's made up a couple positions. He made up one position. He started the race in fifth in SMX. Bryce Johnson, our drift king from this morning's qualifying session, he is currently sitting 16th overall, and that is eighth in SMX at the moment.
Well, Austin Bradshaw, very happy this has stayed dry. He now has a 4.3 second lead. He just put down his fast lap of the race, a 125.779. It looks like all of the cars at the front of the field are putting down their best laps right now, which means they're getting a little bit of good feel for what's going on with this racetrack after all the rubber was washed off it this morning, and now they're trying to find their way, and they're getting their feet underneath them. Boy from New York is in the chat. Irwin is in the chat. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you, Boy from New York, for wishing the moms a happy Mother's Day. We do the same as well. So we're 13 minutes into the race, 21 minutes left on the clock here as we get ready to we're the first of our 6 races here this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. All the races
today.
Today, all scheduled for 35 minutes in length. I don't think we have a lap limit set for these races, Brian. 25 laps is the number. I didn't see it on our schedule, so thank you, producer Brendan. 25 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. And in H production, Bill O'Kell in his MG Midget currently leading Tom Tuttle. Lee Fleming not bringing his car out today for today's race, and if I remember correctly, I'll have to double check. I think Lee actually retired. No, he did not start yesterday's race either. So unfortunate for Lee not bringing out his MG Midget from Lake Forest, California.
Your top 5 right now: Bradshaw, Fritchie, Carr, Lewis, Lampy, E-Production, then one F-Production car, and Spec MX-5 already climbed to number 5th on the leaderboard. So with that split start being negated by the full course yellow, we see just how good those Spec MX-5 cars are, mixing it up with their production car brethren on the racetrack.
Yeah, indeed. And so Ethan Lampy, we did not see him bring that car out for qualifying, but right now, from watching those cars attack turn 5, I mean, they're pretty obviously taking the traditional dry line through here, and they're giving Joe Carr a lot to contend with here. Both Joe Carr and Michael Lewis. Lewis had dropped back behind the Carr machine. Carr in that number 12 red open-top Mazda Miata, and then Michael Lewis directly behind. But this is where we see, at least in a straight line, where Joe Carr's got he's got some straight line handling on Ethan Lampy's SMX machine here as they come into turn 12, or probably into to turn 10, as we see the red car's gotten back around Lampy. But still, the fact that Lampy now has been able to move his machine up into the top 5 or top 6 there, having started, although he was at the, he was your pole sitter for our second group, Brian, but technically that was 13th overall, that there were 13 drivers that started ahead of him. So good jump here early on.
Yeah, very interesting. This is why sometimes it's hard to put classes together because the Spec MX-5 is making lap times about the same right now as the E and F production cars, but you can see how they make them in very different ways. The production car is very fast in a straight line, and the Spec MX-5 car is pretty darn good in the twisty bits.
And Brian, we're gonna have to. Gonna need you to check. Okay, I was just checking. I think Kurt Fritchie might have possibly some transponder issues. I think, oh, that's why we're looking at lap times. No, I take that back. We've got some issues with our timing and scoring. I thought for a moment that perhaps our timing team was manually entering Kurt Fritchie into the order there. That is not the case. He is still running second overall, but Austin Bradshaw in these slightly damp conditions already opened up about 7 seconds over Kurt Fritchie, who's now running second in E-Production. Joe Carr running third in class, and the fourth place runner in E-Production right now, Whitfield Gregg, running 14th overall. So Joe's got a little bit of breathing room if he chooses to take it. Of course, he's got, we talked about the SMX cars like Ethan Lampy challenging him, and he's got Michael Lewis, who's your F production leader, all over the back of him. Brian, is I think Lewis trying to atone maybe for some problems that he had with that Mazda yesterday.
Can I get some tones, Mr. Ginsberg?
Yes, you may.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for your race. Group 2 cars to the grid for your race. Back here live at Portland International Raceway. Another purple lap from Austin Bradshaw. Now a 1:25.7 his fast lap. He has a 9.3 second lead over second place in E-Production. And then Spec MX-5, Ethan Lampy, almost to the front of the field at this moment. He is first overall in his class, third on track.
Yeah, and and you have to feel now for Christian Hoagland. He's in that blue 01 SMX, who was just beside Michael Lewis coming out of turn number 8. He was right with Ethan Lampy on the restart. And when Joe Carr and there you go, Hoagland's gotten around Michael Lewis, but when Carr and Lewis started dicing and going side by side into a couple of corner complexes, going side by side into the chicane, Hoagland, who now ends up giving up the position again to he did give up position to Joe Carr, but he now finds himself somewhere around over 3/4 of a second back from Ethan Lampy, and it's all it took. It took like one lap Hoagland behind those two out-of-class cars to just lose touch with his leader. Such is multi-class racing in SCCA, unfortunately.
Well, and that's what I was saying yesterday. These Spec MX-5 drivers don't typically have to do multi-class racing, or if they do, it's just with the Spec Miata cars.
Right.
And this is a kind of a new experience, I'm guessing, for a lot of these drivers. And unfortunately, like you said, the damage is done for Chris Hoagland. But what's more unfortunate about that is Joe Carr and Michael Lewis aren't racing for class position here.
Right, they're different classes.
Right, so they could have let this car go by, and it wouldn't have done either one of them a bit of harm.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's clear here from watching the dynamics that
that's a car that's missing a wheel, maybe.
That's our sole Spec Miata, Brian, of Nick Leveroni, I believe, the Flat Out Motorsports machine out of Mendon, Massachusetts, that is over there.
I don't know if that car broke a hub, maybe, or a wheels down, because it looks like it's pointing.
He's missing a left front wheel, Brian. That's
somehow it came off.
But he's tried to move it. There is a crossover road there, so I think he's trying to at least get it to the point one where we don't go a full course caution.
Right.
But even maybe to the point where they can withdraw the local caution coming out of turn 7.
Right.
But I was going back, in watching the dynamics, the SMX cars certainly better handling, at least than Joe Carr. Through this section here, through the chicane, and also through turns 4, 5, and 6, where the 12 car has the advantage is, and I kind of joke about straight line handling. I mean, it's a much faster car in a straight line, and you're going to see here where Hoagland's going to come right up to the back of the number 12, but there's nothing he can do once they come out of this section here. This is funny. Every time we go back to this shot, Brian, here, and not only that, you notice how Joe Carr is getting very defensive coming into 7. He's keeping that car to the inside in order to keep Hoagland behind him.
And I get it why he's doing it, because that keeps Michael Lewis back there. But again, Michael Lewis, different class. So
exactly.
I just don't understand why he wouldn't just let him by. But
totally agree. I was going to say, each time we go to that turn 7 shot, though, it's seemingly right after the Kurt Fritchie number 40 RX-7 comes through there, and there just is seemingly just this cloud of smoke that clears through there. And notice we haven't had any geese over there this entire race.
Yeah,
looks like they've decided to move for clearer air. Here's the RX-7. Watch as Kurt Fritchie comes through here, and it's a little bit of smoke there. It is I think very, very noticeable on the right hand turn. So we'll watch here as he comes through. Let's see if we can find a little bit further back in the field, Brian. I've been watching a real nice battle right now between Jared Korth in the number 27 SMX machine and Wes Molno in the 111. Korth is, let me see if I can pull up the color scheme here. Molno's in the white with light blue on the hood.
Okay.
And Korth, unfortunately, I don't have the color scheme for the Korth car.
I think it's here. These two.
It's these two right here, actually coming through 7. Thank you, Jordan. Great pickup there. And again, this is in SMX, the battle for 4th, so just off the podium. But great fight. It's been going on for a couple of laps now. As we've got a car, and that's the Fritchie car, the number 40 E-Production machine, going around over at turn 11. And Brian, as much as we were talking about Joe Carr holding off the Hoagland machine, that now moves Joe Carr up to 2nd in E-Production.
Yep, that's good for him in that regard. And Christian Hoagland's going to get to go by. Michael Lewis, a bunch of cars just drive by. It's just a helpless feeling. I don't know if the car has lost its go, or it doesn't look like he's trying to get going at that moment.
Yeah. Well, on the bright side, we know he didn't throw any pistons through the block.
That's true. That is definitely. I can. There are a few things in this world I can guarantee. That's one of them.
One of them.
That's one of them.
All right. So in this battle between Korth and Molno, when they came across the line, it was Jared Korth leading Molno by, it was about 0.3 of a second when they came across the line here. we'll see if things change. But as it is, and they're coming up on the back of the B-Spec car. Now on the back of Derek Ambrose. Ambrose just keeps that car all the way to driver's left to let them by.
Very nicely done.
And this is where they went side by side before, right through the little chicane here at turn 8 and turn 8.
Yep. Nice little battle there. It's fun to watch when you get two cars hooked up. And sometimes in our SCCA racing, the best battles are not up front. And that is certainly the case at the moment, because great for Austin Bradshaw. He now has a 17-second lead over Ethan Lampy, and that's not even the next guy in his class.
Right. Well, the guys in his class keep dropping like flies. First Aaron Downey, and then Kurt Fritchie. So that moves. That moves the red number 12, who's running 6th overall, up to 2nd in E-Production. So certainly, if Austin Bradshaw wanted to rest those rock hard rain tires, he certainly could. Although probably didn't go out on those rain tires. I think most of the field went out on the dry weather tires here
I think
to start
the
the
only
race.
choice was dries for this particular session. So he has a 30-second lead over Joe Carr right now. So the only thing I can think of, we were talking about that battle earlier. There are MX-5 Miatas in E-Production. So I wonder if Joe Carr thought the car behind him was not a Spec MX-5 car, and that was actually an E-Production MX-5. I don't know how his radio's working or if he has a radio, but that may be an explanation as why he was driving that Spec MX-5 so hard.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we do have in E-Production, we do have Whitfield Gregg in the number 17 machine in a car that was an SMX car. I mean, I think he ran an SMX earlier in the year. He is running an E-Production today, but I also, it's part of knowing your competition, and you see the cars coming up to the grid. Fairly certain that Whitfield Gregg's car is not white. So.
And I feel like Michael Lewis has now gotten around Joe Carr as well. So going back in. Yes, he has. I was looking at just the E-Production screen here on my timing screen. So we're at 8 minutes to go here in this race. May I have another set of tones, Mr. Gregg?
Yes, you may. Of course. Well, let's try it again. There we go.
Attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2. Spec Racer 4-3 to the grid for your final race of the weekend. Group 2 cars to the grid.
That was my itchy bell finger. As we've got a driver dropping wheels coming out of turn 7, and I think that is the Hoagland machine here. And just behind, we've got Joe Carr and I believe that's Molno now, who had gotten around Jared Korth. And so Korth has to find a way through one of our H-Production machines. I think Bill O'Kell, who's our H-Production leader, the number 7 machine, just ahead. And then there is also, let's see. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I believe it is him right there, but has to find his way past that H-Production car in order to catch up. He has now done that. But that's also brought the 72 machine of Michael Newmeyer a little bit closer to Jared Korth. Brian, he's still about 20 car lengths back, but he should be able to dispatch with that H-Production car pretty quickly, and he does coming into the chicane.
About 6.5 minutes to go here. Not a lot of changes. Ethan Lampy is still your leader in Spec MX-5, and his lead over Christian Hoagland.
Oh, well, and that is Wes Molno taking the wide set through turn 5. It's starting to look like, for him at least, our qualifying this morning.
Yeah, well, that's good news for Jared Korth. That kind of can let him leave him behind in the dust. Lampy has an 11-second lead over Christian Hoagland, and another 5 seconds back to John Davies. So that's how it's stacking up or not stacking up in Spec MX-5 at the moment.
Yeah, and so Brian, with that car going off and going wide, what that is doing, and that was again Jared Korth going wide. Michael Newmeyer in the orange 72, starting to close things down a little bit, and then and I think we just saw the fight, and we might at some point want to go back to our camera car. The Gutile car, Ryan Gutile, because he's got Bryce Johnson right behind him. That's these two machines here, I believe, coming right out of 14, or probably out of 14, out of 12. There you go. I just added 2 more corners to Portland. All right, I'm getting word that we've got some mechanical issues with the in-car camera from Ryan Gutile, so hopefully we'll be able to get that a little bit later. But yeah, big brake lock up there. Brian, from the Korth machine going down into the chicane. I guess it shows that there's still some dry pavement there.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a really busy race for a lot of these drivers. The early full course caution stacked up the field and made for some very interesting moments. And there is that Ryan Gutile in-car camera there as he comes out. I think that's out of 6.5 going into 6 here. And this is the 6.
This is 5. They're now going into 6.
Correct. Yep.
Well, they just came out of 7. This is the bend over at 8 onto the back straight.
And he is.
He's closing down.
Yep, he is
on Molno directly ahead, and and unfortunately, right behind. Is it possible to pull the ticker away for just a moment, Jordan? There you go. He's actually opened up a bit of a gap. If you look in the camera in the upper left-hand corner, directly behind that is Bryce Johnson in the 15 machine, our Drift King from this morning. But Johnson's dropped a little bit off the pace. He was right on the back of Gutile there for a few moments.
Yep. Coming up on 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go here. You know, it looks like, Greg, we've gotten through this one in the dry. I don't know how many more we're going to get in. There was two basically lines of storms, and they were going on either side of the racetrack, but coming from the south and going north. So I don't know that we're going to get through the whole day without rain, but we're dry at the moment, and everyone's happy about that.
Yes.
So, Ashley Vaughn in the chat says her mother's on the safety truck at turn 12. Let's see if we can spot her again today.
That's right.
There you go.
And
Happy
Ashley would have been out working a corner, but and flagging for us, but apparently recovering from a bit of an injury.
Okay.
Thank you, Ashley, for all that you do volunteering for Portland region and the SCCA. Sorry you couldn't make it out there. Hope you get well soon.
5 to go here. We're gonna end this one on time. We're not gonna get the laps on this one. So. Ashley Vaughn says, since the family are all firefighters, they celebrate parents on a regular basis, not just on Mother's Days.
Well, you know, Brian, the only other city besides Austin that's weird is Portland. So this makes a lot of sense to me.
But weird in all the good ways.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Dan Bullis reminds us that there is an autocross going on in the South Paddock. Run Group 3 is ready to get going. All right, that's my run group. Greg, you got this next race on your own, okay?
Hey, that's why, if you can send Dan over. Dan is our podium announcer at the runoffs each year.
Go.
So I want to thank Dan. Unfortunately, didn't make it out this year. Last time I was out in Portland, Dan and I went and had dinner on Saturday night, which fortunately couldn't make it out there this time. But hopefully next year, as we see Austin Bradshaw now putting our only B-Spec racer, Derek Ambrose, a lap down. And no, we haven't shown Bradshaw all that much, Brian, but he now has about a 35-second advantage over. I'm sorry, I'm looking at H production. Let me try that again. Well, we're still waiting for Joe Carr to come across the line, but it is over 30 seconds between Bradshaw and Joe Carr. 32 seconds. So I was actually pretty close.
Yeah, you were pretty close. Good stuff. Yeah, this will be back-to-back wins if he keeps it going here for another 53 seconds. Next time by should be the white flag, and then he'll get one more lap here. If he can keep it together for another lap and a half, it'll be back-to-back wins for Austin Bradshaw here.
Yeah, and you can see how big that bend is on the back straight there. And as he kept it close to the wall, I would be worried that as some of the water had come down, that that would be like the one place where it might not evaporate. But again, these racers, they're still, and this is exactly where it broke up the last time, is that these drivers for the most part are still running their dry lines here. There's a little bit of dampness there, but not enough to cause them issues, as our leader, Austin Bradshaw, now starts his last lap.
That's right. White flag in the air. A little less than 1.9 miles to go for Austin Bradshaw. Making a perfect weekend. Pole position, win on Saturday. Looks like he's going to win on Sunday. That's about as good as it gets. That's our silver medalist at last year's runoffs in E-Production, getting it done today at PIR.
Yeah, and Ethan Lampy, Brian, and I guess a lot of this has to do with some of our E-Production and F-Production racers who retired early. But there's Ethan Lampy. He's your SMX leader. He's your defending national champion, now running second overall. And again, he started this race, and things were brought closer together because of the full course caution period. But he technically started this race 13th, and he finds himself now in second position. And we talked about the 30-plus second advantage that Austin Bradshaw has on the E-Production field. Ethan Lampy with a 23-second advantage on the SMX field.
2 corners to go for Mr. Bradshaw for that number 41 Mazda RX-7. Coming to the line for the final time. Checkered flag is in the air. Out of Dundee, Oregon, Austin Bradshaw gets the win here at Portland International Raceway.
And Ethan Lampy doing the weave on the front straight to celebrate his win in SMX, Brian. And every time I see a damp track and somebody does that with the concrete wall inches away, I get worried and concerned. But he crosses the line, takes the win in SMX. Derek Ambrose, our sole B-Spec racer, will come across the line, as does our F-Production winner, Michael Lewis. Tim Linrud will finish second in F-Production, 2 laps down. Actually, by the time Linrud comes around, he'll only be 1 lap down for Michael Lewis. But good run for Lewis, who finished this race 3rd overall. In H-Production, we're still waiting when they're on the same lap. Bill O'Kell and Tom Tuttle. O'Kell in the black and red MG Midget. We showed him a couple times on camera here today. Tom Tuttle in his Mini Cooper. At last check, they were separated also by about half a minute. So we're gonna give that to O'Kell. And of course, in E-Production, Austin Bradshaw, your winner. Joe Carr, there is our H-Production leader, Bill O'Kell, in the number 7 MG Midget, making his way through out of Victoria, British Columbia. That is Canada, right? Yes. That is Canada, so it came down from north of the border. In E-Production, Austin Bradshaw, your winner. Joe Carr will finish second. Whitfield Gregg will finish 3rd. With Kurt and those are the only running cars at the end of the race in E-Production. As Kurt Fritchie retires after 13 laps, so he finishes 9 laps down. Aaron Downey retired after just a single lap. And in SMX, we talked about Ethan Lampy, your race winner. John Davies will finish in 2nd. Christian Hoagland will finish 3rd. Jared Korth 4th. Michael Newmeyer will finish in 5th.
All right, let's do another call to grid, then we'll take a short break. When we come back, more racing. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Racer Ford 3 cars to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Ford 3 cars to the grid for your race. Group 2 to the grid.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing And our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
back here at Portland International Raceway. Group 2 race, get ready to get underway. Spec Racer 4-3 for your starting lineups. We've got Gregg Ginsberg.
All right, Brian, 26 drivers set qualifying times, because I can't count that high. I'm only going to give you the top 16. Let's run down the starting order here on the pole for the second day in a row with a qualifying time of 121.887 from Tigard, Oregon. In the Consonas Healthcare machine, it's Caleb Schrader. John Black in the flat-out racing Spec Racer Ford from Olympic Valley, California. We'll start on the outside of the front row next to his teammate. Then on row 2, it's an all-Harris lineup from Portland, Oregon. In the Pro Drive flat-out motorsports HMS machines, Calvin Harris starting 3rd, Taylor Harris starting 4th. Steve Fogg will start 5th today in the number 21 machine. He's in the MBI Lokiness Monster Racing machine with Graham Wood starting 6th. Graham's in the flat-out racing number 52 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. EJ Abbott looking for a little redemption after having to retire early yesterday. Driver of the number 27 machine will start 7th. Phil Fogg will start 8th today. He's in the number 10 car, and he is out of Aurora, Oregon, representing Consonas Healthcare Services. Robert Edmondson will start 9th today. He's in the number 122 car. The Tix MBI Racing entry is out of Manhattan Beach, California. JD Barnum from Gladstone, Oregon, driving the Barnum Racing and Friends. Actually, it's Barnum Racing, Friends team will start 10th. Tom Burt from Shoreline, Washington in the flat-out racing entry will start 11th today, with Andre Pera from Government Camp, Oregon will start 12th. He's in the Senva Incorporated machine. Starting 13th, Mark Ballingy in the MBI Racing entry from Shafter, California will start 13th, with Mike Miserandino from MBI Racing starting 14th. John Arscott in the flat-out racing entry from Portland, Oregon, the number 81 car starting 15th. And on the outside of row number 8, driving the number 47 car from Kent, Washington, it's David Robson.
All right, we get ready for our green flag here. 26 cars hoping to take that green flag, and we are waiting for the starter to display it, and it is now in the air. I couldn't see the green flag flying, but it's there.
It's way up there, Brian. It's actually out of our camera view, much to our chagrin, as we've got John Black and Caleb Schrader side by side going into the Shelton chicane, and things getting bottled up behind them.
Contact.
That's Mike Miserandino in the number 11 machine that goes around, and I think our trailing car might have been the 63 of Gary Nesvich. Gary had a lot of practice fixing his mirrors during qualifying this morning. I guess didn't help with what was ahead of him. Anyway, that is a second race in a row with issues over at the Shelton chicane. We'll see how that plays out and if it brings out a full course caution. But we've got Caleb Schrader, that black and red number 99. He leads his teammate John Black.
The good news is they were not going very fast. I don't think there's really a lot of damage to either of those cars. They just got to get them moving and out of the way, and that did not happening at the moment. So there is a radiator right at the front of that car, so it might have squished that a little bit. But I would have thought they'd been able to at least get them moving. But if that doesn't happen, they're definitely going to go to full course caution here.
Yeah, they were looking at about a 50 to 60% track blockage in the chicane there, Brian, based on where they are. It doesn't leave our racers a lot of room. But here they come.
Now
coming down
the
the front
full course
straight.
caution is out.
And now they're going full course caution. Our leaders and everybody will see the local caution. They're waving yellow to alert that there is still an issue on the pavement, as our safety car now starts to deploy with about 3/4 of the field by. Brian, so he's going to have to go and move forward. Luckily now, and I'm sure if we take a look at the next camera, thankfully there was room for our racers to get by. So maybe that 55 to 60% was a little optimistic on my part here that the rest of the field did make it through, but now they all know what the incident is here as they come through. Now during yesterday's race, Brian, we did have John Black take the win on Caleb Schrader, made the pass with 2 laps remaining, and did a great job of holding him off. Margin of victory yesterday, 21/100ths of a second.
So real quick, want to make a bit of a change here. The car that hit Miserandino was not the 63 car of Knisevich. Okay. It was Donald Pingray, the 117 car. So Knisevich is still at the back of the pack, but he was not involved in that incident.
Got it.
And just want to make sure we get that corrected there.
All right, very good.
Now that we're full course yellow, let's take our break. When we come back, we'll talk about everything that's going on.
Excellent.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway. We are under full course yellow for an incident in the chicane on the first race lap. Mike Miserandino had it looked like some contact, which turned him around, and that left him essentially a sitting duck in the exit, actually in the middle of the chicane.
Yeah, he was in a very bad place with a lot of cars following through.
And a bunch of cars were kind of splitting to avoid, and the last car, or one of the last cars, it was basically a blind moment for him, and it turned out there was no place for him to go. So I think that just ended up being one of those racing things.
Yeah, and Brian, we know, and so as you mentioned, that was Don Pingree. That was the other driver that was caught up in this. And Pingree, he started off 22nd in the field. And just to give you an idea of how, he came through the chicane, wouldn't really know. Miserandino started 14th. So, again, a large number of cars and a large number of rows between Miserandino and Pingree when he came to the chicane. We know that that Pingree was actually running some in-car video at the time, and we saw him give a thumbs up, which is a very good sign, but quite a bit of damage to the left front of that car. I know as we were discussing before we went to break that it would be great if the drivers would be able to just drive the cars off, but at least one of them looks pretty heavily damaged there. I mean, the one good thing is we know that these Spec Racer Fords over the years, they really are built like tanks. They don't look like much from the fiberglass body shells, but they've got square tubing making up a multifaceted tube frame for this entire car, and they are very, very stout automobiles.
Yeah, they're really well built up front. There's some stuff between your feet and the front of the car, mainly a radiator, which when you do have front edge damage likes to leak all over the racetrack, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're obviously things happen, but they're really, really well put together. So. Yeah, it's so we're under this full-course caution. They're trying to get everything cleaned up. The nice thing about this chicane is you can see right here, they're able to basically completely avoid the incident and drive straight through the chicane under the pace car, and that gives our safety workers complete and easy access to the area, so they can taking care of the drivers as well as helping out with getting those cars cleared as quickly as possible. So in that scenario, we're in the best case.
Yeah, and Brian, real quick, we can actually see on the left-hand side of our screen where our emergency services teams have removed the Pingree car, and they're working on getting Mike Miserandino's machine out of the chicane right now. And as you mentioned, when there's a front-end impact, yes, a lot of fluid goes down. Now, typically with SCCA race cars, the racers will run water, and they don't run antifreeze in the car, but there may have been some other fluids that had gone down as well. So workers are trying to get that cleaned up right now.
Yeah, a lot of folks use what they call water wetter, which is a coolant-ish.
It's like soap.
It is. It's very interesting how it works, but it's not hard to clean up like antifreeze is, and so they don't want anybody running antifreeze in these cars because it's just ice when that stuff gets on the racetrack.
Yeah, and matter of fact, that water wetter, typically you're only putting in a couple of small capfuls into an entire radiator's worth of coolant. There's very little there, and it's simply meant to just maybe bring the water temps down a couple of degrees, but about 98% of the cooling system's filled with water for most SCCA race cars here, as looks like the wrecker has dropped off the Pingree machine and may be coming back now to get the number 11 car. Yeah, so as we've got our safety car now with Caleb Schrader behind, and it is Schrader, Black, Harris, Fogg, your top four. Taylor Harris now sitting in fifth position as he gave up position on the opening lap to Steve Fogg. So they swap positions. Graham Wood sitting where he started in sixth. EJ Abed. Then Phil Fogg started in eighth position. At least he was scheduled to start eighth. He's now fallen back to ninth as Robert Edmondson, and he swapped positions here on the opening lap before the safety car came out, before we went to full course caution. And then J.D. Barnum, who started 10th, he is sitting 10th in the field right now. So not many changes in the top 10. Again, with Miserandino having started back in 14th, the incident started behind this group here. So we'll see here as we're going to be doing at least one, I'd say probably this and at least one more lap under full course caution here, as we'll see in the next shot, as they now do have the Miserandino machine up in the air. And it looks like they've gotten the majority of the pavement cleanup done. I think, Brian, I think most of the fluid that went down likely was fluid that came from Miserandino's car, probably as he got hit in the rear and then got hit
maybe.
And then moved around rather than the radiator from Arscott.
That could be.
Probably not Arscott, from Pingree.
Yeah. All right.
And meanwhile, again, these races are all 35 minutes or 20 laps, whichever comes first. whichever comes first. And the clock, of course, does still run, as we've got a car now, Brian, and this is somewhat strange, that looks like he's got a tire down in the right rear, or suspension failure on the front straight. And that is well, there you go. It's the 63 car, Brian. I knew I'd be right eventually.
Yeah, maybe
here,
it went
Gary
through some debris.
Nesvich.
Yeah, maybe it went through some debris because it was behind that incident.
Right.
And as it went through the first time, and maybe the second time, because they went through a second time as well.
Yeah.
It might have run over something, and then trying to get down the main straight just spun there. So it sounds like they're considering potentially a black flag all, because they don't want anybody going down that main straight now.
Well, now they're going to need to send emergency services teams
Right.
out to
Right.
to tend to that car, whether it be a suspension failure or whether it just be a tire down. Obviously, now the folks with that wrecker have been a little busy this afternoon here at the start of the Spec Racer Ford race, and it looks like they're going to be called into service yet again to go and retrieve the car that is on the front straight. So I guess the big question for us now will be whether or not the pace car brings the safety car brings the field down the pit lane, or continues down the front straight. And as long as the lights are on the safety car, the racers are to follow the safety car, and the safety car is going to bring them onto the pit lane here to work this incident.
All right, well, that makes sense. Yeah, not the best circumstances here, but this will allow them to get this car. The good news is once they lift it, getting it off the racetrack's really quick.
Sure.
They'll be able to just duck in here at the end of pit lane, and there's a little cutout here for the tow truck to go through. So it will be fast when it happens, but they've got to get that other car dumped off, and unless they have another tow truck who can hook it and bring it in. But yeah, that's not the day you want to write home to mom about on Mother's Day, I got to tell you.
No, certainly not. And so, Brian, as we've talked a lot of times, as these drivers, like in the morning here in the wet, we're doing an out lap and then coming in. We've mentioned a couple of times that drivers are tripping the timing line on the pit lane, and so I think also we want to make sure that the safety car there stops the field before they get to the start-finish line.
Which they did.
Yeah, because otherwise we'd show, and this is just to make things easier for timing and scoring, otherwise we'd show drivers who had completed 6 laps with other drivers that had only completed 5 laps while they were all sitting on the pit lane. So it sounds like they did indeed do that. And yep, there we go. There's our friend in the big yellow wrecker to lift up car number 3. Driver looks to be still in the car.
He's getting out now.
Yeah.
So
yep,
they'll
there
make
he is
quick
as he
work
pops
of this.
out.
I'm going to guess it'll be less than 5 minutes for them to get this thing up in the air. There's a nice easy roll bar for it to be connected to at the top, and they'll pop this thing up, and we'll be back to racing pretty quick here. I'm pretty certain. So gonna have to pick up the after race tab for these guys. These guys and gals, they're working it today. While we're here, let's say Brian Straczynski's in the chat. Hi, Brian. Ashley Vaughn, we've talked to already. Who else have we got coming up here?
Well, we got Carl, who's been with us all day.
Yep. I think everybody who's in the chat we've talked to already. Thank you all for being here.
Do we have any weather prognosticators in the chat, Brian?
Yeah, we have no weather guessers as
yes.
Who is it who coined
Chris
that term?
Jasma.
Chris Jasma is the first person I hear say that. I love that, the weather guessers. Yeah. Look at that beautiful bit of clearness south of us. Let's hope that stays.
Hey, and look, and when the map flips, goes and recycles, all the bad weather disappears for at least a couple milliseconds.
My professional meteorological description of that is, look at all the weather clearness behind us. All right, see, car's already in the air. So they'll flip a U-ing with that tow truck, and as we've learned already today, they can actually do a U-ing on the front straight. That's how wide the front straight is.
Exactly.
So,
And they do tether the car to the back of the wrecker as well. So when they do that, Yui, it's not turning into a huge trebuchet and launching the car 400 feet down the into the pit lane here. It looks as though maybe that car might have put down some fluid as well. Unless that driver is doing the whole McLaren thing and putting water in his wheels.
I wonder if he lost a right half shaft, which would cause that suspension to fail, and then all of the fluid would
out
come
of the differential.
Out of the diff would have been what fell out.
Oh yeah, possibly.
So, because it did look like the right side of that car was lower, like it looked like a flat or a broken suspension part. But if the half shaft comes out, you'll have something similar to that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And look at that. He was too close to do it in a straight U-turn, but that's okay.
That's all right. It was close.
Discretion's the better part of valor. You don't want to hit the front wall because then you become a YouTube sensation. So, all right. So they're going to get this thing cleaned up. I already hear the cars on the pit lane fired up their engines, and that is a good sign.
Oh, Brian Straczynski noticed my big word of the weekend.
What was it? What was your big word?
Trebuchet.
I don't even know what that means.
It's like a huge. It's like a giant catapult.
All right.
And Brendan would know this because they use this for like the pumpkin tosses and stuff, and I think it's in Pennsylvania where they have that.
Apparently, it's a gamer thing that they would know about.
No.
If I were a gamer.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. The Roman Empire was it's a big war weapon.
Hey, this is a good thing. We're at Portland right now.
Speaking of
May
war
11th. Next weekend, the band, the traveling Super Tour Circus will roll into Mid-Ohio.
Madness.
Yes, madness in Mid-Ohio. And we'll have 3 days of broadcasting from there, qualifying on Friday, and then more qualifying and racing on Saturday and Sunday. And then from there, we'll go to the June sprints, June 6th, 7th, and 8th. And we end the Super Tour season at the end of June at Watkins Glen International. Front straight is clear, Greg.
That's right. Front straight is clear, which means we're going to have cars go heading out off the pit lane here in just a moment. But, Brian, I'm fearful because Aaron Wilson in the chat says that if the West Hills start to disappear, then you have 10 to 15 minutes.
Guess what?
Which way are you facing, Brian? Better yet, which way is our camera facing right now?
I can tell you right now, they're gone.
So if we can no longer see Mount Hood, we're what do they say?
But I will say that happened at lunch, and we still haven't gotten the rain yet. So I don't know that the 15-minute mark is as accurate as everyone likes it to be. So catapult spring-loaded trebuchet, counterweight loaded.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Legendary Racing.
And I think I said this before. Must be a Wisconsinite because it's legendary. DAIRY.
Yes, don't be picking on us, Wisconsinites.
I'm not picking on you at all. I'm just pointing that out for Brendan.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it is. All right, so still 14 minutes 20 seconds left to go on the clock here. That means we'll probably have about 10 laps or so once we go back to green. The stewards do have the option to extend this out a little bit if they choose to. Not sure what their plan will be, but we're going late into the day when we stay on schedule. So I don't imagine we're going to extend this out because we're ending probably close to 5:30 anyway. So.
Hey, and Brian, we've got Kyler Perkins in the chat. He says, never seen a car stop on the front straightaway. Apparently he wasn't here for qualifying this morning.
You should tune into our races more often.
Yeah.
Oh.
So many parallels in more ways than you know. All right.
Not only stop pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that is true.
That's a variation on the theme.
We're the same driver. All right, here is Caleb Schrader directly behind our safety car. John Black, his teammate, with Calvin Harris, Steve Fogg, Taylor Harris, your top five. John Black, yesterday's race winner, a former national champion, and I think he was our second Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 national champion, Brian.
All right. You are
Caleb
Mr. History
Schrader
Book,
yet to win his first.
I'll trust you on that one.
Yeah, I have to double check that, but I'm almost certain that he was the second.
That's right.
This is where I'm sure somebody will help me in the chat.
Yes, someone will pop
for
in.
this. No, probably not.
Yeah. So, all right. Here comes our pace car now through 10 and 11. He will duck onto pit lane, and then they will. The field will be coming down towards the green flag under the control of our race leader at the moment, Caleb Schrader. And Caleb Schrader will wait for that green flag, and then they will go racing here. We'll see if we can get one full lap here under control.
And by the way, John Black, also a two-time national champion in GT3 in a Nissan 350Z. And yes, he was your second Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 national champion. Took the win in 2016 at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Green flag. Oh, we've got much more content here, and we've got its body work all over the front straight. It looks like just the rear end of a car came off.
Yeah,
Car's
we'll see.
Still coming through here. Let's see if we can figure out which one it is.
And I think it's like the fifth or sixth car through, Brian.
Yep.
And looking, there it is, right there.
Yep,
so actually a little bit further back, a little, more like eighth in the field. Let me see if I can pick that out.
And the smoke that we saw through the chicane wasn't smoke. That was everybody going through the oil dry that was put down.
Yeah.
So that I was expecting that.
So Brian, it's the car that's directly behind the orange 27 of EJ Abbott.
Okay.
There, and I think at least at the restart that was JD Barnum in the 28 car. And yeah, I think that matter of fact, I'm almost certain that is the Barnum car, the black and it's like a black and silver, black and white car. We'll check it here. It should be the next car through. Yeah,
Yep,
there you go.
It is right there. I will tell you, I've driven, don't ask me why, but I've driven both these cars with both the front and the rear end off. It's much better to lose the rear of your car than the front body work. So he'll be fine. It'll drive a little weird, but he'll be fine to make it to the end without that body work. There's Caleb Schrader doing a little defensive driving down the front and also probably trying to avoid that piece of body work.
He was the
now
first
that I think about it.
Yeah, he was the first one to see the body work, Brian, and he got it done early.
Oh, look at that. So close.
As one of the last cars through, who was probably one of the first ones to see the body work on the last lap, went and barely avoided it
Right,
here.
he wouldn't have even known that was there unless his team told him as he was coming down. So what I thought was defensive was defensive, but just defending himself.
Yeah, it was exactly. It was defending himself.
All right, so they'll let that thing sit there and they'll cover it with a debris flag. They're going out to get with the. Yeah, as big of a, with all of the field lapped together, Greg, they have the time to go out and move without changing the flag conditions. That's a great job.
Yeah, absolutely, and under green flag conditions. By the way, had Aaron Wilson, who I believe is at the track, or maybe just has better eyes than you or I do, confirming that is indeed J.D. Barnum missing the rear body piece. At least he knows where to go find it when this race is over.
Exactly.
Yeah, and look at that, Brian. As our racers come down the front straight, I don't think we're going to see a caution, and more importantly, I don't think we're going to see any safety workers. No caution there, and that's because our safety workers, and a track where these racers are doing minute 20 laps, we're able to go out, retrieve that big piece of bodywork, and there it is on the outside of the Shelton chicane. We're able to get the track clear in time for our racers here. So great job by our emergency services team.
And we stay green here, 8:45 to go. Caleb Schrader puts down purple lap, 1:23.252. He's got 0.2 of a second lead over John Black. Then you've got Calvin Harris, Steve Fogg, Taylor Harris. That's your top five.
All right, Brian, I think it's about time we make a call to the grid for our next group.
Attention to the paddock, Group 3 cars to the grid, Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, A Sedan. Group 3 to the grid for your race. All right, here we go. It is fast and furious action. They've lost a bunch of the laps of their race, and they're trying to get it done. 3-car pack pulling away. Schrader, Black, and Harris.
I say they've lost a lot of laps. They've lost a lot of body work too here today.
Exactly.
Brian.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw where it was only a 2-car fight for more or less the entirety of our 25-minute sprint. Today we've got Calvin Harris, who just resets fast lap, hanging on to the back of John Black, maybe making things a little bit more difficult for Caleb Schrader and John Black. Certainly gives them something else to think about. And directly behind Steve Fogg and Taylor Harris, I'm sure going to be not fighting one another with only 7 minutes remaining in about maybe 5 laps here left to go, but trying to push up to the top 3 as well.
Exactly. You know, when a 35-minute lap race, Greg, you start to think about managing your tires, but we've essentially turned this into a 12-minute race. No tire management needed. They can just put the pedal on the floor and try to get to the finish line first. 7 minutes to go up front. It's still Schrader, Black, and Harris. They've opened up about a 2-second lead over the fourth place car, Steve Fogg. So they're checking out a little bit.
All right, and Brian, we think that based on where our leader is right now, that they should have 6 laps remaining when they get to the start-finish line. Again, these racers have been lapping in the minute 22 range, so under a minute and a half per lap here. And, as long as they cross the start-finish line before that clock hits 0, they get another lap. So we'll see here as they cross the line. A new fast lap holder is John Black here, as he was only 0.15 of a second back from Caleb Schrader when they crossed the timing stripe. Calvin Harris about 0.2 back from there, but made up a lot of it in the draft and on their braking going into the Shelton chicane. But Brian, as we're looking here, both Steve Fogg and Taylor Harris, they are currently lapping almost a second off of the pace. We've got 2 cars that get together coming out of them. I think more than 2 cars having issues coming out of the Shelton chicane. We've got 2 cars in the dirt on the right-hand side of your screen. We then have another machine who is just now continuing, and I think that's the 130.
Is that Mark Bielanski?
Yeah, I think that's the 197 of Mark Bielanski, the orange and yellow machine that just went through the screen. We'll try and get the numbers on the cars here that are just now coming out. I think we have the 43 car involved of McGuire Dickenhoof. That's the car that just went through the screen, and then there are 2 more cars. So at least 4 cars involved in that incident. And so, Brian, your favorite name of the weekend, having some issues. He was running 14th at the time. He's now going to be towards the tail end of the field, as our leaders are no doubt going to come up to that local caution over at the chicane.
Definitely have a caution for something you can't see from this part of the track, but the next not this camera, but the next camera will show it pretty clearly. Everyone's seeming to get through there just fine right now. There's the 2 cars off to the right on your screen. That's what that local caution was for. Now that they're past that caution, that incident, they can start racing again here.
And as I'm looking at the timing and scoring, Brian, I'm trying to judge as the racers come through timing to see who they might be. We know Bielanski, Dickenhoof. I think it's also Paul Gowdy, in the 127 car.
Yeah, that makes sense looking at the screen.
Yeah, but I'm still and I think the other car is the 77 of Andre Pera. That was also involved. So I think possibly Pera. And we'll see here, because we're showing his Dickenhoof completing lap number 12, but I only showed 3 racers that did not come across the line. Andre Pera, Mark Bielanski, Paul Gowdy, but we saw Bielanski continue past the incident, and I'm wondering. Yeah, and it looks like he made it onto the pit lane and just hasn't crossed the stripe. So that leaves Pera and Gowdy as the 2 drivers that are over there disabled.
All right, looking at the clock, 3:20 to go, so at least 2 more laps here. Now we start thinking about, okay, who's going to go? When are they going to go? conventional wisdom often with Spec Racer 4D is you don't want to be the first place car. Kind of the least advantageous, but if you've got a little bit of a lead like Caleb Schrader has right now and can hold that,
right,
maybe you do want to be the first place car.
Yeah, but yesterday, Brian, when we watched this race unfold between Schrader and John Black, neither racer was able to use the draft and get a pass done until they were into the braking zone for the chicane. They were nowhere near alongside in order to pass for a win on the front straight. And a matter of fact, John Black, when he made his pass, actually made the pass going into the chicane itself. And of course, we've seen some more passes over the course of the weekend coming into turns 9 and 10. You know, it's one of those things where you probably have to plan for making the move at least a lap, maybe 2 laps early.
Yeah, I'm sure they're all working on all of those scenarios in their head, trying to decide what's going to be the best move here.
Well, and Brian, as they come now, we're getting word that our racers will be shown the white flag the next time by. So a little bit less than 2 laps remaining here in this race as Caleb Schrader opens up a bit of a gap now, squares off turn 5 just a little bit compared to John Black. And it looked like Black might have had a little bit of understeer going into turn 5. We'll see if that affects him later on. But Caleb Schrader, just when he needed to, has opened up probably his largest advantage now at about a car length and a half here on both John Black and also Calvin Harris.
Yep, Schrader and Black worked together yesterday, not as much today as it looks like here. Coming in with about a lap and a half to go, Schrader pulls out just a little bit of a lead, but now Black tries to bring that lead back down again. They should get the white flag this time by.
Yeah, and we were getting word from Austin Ripp that the 127 car was not able to make it back to the paddock here as our leaders onto the front straight. And the 21 of Fogg and the 22 of Harris just have not been able to close things down on the leaders. But here you go, Brian, last time into the chicane.
That's Black on the outside, but he now ends up on the inside going through the chicane. He's got to slot in behind Caleb Harris, and while that's happening, Calvin Harris pulls up side by side with Black. That's good news for Caleb. Schrader, let those two race is what he's thinking, so he can try to pull away and take the win.
All right, and a little bit behind in the battle for not the podium between Steve Fogg and Taylor Harris. They pulled side by side coming out of the chicane, and Taylor Harris now moves up in the 4th position. Steve Fogg in the red number 21. He drops now back into 5th.
Here they come out of turn 7, heading into turn 8. This is the little right-hander onto the back straight, and about a 6-car length lead now between 1st and 2nd place. Caleb Schrader is your leader. John Black's in 2nd. We should see them now coming into turn number 10 and 11 for the final time. There is Schrader and Black.
Wow, and that curbing really threw John Black's car around coming out of turn 10 as we've got side by side Taylor Harris and Steve Fogg, and they come together going through turn 11. The car that continues is Taylor Harris in the 22 machine.
Coming to the line. Yesterday it was John Black first, Caleb Schrader second. Today, Caleb Schrader takes the win. John Black will come in second. Calvin Harris will be third. Taylor Harris, after that contact in turn 12, will come in 4th. Graham Wood will finish 5th.
There you go. And then Steve Fogg, he does bring the car across the line, Brian, dropping back to 6th place, but I'm sure that's something the stewards are going to want to look at afterwards. EJ Abbott was holding on for dear life, Brian, at the end of this race. He had Tom Burt, Robert Edmondson, Phil Fogg Jr. as directly behind him. And for the last lap and a half was able to hold those racers off. And after yesterday where he had to retire early, he finishes the race in 7th position, right where he started, but good finish for him. So Burt Edmondson and Phil Fogg Jr. rounding out the top 10.
Well, there you go. What another great race here, even though it was not as much green flag action as we would have liked to. What we did get under the green was pretty fun. So great job for all these drivers. We're going to do a call to grid. And we'll take a short break. There will be a little cleanup left after this race, so
No.
it's probably not going to be the fastest between laps. But stay with us, folks. We got more racing to come. Attention the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid for your race. GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and A Sedan to the grid for your race.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Group 3's up next, GT1, GT2, GTX, Touring 1, Touring 2, and a sedan. And for our starting grid, the man, the myth, the legend, Gregg Ginsberg.
Yeah, Brian, such a myth that I've never seen myself either. All right. As we get underway now with our, what is this, third race of the day? You said that already. Let's take a look at starting order. We had 11 drivers set qualifying times on the pole today in that bright yellow Dodge Challenger. GT1 Pacific Raceway's machine of Jason Fiorito. Qualifying time, 1 minute 12.564. On the outside of the front row, driving the number 12 GT1 Jaguar XKR, the Goodyear machine from Poway, California, it's Michael Lewis. Brad McAllister is our GT2 pole sitter. He's going to start third today. He's driving the number 24 Periodontal Associates Ford Mustang with Taz Harvey. Watching him here for the second time. Actually, I guess it's the first time today. We'll see him a little bit later as well. Taz starts fourth. He's driving the number 43 GT1 Acura NSX GT3 Evo, the Harvey Auto Group Hoosier machine. Then we got Tim Adelson back from the chat in the Victory Circle NASCAR Craig Rodman Racing Twin Tigers Taekwondo machine. He's out of Gig Harbor, Washington. He starts fifth. Ernie Spada is starting sixth today. He's in the number 44 GT1 Porsche GT3 Cup car, with Jam Valdez starting seventh today. He's in the number 27 GT2 Valdez Motorsports BMW E46. Scotty B. White is our Touring 2 pole sitter today. He starts eighth. He's driving the number 0 Night Transport Goodyear Extreme CM. I can't get the rest of it. It's Extreme something, just like Bob, just like Scotty. He will start eighth, starting ninth today. Driving the number 8 Touring 1 Ford Hoosier Hawk Summit Racing Ford Mustang, it's Pratt Cole, with Michael Lowe starting 10th. Michael's our sole American sedan racer. He is driving the M&L Metals Ford Mustang. Then we got Robert Wellington, and we'll see if Robert is in the field. No, for the second day in a row, does not make the race. He was scheduled to start in the number 42 Touring 2 BMW 235 IR.
Green flag is in the air. We're racing here at Portland International Raceway. Ground pounders heading down to turn 1, the big funnel here. Look at that, 3-4 wide, spread out all across the racetrack. Michael Lewis is going to be the first one to make the corner.
And Brian, for the second day in a row, we saw Tim Adelson try to make a move down around the outside, or actually the inside, driver's right on the front straight, and make a late lunge into the chicane. He caught yesterday both Taz Harvey as well as Brad McAllister off, caught them off their game, and had moved up to third to start the race today. I think they were all expecting it. Got kind of held up there. Also, we saw where Jim Valdez had some issues coming through the Shelton chicane. Got a lot of curbing on exit, dropped them back a couple of positions. He now just ahead of the two Mustangs of Pratt Cole, who has gotten around Scotty B. White. Scotty B. White now here. Actually, it looks like, Scotty B. White in the blue Mustang ahead of Pratt Cole.
Yep, here they come through turn 10 and 11 for the first time. That's the Jaguar up front, followed by the Challenger of Jason Fiorito. That's how they come across for the first time.
Yeah, so Michael Lewis getting a good jump on Fiorito to start. I was talking about a couple cars back in the pack, but Michael Lewis, who yesterday in his Jaguar retired with, I believe we had 3 laps remaining in the race, pulled that car over. We saw as he was actually fighting off I think he and Taz Harvey were going at it at the time, Brian, and just something seemed to have broken in the back of that Jaguar over coming into turn 6. So hopefully a little bit better race for him today.
Someone in the chat said, "Let's go beef," and I'm like, "Boy, that sounds like an inside joke." And then they said, "Oh, we didn't make it." Now I put it all together. They were hoping for Robert Wellington.
Yes,
that makes perfect sense now.
That's
I love
that's
that.
Russ. That's Russ Lundberg, RGL Motorsports, who I'm surprised. It's a shame. I thought he might be at the track here today to say hi to you, Brian, as he was a couple years ago Russ originally a flagger out of the off the East Coast in Atlanta, and has been a quarter marshal out where you are now, and getting back into racing. I think he picked up a Formula 600, as a matter of fact.
So yeah.
As Brian, the rain starting to come down again, and with the rain coming down, this is probably the one group of those big, wide monster slicks at the back, with the exception of Taz Harvey's car, maybe, that probably did not want to see this rain come down. But this will be a perfect race for Taz Harvey in that GT3 car, as he fights for a win in GT1 if indeed the rain keeps coming down.
Well, let's see who can keep it on the track and who cannot. We'll see how much rain we get here. The one good news is that these big fat tires can keep some heat in the track, so they might be able to hold off the pain for a few laps if it does start to come down.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage here being in a true GT3 car, much like we've seen with Michael McElhenney's Lamborghini, lots more in the way of aero assistance. I believe also ABS.
That's helpful.
which is helpful, and I think traction control as well. And this is where Brendan will scream in my ear if they don't have traction control. But definitely the lack of horsepower will start to perhaps be an advantage, as we just saw Michael Lewis get very loose coming through turn 5 with his Jaguar, and he's got Fiorito right on the back bumper. And all I can do, Brian, is I can think back to the runoffs that we had actually 2 years in a row in the wet. 2021 in Indianapolis, where Thomas Herb won the GT1 class racing a 911 GT3 Cup car. That his team, the Fall Line Motorsports team, called him in for a pit stop to change to wet weather tires here, and he did it a lap before any of the traditional GT1 cars were able to, and they were just fish out of water, basically, or maybe some animal that can't swim in water. I don't know. As he went to a pretty substantial win, and a year later, 2022, at Virginia International Raceway, when we had when the one above just dumped buckets and buckets of water on VIR for an entire weekend. Tom Herb was in a Mercedes AMG GT3 and just absolutely stomped all the traditional GT1 cars that weekend for a second national championship in a row.
Well, I can tell you, Greg, I'm looking on pit lane right now, and I see people. You know what I don't see?
Tires.
Any rain tires. So
right.
the drivers that are out there they're stuck with what they've got at this point in time. So one umbrella. So
well, there you go.
So here comes Lewis, followed by Fiorito as they come through the chicane, and that's 2 and 3, and now down that little chute to turn 4. And
I was going to say, and it does look like Harvey is lapping a couple tenths faster than the cars ahead right now, but obviously he's got a long way to go to get up to them.
Yep. If it does get more wet, that gap will probably start to get a little bit tighter. Fiorito seems okay being behind Michael Lewis right now. No real need to challenge him at this moment. Still 29 minutes left in this race, so lots of time on the clock. No need to burn up your tires right now. It's okay just to put the pressure on, but there's no need to get around him right now.
No. Hey, Jordan, maybe if we could jump to another quick shot here. Tim Adelson in the black 88 NASCAR machine. I think working, he's got Ernie Spada in the 911, the GT3 Cup car right behind him. Yeah, absolutely. There you go. That is the battle right now for 4th in GT1. And kind of the same deal, Brian. And Ernie Spada right now lapping about the last lap was about a tenth faster than Adelson. But this time by Adelson actually gained back a couple tenths. We had Tim in the chat with us this morning as he had to retire his car early yesterday during the race, and said that a spark plug broke in that I think LS engine. Actually, he told us yesterday what I know it's an iron block, small block. I think it's a Ford motor in that car.
Yeah, a lot of times for the purposes of racing with us, they throw in the crate motor that they use in a lot of the modified series.
Yeah.
And, that makes sense. And those things are usually pretty bulletproof.
And actually, no, maybe it wasn't a Ford motor in that car.
Yeah.
given that it's, I think, a Chevy.
Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, Greg, I just love the sound of these cars when they come flying past you full on. When they hit us, they are 100% on the throttle. They don't lift for another maybe 300 or 400 yards past our little tower here. Actually, our not so little tower here, and it's a thing of beauty to listen to.
I thought you were going to say that the tower was a thing of beauty to see, but there you go. There's a shot of your tower.
I got to tell you, they are, they are the stacked building, but on the inside, they're, nicely carpeted.
They're actually nice.
They're really nice.
Yeah.
So it's you wouldn't know it when you're inside.
All right, so we can see here now is Ernie Spada definitely closing things down on Tim Adelson in the battle for fourth in GT1. As that's going on, Michael Lewis, our overall leader, just put in fastest lap of the race. And Brian, I think Jason Fiorito starting to succumb to some of the pressure of these slightly mixed conditions. Although, remember, Fiorito was one of our drivers who went out in the wet qualifying this morning. But Michael Lewis was 0.7 of a second faster that last time by. And you can see there, that's the difference between Fiorito being right on the gearbox of the Jaguar and being about 4 car lengths back.
If they were to get really wet, I would like to see the Porsche GT3 Cup of Ernie Spada, because that car will do well in the rain if it comes. So he's probably doing a little rain dance.
Yeah, certainly with the engine, right over the rear axle. Taz Harvey, the Acura, it is a mid-engine car. The engine almost dead center in that car. The V6 Acura, as it looks like the rain's starting to come down once again here, or at least maybe picking up just a little bit.
"25 minutes to go in this race." You can see all the dark clouds off to the south there.
Is that where we can't see, and that means it's raining? Okay. All right, as our leaders coming up now on the Ford Mustang of Scotty B. White, our sole Touring 2 racer here today, with Robert Wellington not making the grid.
And now, starting to make our way through the slower cars. That will also be interesting to see how everyone starts to manage that. Little different situation in this race. Oh, look at the big wiggle there from Michael Lewis coming out of the chicane there, or coming through the chicane. That was pretty much a moment there.
Yeah, and you can start to see now, I mean, certainly not trails of water coming off these tires, but even as Scotty B. White has the rear end go around on him coming into turn 4, you're starting to see a little bit of water displaced as these drivers come through. And I believe we have Adelson holds off Ernie Spada. I saw a white car as our leaders had come out of came out of the chicane, that I thought I had seen a white car come out of turn 12, and that was actually Brad McAllister, our GT2 leader. Kind of forgot about him as he's sitting about 8 seconds behind Taz Harvey, sitting about 10 seconds ahead of Tim Adelson. He is literally all by himself right now. Interesting to note here as we watch Pratt Cole, who's a two-time national champion in that T1 Mustang, starting to close things down a little bit here, I think, on some of the cars ahead on Adelson and Spada. And I think Jim Valdez as well. We'll keep watching. I think he got by Jim Valdez. And look at this, Brian, for the second day in a row.
Yeah. I was just going to tell you, we've got a change for the lead. And I wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but now it's clear what's going on. Michael Lewis has pulled off in the chicane, and his day is going to be done.
Yeah, I want to thank him for pulling off where he did in that crossover area. We're going to have the local caution going into the chicane at least for a little while, but hopefully in a couple laps Once our racers have seen this a couple of times, they'll be able to drop that flag. But now, Brian, as the rain continues to close down, there you go, Ernie Spada in the number 44 Porsche, all over the back of Tim Adelson's Chevy Camaro.
Well, and what's interesting here, Greg, is the racetrack is kind of like a paperclip with one end with squiggly stuff. So it's about a 3/4 of a mile from this part of the racetrack where it could be wet to the turn 11, 12 section, which could be dry, which probably is dry at the moment. So you've got half the track is probably damp, while the other half of the track still may be dry, and that's going to be an interesting dynamic here as they come through these final 20 minutes of this race.
All right, so of course that puts Jason Fiorito, who right before Lewis broke, seemingly was starting to have some issues with the wet weather and getting power down, as we do have emergency services teams now responding to the Michael Lewis Jaguar. They're over in the chicane as we watch here this fight. And Brian, this is where you see the difference between the horsepower and Adelson, again, not in a traditional GT1 car, but you saw when he put the power down coming out of turn 12, he opened up, I'd say probably 6 car lengths on Ernie Spada, and when it came down time to get on the brakes for the chicane, Spada was right back to his rear bumper.
All right, 20 minutes to go here, Greg. Let's get some tones.
I can do that.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid for your race. Group 4, Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 6. Well, actually, Formula V and Formula F. Group 4 cars to the grid for your race.
Well, maybe Russ Lundberg would just haul his car down real quick.
Yeah,
and
that'd be great.
Throw it out there. Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
All right, so let's see here as Spada now has lost a little bit of ground to Tim Adelson, if he's able to make it up again under braking. Now, remember, we're going to have emergency services teams down by the chicane, so
right.
They are likely going to be very, very careful under braking.
Yeah, they've got, you see the white flag, that's for the emergency services vehicle, and the waving yellow.
Yep, that is just to the left of this camera. We'll pick it up in the next shot.
Yep.
There they are.
Yep. You can see them trying to get that car a little further tucked away behind the wall is what I'm guessing.
And Boy, I was going to say in the chat, Brian Boy from New York says he loves racing in the rain. I think many of us do, Boy from New York, that is absolutely... I don't know. It's the most nerve-wracking thing I think you can do behind the wheel of a race car. But when you get it right, it feels right. And again, it's probably much more so than in the dry, because every single lap, and I say it so many times, every lap is a reconnaissance lap. Every single lap is an experiment. And it definitely keeps you thinking on your toes, because you are thinking a lot more about car placement than you are normally, and add that to the challenges of looking where your competition is and what your competition is going to do in reaction to you. It's so difficult, but it's so gratifying when you get it right.
So that battle that we're watching right now, Tim Adelson in the Camaro, that Porsche right behind him is Ernie Spada.
And Brian, as I'm checking back in on Fiorito and on Taz Harvey,
right,
the Challenger and the Acura on the last lap was about 2.5 seconds faster than the Challenger. So, maybe we have now hit that point where the lap times are changing. Although now Fiorito, and maybe the last lap was a bit of a misnomer. Fiorito just ran a 2:16.25, but Taz Harvey still a 1/4 of a second faster. So still picking up some time. Harvey's going to end up having to deal with traffic here with, I think, Pratt Cole and also the Valdez car. the BMW, as they come through 4 and 5. Pratt Cole moves over to driver's left to let the faster cars through. Valdez we'll see what Valdez does. I suspect he's going to do the same thing. He's going to move over, and Taz Harvey will come underneath him going into turn 7. Didn't lose a ton of time there, maybe a couple car lengths to Fiorito.
All right, we are at the halfway point of this race, so let's do another call to grid. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll get us to the finish line. Attention the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4, FV, FF, and FV and FF to the grid for your race. Group 4 to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway. Breaking news, Greg. You see the yellow car right there, folks, pulling into the pits. He is being what we call meatball flagged. That is the black flag with the orange dot in the center for mechanical problems. And this one's a tough one, Greg. Jason Fiorito, our leader, he's too loud. We have a sound limit here, and he's beat the sound limit for several laps, and they're bringing him in.
Yeah, absolutely. At Portland and so many other facilities or the SCCA races, there is a sound limit of 103 decibels, and if you cross that limit, if you cross it once, they're going to let you know. If you cross it twice, they're going to give you a warning, and usually 3 strikes and you're out. And that is what's happened to Jason Fiorito. And so next time by, we'll see Taz Harvey in his GT3 Acura. He should go to the lead, and he will be leading GT1 with Tim Adelson moving up in the second. Yeah, there is Taz Harvey right now, and as he's already in the lead, Brian. Right. But as he comes across the line, it'll be official that he has led a lap now as he goes to the top of the order. And Tim Adelson, who's running second in GT1 now, he's third overall. That also moves Brad McAllister in the white GT2 Ford Mustang up to second overall. There's McAllister now just entering the chicane. And then in fourth, and I want to thank Aaron Wilson for correcting us on the spelling, or probably the pronunciation. It is Ernie Spada in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, and I think Aaron may have tried to correct us yesterday, and unfortunately our knowledge of accent marks wasn't so great. So the phonetic spelling was much better here today. Thank you so much, Aaron. Appreciate it. As we're watching now, as Ernie is still trying to find a way around Tim Adelson, as that is now the battle for second in GT1.
Yeah, it's tough luck for Fiorito, but I'll tell you, the Salamis are 103. At some tracks, it's a lot less than that. So
Sure.
It's actually rather generous here at Portland, and which is why I was really surprised when they when they got someone who's over it. And the other thing that's interesting, Greg, is the weather conditions are different today, and that actually affects the sound meters. Yeah.
Yeah, the humidity can play a big part in how well or how not well the sound carries. The meters, I believe, are set at 100. If I remember right, 100 feet from the side of the track surface to do that. And yeah, I mean, for example, Laguna Seca, I think it's 92 or 93 decibels. Also Lime Rock Park. And at Laguna Seca, they have, I think, like 3 or 4 days where they have exceptions to that, where they can go louder, typically for the big race organizations, but everybody else has to adhere to that. Yeah, I was going to say, much like with IMSA, with the Rolex racing at Laguna Seca this weekend, but most other facilities, we have this, and this is the SCCA's way of being a
good neighbor.
A good neighbor to the communities where these tracks reside.
Yeah, and the tracks, negotiate with the local leaders on what that number has to be, and then we come in and we adhere to whatever that number is. So at least we try to, and if you don't, you get a meatball flag.
Yeah, and there you go. You find your race ends early.
Yep. So Taz Harvey, race leader right now, 8-second lead over Brad McAllister, who's in second place, but that car's a GT2 car, so those guys aren't racing. Tim Adelson is in third overall, second GT1. Ernie Spada, your fourth place car on the racetrack, but he's on the podium in GT1 right now with about 10 minutes to go in this race.
And Brian, I was going to mention, because I saw this early on in this race, at some point I'd love to be able to get a shot of the back of Scotty B. White's Mustang, that light blue Mustang, and probably the shot, Jordan, when he goes into turn 4, where we can see the back of the car, because he's headed in. He's coming into the chicane now. So let's watch him here, and I want to use this as we go back and talk about this sound control thing, Brian. Is because you'll notice now as we watch the exhaust pipe on the back of Scotty B. White's car, there is an extension there, and the pipe is actually pointed to driver's right. So essentially, he is directing the exhaust sounds away from where obviously the microphone is set up on the left-hand side of the car, driver's left. So he's directing the sound away from where the microphones are. So there are certain things that racers will do, knowing where that sound control, where that microphone is placed, in order to mitigate the damage.
On my Honda CRX or my Honda Civic, I had the tailpipe cut at the L, and depending on which way the microphone was, I would just flip it and hose clamp it on there. And that's how I would determine which way I was pointing my exhaust, depending on where sound was. So, tricks of the trade right there. Tricks of the trade. Coming up on 8:25 to go here at PIR. We are in our GT Big Bore race right now. With our GT1 cars and GT2, a couple touring cars, a couple A sedan cars. So, and that little BMW without the front splitter just keeps chugging along, Greg.
Yes, it does. So there was a question in the chat from Tom Madsen, and maybe this stands as information for everybody else. Since racers don't read the SUPs, the supplemental regulations.
What are you talking about, Greg?
Sound readings are taken at the exit of turn 12. Okay, so there you go. As you're coming onto the front straight, that is where, and again, they look for cars above 102.99 decibels, and the decibel scale is a logarithmic scale, Brian. So the difference between 101, 102, and 103 decibels, pretty darn loud. I know my CRX with a Borla race XR1 race muffler. Of course, the sound was dumped out underneath the car, would only trip at around 95, 96. So, 103 is loud.
Yes.
They're just loud.
Top 5 right now: Taz Harvey, Brad McAllister, Tim Adelson, Ernie Spada, and Jim Valdez. Scotty B. White's in 6th. Brett Cole is in 7th. Jason Fiorito, he is off the track now and in 8th place overall. Sorry. He'll finish ahead of Michael Lewis, who went out earlier. So that is where they stand right now as we close out the final laps here of this race. Got still 3 races still ahead of us, so don't go anywhere, folks. Lots of fun stuff ahead. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4, Formula V and Formula F cars to the grid. Had a question how do IndyCar and Xfinity cars race here? My guess is, Greg, that there is an exception for a couple races a year, they do it at Laguna Seca. I don't know, but IndyCar is definitely louder than. Well, I think you might be surprised at when those cars come by, whether they are louder. Xfinity probably, but IndyCars, I think they have a different. It's more of a piercing sound than a loud sound, and that also registers different on the dB meter. So,
right.
But yes, Xfinity is very loud. My producer is telling me so.
All I know is that I have my Apple Watch set to remind me, I think, every time something goes over 90 decibels.
Yes.
And every time I'm in the announce booth, it goes off. So thankfully we have headsets covering our ears.
So that when your stomach is telling you that you need to eat again.
Exactly.
Oh, pretty good stuff. There's Scotty B. White. We had just a short glimpse of him. Ernie Spada's been trying like the Dickens to get around that Camaro in front of him and has not been able to get the job done today. These guys have been basically in this position for the last 22 laps.
And Brian, did you notice as Tim Adelson was coming out of turn 12, the amount of compression that we're seeing from the left front as the car was essentially not like going through the Sunset Bend at Sebring, but the front end was really kind of skittering. And I think Tim's got a much more softly sprung car, certainly, than the Porsche there, and probably helping in order to get a little bit more bite out of the front wheels and to get that car to turn in and kind of counteracting the extra horsepower that he has at the back end of the car. But it's so different watching it come through that corner than, say, the Porsche directly behind.
Well, and a lot of these drivers probably had to make some decisions about how to set up the car with the idea of it raining. And it's really easy to switch from wet tires to dry tires at the last minute, but to switch springs and all that kind of stuff. So he may have softened the car up because he thought it was going to be wet.
Maybe.
And that is why you're seeing that yaw at the front of the car. And because that's not something you can switch really, really quickly, putting springs on the front of the car.
Making spring change. I mean, typically what you're doing is you're either softening up if you've got a speedway bar, a sway bar, you're going and softening up the sway bar, or even disconnecting the sway bar altogether, which can have the same effect, certainly, by softening up the car and making it perhaps a little bit more neutral and allow the car to roll quite a bit more, to dig those tires into the pavement just a little bit more. Of course, sitting up at the top of the order right now, Taz Harvey, and Harvey continues even with the damp to get faster. Brian, that last, we remember when he was tracking down Fiorito and pardon me, Michael Lewis. Oh wow, Brian, did we even notice a checkered flag? They actually hit the lap limit.
Laps.
Yeah, we went to the 20-lap limit. Checkered flag in the air for Taz Harvey, and he doesn't reset fast lap on the last lap, but caught us off guard. Brad McAllister right behind who finished second overall. So Harvey taking the win in GT1. Brad McAllister, your winner in GT2, finishes second overall. And here comes the battle, Brian, for second in GT1.
Here they come out of turn 12. Who's going to get it? Right there. That's about as close as the Porsche has been over the last couple of laps. He's going to try to. I don't think he's going to win the drag race, though. That big.
He hasn't yet.
No. And you can see he pulled away at the end. So second place at GT1 goes to Tim Adelson. Third place, still on the podium, Ernie Spada.
All right, so there you go. Jim Valdez will finish second in GT2, fifth overall. Scotty B. White, your sole racer in T2, will finish sixth overall. Pratt Cole, your sole racer in T1, will finish seventh overall. Jason Fiorito retires after 15 laps. He's marked as in eighth position. And Michael Lewis, who only completes 9 laps, will be marked as finishing in 10th. Finishing in 9th. My apologies. Michael Lowe, our American stand racer, and of course Robert Wellington in Touring 2 did not take the green.
All right, let's bang the tones one more time. We'll take a break. We'll be back for our next race in just a few minutes.
Bang.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Formula V, Formula F to the grid. Formula V, Formula F to the grid for your race. We'll be right back, everybody.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Jordan Worth is tickling the ivories in Charlotte, making sure the right camera is up at the right time.
Playing Tchaikovsky for us, Brian. Yes.
Playing Tchaikovsky, exactly, exactly. And then we've got Brendan Kazmarek here, making sure the pictures look good, and we are ready for Formula V and Formula F. And our starting grids, we go to Gregg 5G Ginsberg.
All right, Brian, and also making his way from the chat to your TV screen or your monitor, whatever it may be, or your phone. Quinn Posner, your pole sitter today out of Camas, Washington in the Posner Law Office PC Protoform P3. He's your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:31.763. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 107, Ron Chuck Engineering Protoform P4 from Brooklyn, New York. It's Gavin Sweeney. Marjorie Lundberg will start third today, and Russ says no relation. She will start third. She's driving the number 24, Jurassic Peck Farms Caracol. She's from Beaverton, Oregon, with Robert Posner starting fourth. Robert is in the number 4 Protoform P2. He's out of Belleville, Washington. And then, Brian, let me go back to my spelling here. There we go. All right. Starting fifth today, driving the number 37 Formula F Honda-powered Crossley, it is Mike Tritico. Did I get it right?
Yes, you got it.
All right, there you go. I'm going to mess that up 6 more times today. And starting sixth on the field today.
You got the first name wrong, but you got the last name right. It's Patrick Tritico. Not Mike Tirico.
Not Mike Tirico. Jeez, somebody shoot me today. Gosh. All right, and starting sixth, he is not Canadian. He is Californian from Windsor, California, driving the Ron Chuck Engineering Dart 2, the number 89 car of Mace German.
Wheels are rolling off the train right now, folks. All right, here they come down to the line. Green flag in the air. We are racing Formula V's and Formula F here for this 25 or 35-minute race. We'll probably go to time on this one.
Oh, big brake lock up there, Brian, from Gavin Sweeney.
That slots him into second place, right behind Quinn Posner. And then Marjorie Lundberg slots into third right now, very similar to what we saw yesterday early in this race.
That's right. And then we've got Robert Posner and Mace German with our Formula F machine of Patrick Tritico, picking up the rear. Nicely let all the Formula F machines by. Patrick was one of our sole racers that was out in this group for qualifying this morning, and I think he went out with the hopes of getting some wet weather practice in, Brian, but just as Group 5 started to go out for their qualifying, the rain stopped falling and the track started to dry out. So this might be very different conditions, and I said when we wrapped up qualifying this morning that I thought our first race groups, that all of our race groups would find very different conditions than what they saw in qualifying. And the track now starting to definitely look somewhat damp here for our Formula V racers and our Formula F racer.
Yep, and I'm guessing that at this point everybody did go out on dry tires here, and these wheels harder to change tires on because they got 5 lug nuts, so it's not a quick switch here. Here they come across the line, and at the line it was Quinn Posner in first. Gavin Sweeney was ducking out to get around.
He gets the pass. He gets the pass done going into the chicane, Brian. And as they were side by side going down the front straight, put a big hole in the air for Marjorie Lundberg to make up some of the ground that she may have lost earlier on in the lap. Now we saw yesterday, and it was a great 2-car battle. As now we see Quinn Posner trying to poke underneath Sweeney coming into turn 5. Yesterday it was a draft game. And what we saw was, first off, Gavin Sweeney made a couple of beautiful passes here on the back straight, coming out of turn 8, heading down towards the 9 and 10 little chicane, little switchback at the end of this back straight. But on the front straight, he was never able to make a draft pass and get past Quinn Posner before they got to the start-finish line. He tried a couple of times, could not get it done, but in the inverse, we saw Quinn Posner do it about mid-race, and more importantly, on the very last lap, was able to draft past Gavin Sweeney to take the win. And the margin of victory between the two racers, which of course I don't have here now, was somewhere around 1/10 of a second, if I remember correctly. I think it was like 107 thousandths here, as we see now the Posner car getting back around Sweeney.
Yep. So at the line, it was Posner, then Sweeney, but Sweeney didn't try to get out and around this time. This time he was okay with staying right there. And also, much like yesterday, Marjorie Lundberg trying to keep in the draft, but the draft just slowly pulled away yesterday.
Yeah, well,
it seems like it's happening again today.
Yeah, Brian, and she also had a bit of a mistake yesterday, that she had lost the rear end of the car going into turn 7 at one point, and came to a full stop, and she was able to maintain, because of the margin that she had to both German and Robert Posner, was able to hold on to third position. But she had, and by the time that had happened, she had fallen completely out of the draft, and I think ended up probably around 40 at the end of the race, probably around 20 seconds back from our two leaders. But Brian, the rain really started to pick up here for these racers, and so if she did, or well, if any of these racers, if all these racers went out on the dry weather tires, it probably isn't going to be much of an issue now, but it will be. Well, wow, look at those winds, Brian.
Yeah, I was just in Ashley Vaughn in the chat. She said, wow, you can hear the wind on the turn 12 camera. Now I'm looking at it, and it's actually, I can see it on the trees across the front straight from me, so it's definitely picking up. Rain just started to fall here on the front straight. You can actually see it on the shutter on our cameras on that shot. So we'll see how sketchy this gets. And rain can be the great equalizer. If one of the cars not quite up front is a little better, they can take advantage of that situation. And of course, the footprint on these tires is so tiny because they're so skinny that it's hard to keep these cars on the racetrack when it starts to get wet.
Yeah, not a lot of contact area there for these tires, but so far a bit of a dry line. Now, what we are seeing from both of our leaders, as well as from Marjorie Lundberg, is that they are trying to keep the cars maybe a quarter to a half a car width away from the curbing, off of the true dry line through some of the corners here, hoping to find maybe just a little bit of extra grip without having to wander too far off that line and maybe risk getting into the marbles that may still be out there from all the other race groups that have run today with much bigger and wider rubber. And we can see there, even looking at this shot here, as Sweeney goes off coming out of turn number 10, and I think Brian, he may have just gotten a lot of the curbing there, the red and white curbing, and as it gets more wet, one of the other reasons for avoiding the curbs and moving away is these painted areas start to become very, very slick when they get wet, and look how far off he ended up. Now, there is a big area of pavement out there where he's now rejoining a crossover road there as he comes back onto the surface, but wow, he ended up way out there. And so that's going to move Marjorie Lundberg now up into second, and Marjorie, she's not going to have Sweeney and Posner side by side to put a bigger hole in the air. She's going to have to just work through the wet and try to catch up ground. Oh wow, as our leader goes off, Brian, or is that Lundberg?
That is our lead.
That's Marjorie Lundberg.
Yeah,
that's Marjorie Lundberg, who just spun off at the entrance to turn number 4, and so now she's going to lose a spot. That's going to move Mace German up to probably up to second in the number 89 car.
Yep. Now we just wait to see who might come off next off the racetrack, because it is getting to be tricky conditions out there. Looking down onto the front straight here onto pit lane, there's no teams with tires at the ready here either. So, you know, we talked about how much fun it can be in the rain. It's fun if you're on the right tires.
Yes.
If you're not, it is not fun at all. So I don't
No.
think anybody's having a good time right now.
No, probably not. Not at all. Yeah. So so now Marjorie Lundberg finds herself back in third position. We'll see here as our leader, Quinn Posner, passes Patrick Tritico there to put Tritico down a lap. Tritico, again, our sole Formula F racer.
So what's interesting is that Tritico car. Anybody who's from the Northeast will recognize that race car. That was Mike Rand's old Formula Ford.
Okay.
And it's got a lot of history and a lot of lineage. So if you spent time at Lime Rock Park or up in the Northeast back in the 90s, that car is really, really familiar to you. And he bought it not from Mike, but the owner between him and Mike, and brought it out here to the West Coast. And I was talking with Patrick during the lunch break, and I don't know. He says he's not sure how many years he's got left to race this car, but he's having fun racing it with it is. And it's one of those older cars. There's no side protection. It's an old school Formula Ford.
Yeah.
But it has the Honda motor in it, which is interesting.
So Quinn Posner now all by himself, Brian.
Yep.
Nobody in the draft, and this is where, as a racer, you are. You are basically in your own head, and you have to just keep your focus here and make sure that you don't mess up. And again, and perhaps probably the best thing going, Brian, is that it is wet and it is in the rain. And his awareness levels are going to be up, that he knows he can't get complacent because of the changing conditions than if it was dry. But it was also very interesting as we watched Posner come down under braking going into turn one, into the chicane, and the difference, again, between a very quick Formula V that had just lapped that the Formula Ford, is that we saw Posner come down almost center of track to set up for braking for the chicane, a couple of car lengths over from the wall, versus watching Tritico, who stayed right up along the wall. And the reason that Posner would have been doing that was in order to have more grip, that there wouldn't be, we always see it on the starts, but you're not going to see racers. And here's another one coming down. There's Marjorie Lundberg, who's got a lot of seat time here at Portland. That is over from where that dry line, that lighter pavement was, and it's because the surface isn't polished down nearly as much, and there's actually more grip there for the racers than if they were all the way over along the wall at the normal turn-in spot. As we watch now a battle, and this is, I believe, that this is Gavin Sweeney trying to get around Robert Posner, Brian, to move up in the fourth position. He gets that pass done.
Well, and the bizarro world that is Portland weather, the sun is now out on the front straight. So it's just ever-changing weather conditions here, and it is pretty crazy at the moment. Quinn Posner able to open up a 21-second lead. That's both good news and bad news, but mostly good news, because now he can kind of tiptoe, doesn't really have to push it, while all these other drivers, if they want to try to catch him, really going to have to try to find the fast way to drive in these conditions.
Yeah, and Brian, we should now point out here, and the pass was made coming out of turn 7. Marjorie Lundberg has gotten around Mace German, so move her back into second position.
All right.
Move German now back down into third. And as they come down the front straight, we'll see the delta between first and second, and that delta now 26 seconds, almost a half minute, from Quinn Posner back to our new second place racer, Marjorie Lundberg.
Well, and keep your eye on Gavin Sweeney. He just turned a lap of 1:37.8, so he is on the move also. That is 3 seconds a lap, 4 seconds a lap faster than Mace German. So he was going to have German in his sights probably before even the end of this lap. Here they come now through turn number 4, big sweeping right-hander. Yeah, but he has certainly found some grip, and he's found a way to make his tires work right now. And the only car on the racetrack faster than him right now is Quinn Posner.
Yeah, and Brian, just as you said, you thought the sun was starting to come out. It looks like this section of the track now no rain.
Yep.
So we'll continue to watch this. What are the temperatures? Are they still right around 60 degrees or so out there? I think.
Well, let me pull up the thing, and the thing
58. So, it may take a while for the track to dry out there, even with the sun, especially as it's kind of the later day sun there now. About 2:45 in the afternoon as the sun is, well, it's not starting to set at this point this early, but still a little early-ish in the day. But likely not going to see it dry out all that quickly. But
Sweeney has gotten around Mace German, so now the sight's set on Marjorie Lundberg here. His fast lap now faster even than Quinn Posner with a 1:34.599.
And if we compare those times, Brian, to yesterday's dry race, and again that drag out battle between Posner and Sweeney, they were both lapping in the 1:32.2 range.
Okay.
So I mean that gives us an idea of where we are pace wise compared to yesterday. Now we should also mention that of course those two drivers were using the draft for, I think, every single lap of the race, which was one of the reasons why Marjorie Lundberg, the best I think she was able to manage was almost 4/10 off of 1:32.6, and that was set I think on lap number 2 or lap number 3 when she was still there with the leaders. But I think at this point again with almost a half-minute advantage, Quinn Posner doesn't want to sit back and relax, but he has a very nice buffer at this point with 20 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yep, but Sweeney has now gotten around Marjorie Lundberg, so now he is back into second place. Again, you said it though, a huge gap back up to the first place. So, and Lundberg could not stick with him so that they could work together and draft their way back up to first place. So, you make the decision to kind of drive on by, and if you know that competitor doesn't have what it takes today anyway to stay with the draft, you just have to go ahead and try to make up as much time as you can.
Yeah, she's trying, and even losing, you could see how much ground she loses, about a car length just coming into the chicane. And normally, if you think slow in, fast out, you'd think if maybe Sweeney entered the chicane maybe a little bit quicker, than Lundberg would be able to make it up on exit, and she isn't. As a matter of fact, even here through the sweeper coming through turn 4, heading to turn 5, where Sweeney, although the rear end steps out on him a little bit, Sweeney opens up 2 more car lengths just in that complex alone.
Yep. 19 minutes to go in this race. We will likely not get to the 25 lap mark here, so we'll probably be on time. We're gonna have 2 more races to go after this one, so don't go anywhere, folks. If you're watching, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, hit that bell so you get alerts when we are coming up next for our broadcasts. So, Mr. Jordan, do you have a picture you can pop up there for our another Mother's Day tribute, kind of? This was taken yesterday. Now, I'm not certain how many of these ladies are mothers, but this is part of the Women on Track initiative with the SCCA, and these are all of the workers, or many of the workers and the drivers who are here racing this weekend. And there's even one of the pets in the picture there as well. But yeah, just a beautiful display of tribute and honor for all of the ladies who are here. These races would not happen without our female workers who are behind the scenes in many cases, doing all the hard work to allow us to do the racing that we love. So a big thank you to all of them. If they are moms, happy Mother's Day to you as well. And of course, we wish everybody at home who's a mom a happy Mother's Day today as well. 17 and a half minutes to go. We're at the halfway mark, so let's hit the tones and take a break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 to the grid for our race. STU, GT3U, T3, T4, and STL. Group 5 to the grid for our race.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
The 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway, round number 6 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Rounds number 6 and 7. I'm sorry, 5 and 6. I don't know. Anyway, next up, Mid-Ohio, next weekend. And then following that, a couple of weeks off before we head to Road America for the June Sprints. Very special format this year at the June Sprints. And then Watkins Glen International for our final race of the year. That is coming up June 27th and 28th and 29th. My birthday weekend. Greg will be up in beautiful Finger Lakes, New York, while I am home in California calling the races.
Eating birthday cake.
From the man cave. Birthday brownies. I don't do cake.
Ooh. But there'll be candles, right?
They don't make enough candles. They stop.
We're gonna have the fire department on call.
Yeah, they can't import that many candles anymore with the tariffs. So
oh yeah.
So we're gonna have no candles on my brownies this year.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Look
Brian,
at how wide.
This was a question that Brendan and I were contemplating yesterday, because you count each weekend here as each day of a race weekend as a separate round.
Yes.
How are you counting the June Sprints?
Let's not stir that pot this afternoon. Because I have yet to decide how we're going to count.
How you're going to refer to that? I'll let you figure that out, since I'm not going to be calling that weekend.
Yeah. I may skip over it that weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
Skip over it altogether. All right, we got 12 minutes, 50 seconds to go here at Portland International Raceway here, and it is we're just kind of lumbering along here. Our race leader, Quinn Posner, he's got a 26-second lead, and that's even with Gavin Sweeney, the second-place car, dropping down fast laps. He's the purple fast lap car right now, a 1:32.829 just put down. So he's the fastest car on the racetrack, but with that big lead, Posner's not really having much to worry about as long as he can keep the car between the white lines.
Well, and he does in that regard right there, Brian.
Yeah,
and
perfectly between the white lines.
Exactly. And we'll see when Sweeney comes across the line what the margin is. But even if he's knocking, a full second off and we're down to 25.8 seconds delta between the two drivers, I would say that gives us, if we had another 35 minutes to race, then I think it would be close. But unfortunately, we only have another 12 minutes left to go.
All
As
right.
there's Sweeney coming through the chicane.
As I say, we just had a shot there of Patrick Tritico in his Honda Crosley Formula F car. So you were wondering how they actually have created a bonnet for that Honda to fit underneath it. So the valve covers on the Honda pop up through the bonnet.
Right.
On that car. So it's an interesting. I stopped by to look at it. It was pretty cool.
Well, and that's what I was wondering yesterday. And somebody put in the chat that the Honda's a lower profile than the Ford motor, and actually the intake manifold that was created for this conversion kit, it almost seemingly it doesn't loop completely over the valve cover. But it rises up and it does make for a very tall engine, and I think a much taller engine than the Fords. And you kind of see that with some of the other chassis that I know a lot of teams have been running the Spectrum chassis in Formula F, and that has a very, very tall rear cowling.
Also, Frank's back asking about in the last race about the Norma. I could not find the car in the paddock during lunch. I did go looking, but I did look it up, and at one point the Norma had a Honda in it, and I don't know if that's what's in it now. So there's the best answer I have for you, Frank. There is Quinn Posner coming through right now, again working a 25-second lead here. Over Gavin Sweeney, 10 minutes to go in this race. Let's do another call to grid, Greg, while we're at it.
All right, Brian.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid. 4-year race. STU, GT3U, T3, T4, and STL. Group 5 cars to the grid. And there is that Crosley with the Honda Power as it came through there.
Yeah, and I can't wait, Brian. I'm going to see a lot more of those Crosley 35s, most likely with a Ford Kent motor in them next week at Summit Point for the Jefferson 500, where there every year is a very, very large Formula Ford gathering. I think last year we had somewhere along the lines of 40 or 50 Formula Fords, and from all the different generations, from the from the late 70s, early 80s, all the way up through the latest chassis that you have.
Well, and that's also why we have often lesser car counts here in Formula F, is because a lot of these cars are 20, 30 years old, and they've decided to take up vintage racing. So,
exactly.
We have a huge Formula F. Well, here when it's vintage racing, it's Formula Ford. They don't let the Hondas in, but a huge Formula Ford contingent here on the West Coast with some names you'd recognize. Dennis Firestone comes out, former IndyCar driver. He drives a Formula Ford in vintage racing out here on a regular basis. So it's still very popular in lots of areas.
Yeah, and want to thank Russ. He's got it right. It's an L15A7. It's a 1.5 liter motor. Sorry, Carl. It's up. No, not one to 1.3 cylinder. It's actually a 4-cylinder inline 4 as opposed to the 1.6 liter model.
Correct.
The 1.6 liter, not Honda model, the Kent Ford motor that you find in these.
Now, dropping another purple lap, Gavin Sweeney now down to a 132.6. So he is about 0.8 of a second faster than the first place car, but just not enough time left on the clock to catch up. Quinn Posner is just a nice Sunday drive here in Portland through the park. Audrey Lundberg remains our third place car. Mace German in fourth. Robert Posner in fifth. And Patrick Tritico is the lone Formula F on the track, having a good time as well. He's out of Welch's, Oregon. Gavin Sweeney out of Brooklyn, New York. I don't know if he towed out here or if he lives out here now and just still claims Brooklyn home.
Right. Yeah, I think we were talking a little bit about that yesterday.
Yeah.
If he did, I mean, it's obviously the longest tow that we've seen this weekend.
That's true. That's true. So.
Hey, okay, Brian.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Ashley jumping in that apparently she has to. She said she has to go adult. Yeah, I got to go do adult stuff on a Sunday evening. So thanks for joining us, Ashley. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us for all the coverage. Don't forget, next weekend at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, you can join us for that as well.
Yep. And tune in this week for Inside the SCCA. We've got Luke Pullen as our guest, our Super Tour Ohio preview program. And he's a driver who's coming
British
over from Britain to race in the SCCA this year. And just a wonderful conversation, a great young guy. And his story is very compelling, and talking about why he decided to come over here to go racing rather than stay in Europe. All good stuff, so you won't want to miss that. That'll be up on Tuesday morning is when it comes down. So we also have another podcast coming up in the following week. It's going to be about the SCCA driving experience, or race experience.
John Krolwitz's going to be your guest by chance?
John Krolwitz will be my guest for that. And he and I had another great conversation. He's got a great, fascinating background as well.
Oh my gosh. So much, speaking of Formula Ford and Formula Continental, and he is an amazing person to talk to. Actually, I had him last weekend for the Sark Mars Challenge. He was one of the race directors as the North Carolina region ran a CRE event or a CRE session. And he actually was sharing a race car with Lee Hill, a Spec Racer Ford, for the event as well. But yeah, John's a great guy, and one a great racer, very, very knowledgeable. One of the folks that had a lot to do with, as I come from, I spent a lot of time with the SCCA's National Time Trials program, was instrumental in building up the rule set for the National Time Trials program, and just a great, great individual.
Yeah, so those two fascinating conversations, you won't want to miss them inside the SCCA on the Racing Network. So Don Manthe pops on the chat here. Gavin lives in New York, but he keeps his car out west at Redwood City. And it's prepared and maintained by Ron Chuck. And Ron Chuck is an absolute Formula V legend out here on the West Coast. He's been doing it since, I think, before Volkswagen was a Volkswagen. And really, really talented car preparer and engine builder and everything. So that may explain why this car is so fast. So, that explains that. Thank you to the associate producers in the chat, always keeping us honest, filling us in with some great 411. If you are watching and you have not liked and subscribed, what are you waiting for? Now would be the time to do that. Hit the like button, subscribe, hit the bell so you know when we're coming. We love to have you, and all of that helps not just you remember when the next race is. More followers means we get better algorithm hits and more people find the SCCA, and that's what we're looking for here. If you're looking for more information on how to get involved with the SCCA, go to scca.com. And you can check out all of the action on all the different things that the SCCA does besides road racing. There's road rally. We've talked about driving experience. There's autocross. There's an autocross going on here this weekend at the same time.
Yes.
On the autocross pad on the outside of the racetrack. We've got Track Night in America, which is also pretty awesome. And you can check that out, tracknightinamerica.com. If you are from this area, Oregon region, and you want to get involved, the Oregon region has their own webpage with a bunch of contact information. So check them out as well. Lots of ways to come play with cars. and we would have fun with you coming out to join us as well. We like having you in the watching us on the stream, guys, and gals, but coming out here, even more fun. So come out and do that.
And Brian, as you mentioned, the Oregon Region SCCA did mention the URL, but if you want to go to OregonSCCA.com, that is how you will find them.
I didn't know the URL, so that's why we work so good together.
I was going to say that's why I'm
Greg,
here.
You complete me.
I complete your thoughts. Yes.
All right, 2 minutes.
Unfortunately, nobody completes mine because I don't give them enough to work with.
There you go. Quinn Posner now, it's only a 22-second lead. Gavin Sweeney just taking a little chunk out every single lap, but not enough time left for him to get caught up. Right now, your top 5, it's Posner, Quinn Posner. Then you've got Gavin Sweeney, Marjorie Lundberg, Mace German, Robert Posner, and then our 1 car in Formula F is Patrick Tritico.
All right, so our leader now coming through turn 12 and onto the front straight, Brian, when he crosses the line, we'll have just about a minute 40 remaining on the clock. So probably 2 more laps to go here.
Well, they did not give him the white flag.
Right.
So I guess you are right.
Yep, white flag next time by, and just got that from our timing team here. His clock winding down, and we'll see what that delta is in just a moment. But Quinn has had a very quiet race since I think lap number 4. When Gavin Sweeney had his off over at turn 11, and it's been the Quinn Posner show ever since. So unfortunately, that great race, and I think that's why Ashley checked out early. Ashley all day had been pining for a repeat of yesterday's battle between Quinn Posner and Gavin Sweeney, maybe with a little Marjorie Lundberg thrown in for good measure, and well, unfortunately, it just didn't materialize today.
That's right. You know, rarely are wins in Formula V easy. Like we saw yesterday was not an easy win in Formula V, but this is about as easy as you are ever going to get for Quinn Posner as he comes through here for the final few corners, trying to get it done here and win as he comes now into turn 11 through turn 12 onto the main straight here. He's got about a 1/8 of a mile to get to the checkered flag here. That is Quinn Posner. He won on Saturday. I'm sorry. White flag. I'm getting ahead of myself, Greg.
Yeah, yes, you are, Brian. When we said 2 laps last time, that means 1 lap now. So Quinn Posner, who is right in front of us there coming in the Shelton Chicane, the former festival curves, he will be starting his last lap. So a little bit less than 2 miles. Well, even if he's at the start-finish line, it's always a little less than 2 miles. I think like 1.976 something miles. It's like formulating pi. But Posner on his last lap.
Posner on his last lap, turn 5, a few corners to go here. This will probably be the easiest win of his Formula V career. All he had to do was manage the first couple of laps with a little bit of moisture on the racetrack. Now it's dried out again, sun beating down from above on this racetrack.
Yeah, and the trees are no longer canted at a 45-degree angle, Brian. So maybe the storm has passed. Hey, I can even see beyond the trees here. So according to our weather guesser, who was it, Rolf? I think we're good to go.
All right. All right, let's try this again. Quinn Posner coming through turn 11 and 12 for the final time. He won the race on Saturday. He has got an 1/8 of a mile to win the race on Sunday. There is nothing but clear track ahead of him as he comes to the line. Here he comes. It's the white car, green checkered flag in the air. Quinn Posner back-to-back wins in Portland.
There you go. Good thing that we had that entire piece pre-recorded, Brian.
Exactly. I just hit play again.
All right. As Mace German's going to cross the line, a lap down, and there he is finishing second today, again for the second day in a row. Today, not quite as close as he wanted it to be. Gavin Sweeney in the 107 machine from Brooklyn. He will finish on the second step of the podium, and Marjorie Lundberg should bring her car home in third. And I think Lundberg was the driver that we saw cross the line just at. Oh, there's Marjorie.
Here she is. To the podium yesterday. Quinn.
Oh, no, that's Tritico, actually.
Okay,
who's our,
here is Lundberg.
Right.
Okay, we'll get
Can
it
we
right.
rewind and redo this part too?
Quinn Posner, Gavin Sweeney, Marjorie Lundberg. The podium yesterday looks a lot like the podium today, folks. Same bat channel, same bat time. Posner, Sweeney, Lundberg, your top three.
All right, Brian, let's make a call to the grid, final call to the grid for our next race group.
Attention the paddock, Group 5 to the grid. Group 5, SDU, GT3U, T3, T4, and STL. Group 5 to the grid for your race.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
back here at Portland International Raceway. 2 races to go here. This is going to be fun here. STU, GT3U, T3, T4, and STL. With our race starting lineup, we've got Gregg Ginsberg.
Thank you, Brian. All right, going to have another split start here with our first group. It's our GT3U, STU, and STL racers behind that beautiful Dodge Neon SRT pace car. And then we'll have our Touring 3 and Touring 4 cars behind the second pace car, just now setting up at the end of the pit lane. In the entire group, 29 drivers set qualifying times. I'm going to give you the top 8 from each group here. Yes. So starting on pole today in our GT3, STU, and STL group is Taz Harvey in the Harvey Auto Group Honda Civic TCR qualifying time 123.515. Rylan Hazelton will start to his left. Rylan's driving the number 49 Driving Ambition Honda S2000. On row number 2, it's going to be Tom Van Veen in the number 69 Redline Oil Hoosier M Factory Neo Flow Engines Honda Civic SI. Cameron Wagner will start 4th. He's in the number 99 STU NorCal Hobbies AR Motorsports Porsche Boxster. Tony Rivera in the GT3U Mazda RX-3 from Oceanside, California will start 5th, with Amy Mills, our STL pole sitter, starting 7th today. Starting 6th. She's in the number 114 Flat Out Motorsports Mazda Miata. John Davies will start 7th. He's in the number 67 STL Columbia River Insurance Mazda Miata. And starting 8th in our first group, driving the number 27 STL Mazda MX-5 from Clovis, California, Jared Korth. Now, if we take a look at our Touring 3 and Touring 4 drivers, starting on pole today, driving the number 5 Touring 3 Fabtech Nissan 370Z from Yakima, Washington, it's Chris Hart. Scotty B. White's going to start on the outside of the front row. He's driving the number 0 Night Transport Goodyear Extreme something. Ford Mustang. No, like I said, he starts 2nd. Starting 3rd today, Chris Johnson. He's driving the number 23 Touring 3 Racer on Rails BMW, and he's from Boise, Idaho. As our first group, Brian, gets the green flag. We'll run down more of those other starters here in just a moment.
That's right. Green flag in the air. Here they come down the line for the first time. And wow, 3 wide in the back, and this could become not too much fun when they get to the funnel that is turn 1. Here they come, side by side.
And Tony Rivera getting a great start there,
Yep.
Brian. I think he got past both Cameron Wagner and Tom Van Veen, and he goes through the chicane side by side, or actually right behind Taz Harvey. Side by side, though, with Rylan Hazelton is Tom Van Veen in the Civic as he gets around STU pole sitter Rylan, and yesterday's winner, Rylan Hazelton, is our second group now, Brian, setting for the start.
Green flag in the air for this group as well. Chris Hart leading him to the line. Scotty B. White right next to him in the blue Mustang. As they head now down towards turn 1 for the Scotty got a great start there as he goes into turn 1 first. Chris Hart in 2nd. If you remember yesterday, they battled it out for many, many laps until Chris Hart had some problems.
Yeah, indeed, as the Nissan had some issues, broke, and Scotty B. White takes the win in Touring 4 yesterday. David Oram, who started 4th in the field in that light blue BMW Z4, getting a good start as well. He now sits ahead of Chris Johnson in the BMW, and their great field afterwards. We had Oscar Jackson in Touring 4, our pole sitter in Touring 4, the number 96 machine, scheduled to start 5th in this group, and I think he is in, I believe that's the black machine right there, with Nikki Etherington and her Easy Racing Mazda Miata starting in 6th.
All right, joining us in the booth again today, like yesterday, now he's the back-to-back E-Production race winner. Austin Bradshaw is here doing a little guest commentary with us. And Austin, a great race today. You had different weather conditions. Now it's a bright sunny day.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. Obviously some passing showers in the area, but we're getting lucky out here at the track today. Fortunate for everybody who wanted dry weather. I don't know if that's the case for anybody with front-wheel drive out there, because I heard them praying for rain down there. But
yes.
yeah, we got treated to some nice weather this afternoon, surprisingly.
All right, look, we got a new race leader now, Tony Rivera. Taz Harvey the 1-2 punch, but Rivera is already opening up. Look at that lead already, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. Well, there you go. It's the rear-wheel drive machine jumping to the lead, getting around the front-wheel drive Civic Type R here. I talked about how good these RX-3s are in the wet, but Rivera obviously had a great start and was able to jump ahead of the Civic Type R. And Ryland Hazelton in STU now getting back around Tom Van Veen. And a great start here also for the Porsche Boxster. Cameron Wagner running third in STU. Obviously, though, just a little bit off the pace of the two Hondas directly ahead. But he has definitely separated himself out from the cars behind, all STL cars, I should add.
Taking a quick look at our touring field. I get my timing and scoring grid to move on me. There we go. At the front right now, Scotty B. White, Chris Hart right behind him, 0.3 of a second. Then David Oram following in third place, looking at T4. We got Oscar Jackson, Christina Etherington, and Tony Karatsus. That's your top three in T4.
Looks like we've got a good battle going on up front in STL. Roldan de Guzman is started further up front today, it looks like, in STL, and he's chasing down John Davies, who ended up getting the win yesterday in STL. So good start for him. Looks like he's side by side going into 7 with one of the SMX cars who's double dipping in STL. I don't know if that's Jared Korth, I think, in that car.
Yeah, I think that is Jared Korth that's right there with them here, Mr. Bradshaw, as they come out of the little switchback over at turn 8 and onto the back straight. Of course, Davies, also one of our SMX drivers who's doing double duty today in STL. Here as he's opened up now a little bit more of a gap as we had that battle right behind. But there you go, is Roldan de Guzman now holding off that. Yeah, that is the Korth car with the two blue stripes. They're the number 27 machine. I think they've got Ryan Gutile and Wes Molno right behind. Of course, we saw a great fight earlier today in the SMX race between Molno and Korth as we go on board with this is Ryan Gutile in the 116 machine.
It's interesting. I was noticing when they went through 10 and 11 that it has dried out so much that they're actually kicking up dust when they hit the curbs at 10 and 11. So that is a good sign for the rest of the afternoon. We have a car stopped.
That's Scotty B. White's Ford Mustang.
Wow.
Yeah, so yesterday it was the Nissan who encountered mechanical problems in Touring 4, and today, or probably in Touring 3, and today it is, yesterday it was the Nissan, today it is the Mustang. So Chris Hart in the number 5 Nissan now moves to the lead with David Oram almost 15 seconds in arrears, now second in Touring 3. Chris Johnson, though, in his the white and blue BMW 330ci 4-door sedan, just a couple car lengths back, I believe, from the Z4.
Up front, Tony Rivera just dropped a pro lap of 125.067. That is about 0.7 of a second faster than Taz Harvey right behind him in the Honda Civic TCR. That car is about 1.1 seconds back. Those two cars are actually fighting for class supremacy here in GT3U.
All right, so
it looks like we've got. Sorry, Greg, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Austin. I'm sorry.
It looks like we've got Tom Van Veen here working to keep up with Ryland. Yesterday, Ryland developed a bit of a lead throughout the race, but Tom jumped out to an early lead, obviously, at the start. Ryland got back by him in lap 2 going into the chicane, but Tom seems to have a little more pace today, so curious to see as the race unfolds if he's able to stick with Ryland.
Yeah, and so in qualifying, and of course, neither of these drivers went out for the qualifying this morning where it was drying. But yesterday, we saw Ryland Hazelton almost 2 seconds faster than Tom Van Veen's Civic. Now, Van Veen, we saw on social media that he posted yesterday that he had some major issues with that engine, that it wouldn't engage VTEC, and so without switching over to the other cam profile, losing a lot of power in higher revs, and actually losing higher revs from that engine, and a great loss of power. And that is where these naturally aspirated Honda motors, whether it be Van Veen's B-Series motor or whether it be the F-Series motor in the Honda S2000 that Hazelton is running, where they make a lot of the power. They don't have a lot of torque down low. You got to carry speed, and they make it in the upper ranges of the rev range.
That's right. 27 minutes to go in this race. Now
I just wanted to say VTech, yo.
I know. You sound so hip, like the kids might like it.
You've got to, Greg.
Tony Rivera in the old school Mazda RX-3 laying down another great lap, 1:23.9. He has extended his lead over Taz Harvey to 2.4 seconds. So Rivera out here today, wasn't here yesterday, but really doing a great job here. And you can see just pulling away ever so little every single lap. And it looks like that Taz Harvey car is slowing down.
I was just going to say, Brian, I think Taz Harvey's got a problem as Rylan Hazelton goes around him coming into turn 7. We saw Harvey take the rain line that he had been taking through turn 7, but I think just letting Hazelton by. We'll see here as Van Veen, who's running second in STU, whether or not he gets by Harvey as well. All right, and Brian, when these racers do come, and it looks like Van Veen's going to get caught up behind Taz Harvey as they come through the final corners, when they come onto the front straight, they're going to see a local caution at the starter stand as we've got safety vehicles coming out to pick up the Scotty B. White Mustang. And look at that, Taz Harvey, he didn't head to the pits, Brian, but definitely off the pace here on the front straight.
Yeah, he didn't head to the pits because I know he's trying to get that car qualified for the runoff. So if it's not terminal and he can motor around for another 5-6 laps maybe, he can be considered a finisher of this race. And having a certain number of finishing weekends is an important part of the qualification for the runoff. So that's probably his thought process right now. And while all that's happening, Tony Rivera goes purple again. 123.7, so his car's coming to him, his tire's coming to him, and the track's probably getting more rubber put down on it too, which certainly helps as we go through a little bit more dry line racing.
Yeah, I think the track was definitely a little bit slick earlier for me. You know, with all the water that did come down, the rubber kind of gets washed up a little bit. So the fact that as the afternoons progress, we've stayed mostly dry has allowed probably some more rubber to get put down on the surface. And I would assume the conditions are a lot more optimal for fast laps here. But
Greg, can I get some tones, please?
Absolutely.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Spec Racer 4 driver Paul Marino, car number 14. Please go see the race director down at the SCCA trailer. Spec Racer 4 driver 14, Paul Marino, go see the race director.
All right, and so, Brian, it looks like Taz Harvey started to pick up the pace once again. He was in the 128s, which is, I think, it's about 5 seconds faster than he'd run the lap prior. Maybe having to cycle through some things there and make some adjustments, but definitely back underway. So we'll see. Maybe he won't be retiring midway. Maybe he'll take it to the end of the race. In a couple of our other classes here in STL, it is still John Davies with Roldan de Guzman. Hopefully we can pick up this battle here, and it is a Scion FRS. That's the Guzman in the number 9 machine, not this one here. I think this is the battle right here. This is coming
the two cars right behind Michael Lewis here.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, right behind Michael Lewis. And it looks like de Guzman is Lewis is right between John Davies and Roldan de Guzman in that battle for the lead in STL.
Yeah, Roldan had a 127.8. He's actually 4/10 quicker than Davies, who's in the lead right now. Their best time so far. I think Michael getting through them separated him a bit, but the last time through turn 1, they were all pretty packed up, the top 3 in STL. It looks like they're already starting to catch back up to John, so this looks like it could be a great race, and Ryan is actually lingering back there in his Miata. So when this car turns into a 4-car battle here for the lead as we head into 23 minutes left.
Michael Lewis also driving that car that also in F production. So one of those two classes is a bit of a compromise, and I'm guessing it's the setup for GT3U that's got the compromise, and else that car would be running closer to the front of this field.
Well, remember, Brian, also in GT3U, those cars have to run on DOT rubber.
Right.
And I believe also they're limited by the wing that they can have on the rear of the car. It's not that much, but you'll see that Michael Lewis running a different rear wing, and it looks almost like as opposed to a wing, more like a spoiler on the back deck compared to what he normally runs, and I think compared to what that car was running in the F production setup. Actually, F production, I don't think he's allowed to run a wing at all, if I remember correctly.
So when we talked to him on Inside the SCCA, the switch to the DOT tires has been a pretty significant learning curve. And he said he was surprised at how different the setups would be on the DOT tires. So they're working it out now. We're about halfway through the season.
And Brian, we've got a problem with the Honda S2000 of Ryland Hazelton as he pulls through, lets a number of racers go by. And that is going to move. That is going to move now. Tom Van Veen up to the lead in STU.
And there he is, pulling onto pit lane.
So your race winner from yesterday, Ryland Hazelton, a race winner in STU, finished second overall to Taz Harvey. Today has mechanical issues, and his race is now done.
We've got a close race actually in T4 and for the podium position, second place in T3 right now between Oram and Johnson. They are nose to tail racing each other. That is the Z4 BMW and the pretty much Specky 46 trim of Johnson. They're battling for the podium now with Scotty obviously pulled off to the side in chicane. But yeah, that's a good race going on. And yeah, I think we've got Oscar leading right behind them as Oscar in the T4 Miata. And Nicky has done a really good job today, really not losing touch with Oscar. He is a really talented shoe, but Nicky's really taking a liking to this Miata. And they're running pretty identical lap times right now. So kudos to her. Curious to see how this race unfolds if she's able to stick with them.
Yeah, indeed, as Oscar Jackson took the Touring 4 National Championship, I believe in I'll have to go back and check, but I believe it was 2014. He took the B-Spec Championship in 2016. But look at this, just as we are following this battle in T4, Oram has issues coming through the chicane and bottles up the car that we were just talking about, Oscar Jackson, right behind him, and Nikki Etherington was right there as well. And unfortunately for her, Tom Van Veen in his Honda Civic splits the two Mazdas, and she's going to have to work her way back up to Oscar Jackson. But big issues there now, and Van Veen's going to actually come right underneath Oscar Jackson. It was looking kind of sketchy there for a moment, Brian.
Wow, good run here for Nicky out of 7. It looks like they're almost side by side as they go down the back straightaway with Oscar.
Yeah, it almost looked like he missed a shift coming out of the chicane and just got bogged down, and then that just kind of slowed everybody down behind him. And fortunately for David Oram, he gets to pull away.
Yeah, he seems to be back on song now in that Z4, so not sure, if that was a missed shift or something. And that usually is a 2-3 shift that happens right there as you exit the chicane, so very likely that could have happened. But that definitely closed the gap in the T4 battle with Oscar and Nicky.
Yeah, and would that possibly be an issue going through that chicane, considering how tight that left-hand turn is, Austin, that, maybe you're just leaning away from the shifter and a little bit, just basically had to stretch his arm out all the way to make it to third gear and maybe couldn't slot it in there.
Yeah, that's an easy one to miss. I actually rolled third through the chicane in my car, but most cars usually downshift to second through there, and that 2-3 shift can be a problem for a lot of drivers around here, so very likely that could have happened.
All right, coming down now into turn 1. Brian, there's the battle for the lead we're watching in STL. They should be coming out of the chicane now. Yeah, there it is right there between John Davies and Roland de Guzman. And I think we may have a new STL leader as Roland de Guzman gets around John Davies.
What a great move there going into turn 1, set it up perfectly, and then was able to complete that coming through the chicane. So nice lead change there for Roland de Guzman, taking the point for the first time in STL in this race.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what happened with John. He had to eat a lot of curb trying to give each other racing room. I couldn't really see a great angle of what happened, but looked like Roldan got down to the inside and won, and then Korth was able to follow him through on the outside of 2. So we'll see if John can settle in here and regroup and maybe try and catch back up. But yeah, de Guzman definitely seems to have good pace right now.
All right, we're at the halfway point here in race group number 5. Let's do a call to grid, take our break, and then we'll come back to the finish. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. Group 6 cars to the grid.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live, Portland International Raceway. Beautiful sunny skies in Oregon. It's like the racing gods have said we're going to have a great day. And look at this right here, Michael Lewis heading to pit lane.
Yeah, Brian, as we saw on the camera here at the end of our commercial break, he came out of turn 6, went into turn 7, big puff of black smoke out of the car. And, for the second day in a row with this car, he has problems. It hasn't been a very successful Sunday for him, as he had issues with his Jaguar GT1 car a little bit earlier. We're also watching here, and Austin brought this up during the break. It really looks as though, although he's still about 6 seconds back, and a lot of that has to do with traffic, Cameron Wagner in the 99 Porsche Boxster running almost identical pace to our STU leader, Tom Van Veen, in his Honda Civic. And just to clear up some things in the chat, yes, Scotty B. White's Ford Mustang, that is the car that is parked over by the chicane, and he is out of the car, so we have not had a local caution there for quite some time. However, he's probably going to return to his car with a dead battery at the end of the race.
All right, so Legendary Racing just dropped the best comment in the history of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live stream broadcast. He writes, "If anyone wants to get me a birthday present, I wear a size 24 aluminum Bravo trailer." I love it. Oh, that's good stuff. That's the
All right.
comment of the weekend so far.
All right, great move there. We were just talking about the STU Porsche here of Cameron Wagner getting around the BMW. Now followed that BMW that, as Austin mentioned, the E46 spec BMW in Touring 3 to put Chris Johnson now, I believe. Well, they're not in the same class. The E46 is a Touring 3 car, but to get past Chris Johnson. And Chris is running 14, so he does technically put him a lap down.
So if Gavin Sweeney had the record for the longest commute here from Brooklyn, New York, it's Cameron Wagner who probably has the record for the shortest commute. He's in Vancouver, Washington, which is literally across the bridge from where we are right now.
Yeah.
So good on him for running up front here.
Yeah, he's actually from California, so he moved up here not too long ago, and so I wouldn't consider this a track that he has mastered yet, and he would tell you that, but he really enjoys driving up here and being a part of the Northwest racing community, and thrilled to have him as a friend. So he's been making a bunch of small improvements to that Boxster this year. He went to the runoffs last season, but got a short ratio transmission in the car, some better aero now, and it's definitely feeling a lot better for him. So yeah, he actually was running a tick quicker than Van Veen. Well, it looks like Tom now is in the 24s, 24.9 for Tom, and Cameron with a 25.4. So looks like Tom's now starting to stretch that gap just a little bit between the two of them.
Coming up on 11 and a half to go here in our second to last race of the weekend. One more to go after this, folks, so don't go away. And Tony Rivera has just basically outclassed the field today. 32 seconds is the lead right now, and he has got the, I believe, yep, he has the best time of the day as well. And imagine how well he would have done it if he had been here yesterday. There he is going around Ryan Gutile as they go into turn one here.
Well, the good news is Gary Bachman used to campaign that car up here, and this is actually, I believe, its first visit back to the Northwest since Tony bought the car. So I know many in the area are excited to see it back circulating around its home track, and Gary campaigned this car religiously for many, many years. It's my childhood favorite car of all time that I grew up cheering on Gary and watching that car, so very special to see it back in the paddock. And I know Pat McFall gave Tony a bunch of setup notes, I assume, that go along with that car, and that RX-3 works best at Portland over any other track, so I'm sure Tony's taking a liking to it up here.
Didn't you just get an RX-3?
I bought a RX-7.
Okay,
Yeah, I have a Mazda RX-2 at home that's an e-prod car, and then an RX-3 restoration sort of race car project, but a GT3 RX-3 is at the top of my bucket list of cars to own, so it doesn't get much cooler than that.
There you go. There you go.
I'm sure Gary is looking down, smiling to see the car circulating back at its home track.
That's awesome. Awesome news. All right, 8 laps to go, and according to timing and scoring, they're pretty certain that this is going to go the distance of 25 laps. We were talking about Michael Lewis earlier. He did get to halfway, so at least this will count for him as he tries to get that car qualified for the runoffs.
And interestingly enough, Brian, it sounds as if he had not brought the car down the pit lane, he likely would have gotten a meatball flag for as our second car today to crest sound control's 103 decibel limit. So saved himself a little bit of grief there. Also, Taz Harvey in the Honda Civic TCR, the Harvey Auto Group machine. He not only, as we said, was back underway and looked like he might have gotten back up to speed, he just set his fastest lap time of the session, turned in a 123, 597, and that not up to Tony Rivera's times. Rivera tracking at a low 22. By the way, Tony Rivera at the moment, every time he breaks 122.291, he will be resetting the GT3U track record here at Portland.
It looks like we've got a change for position in STU. I see Cameron Wagner is now ahead of Tom Van Veen, actually, as they went into turn one this last lap. Not sure what happened there. We didn't see anything from Tom. I wonder if he had an off or is having some sort of mechanical issue. But yeah, it sounds like he was 6.5 seconds off the pace that last lap. So not sure if he's having a VTEC issue once again. But Cameron now, as we see, in front of Tom. So wondering what's happening there.
Yeah, we'll see here because he had 2 slow-ish laps in a row, Austin, where he had been tracking in the high 24s, mid 25s, had a high 29, almost a 130 flat, and then followed it up with a high 133. And so you combine those just those 2 laps together, and that was going to be enough for Cameron Wagner, who at one point was 6 seconds down from Tom Van Veen, now finds himself almost a second and a half ahead. At least that's where they were at the line when they completed lap number 18.
Yeah, and it looks like Tom definitely has an issue going on. He was limping down the back straightaway very slowly, so very tough to see. Obviously was in prime position to potentially take a win here, but some sort of mechanical issue plaguing that Honda once more, so that's a real bummer to see.
Yeah, and there he is, and you can see here very much off the pace coming through turn 11 going into 12, and we'll probably see him bring the car down the pit lane. No, well, maybe not. He's going to stay out there. Maybe doesn't recognize or realize how many laps remain, that he's gotten credit for making it the whole distance if he was planning to bring the car out to the runoffs, but he's going to stay out there for another lap, and we'll track him as he crosses the line. That time a 144, so almost 10 seconds off of the previous lap time, as he now at least knows he's letting other cars by going into the chicane.
We've also seen a couple glimpses over the last couple of shots here of the red Nissan 370 of Chris Hart. He's holding steady here as your T3 class leader. He took over that lead when Scotty B. White had a problem. Kind of the same scenario as yesterday, except that Hart was the one with the problems. A lot later, there he is right there in that red Nissan. So good on him to be able to come back from yesterday's race and be strong today. And there's nobody close to him in T3 right now. Chris Johnson is way down through the field here in his BMW 330 CI. So not a big problem as long as Chris Hart doesn't have the same problem he had yesterday. He's in good form right now with a few laps to go here.
I think he actually just lapped Johnson, if yes. I think that's correct. So,
oh, wow.
Yes.
Chris is flying. I believe he just ran a 23.7. He is not laying off the gas. That, I believe, to my understanding, again, not official, but I believe that's a lap record for the T3 class. So he is really on it today. So I know he had some older tires on yesterday, but it looks like that Z's working well, and that was his last lap. So Chris does not have a different speed. It's full speed all the time.
It's all full speed. All right, so the 23 track record was set by Chris Hart back in 22 before he moved over to the Nissan when he was still racing in a BMW 330i. It was a 124.767. And so Chris now at a 123.719 obviously has reset that record in his Nissan chassis.
Very cool stuff.
I think the closest battle we have on track right now is for the STL lead, and I think Roldan is still holding the lead the last I saw, but Korth is not losing, or I guess Roldan is not losing Korth, so that's going to be an interesting development here with 5 minutes to go to see if he can set him up. They seem to have equal pace, but not enough to maybe get to his bumper.
Coming up, 4 minutes, 55 seconds to go here as we come to our final few laps here. There's Tony Rivera, your race leader, having pretty much an easy run of it now. His lead is up to 36 seconds over Taz Harvey in that little Mazda RX-3.
And Davies has not had the pace. He's running third in STL. After he got passed by the two there in the chicane, he definitely seems to be lacking a little bit of pace. So obviously not sure if he's on older tires or just kind of wore out for the weekend. He's double dipping in 2 classes. So it's a lot of sessions if you at the end of this weekend here in Portland to do. So, but yeah, it looks like we've got Korth still lingering around there. So I'm wondering if he can set him up. Obviously probably a little stronger maybe in the corners for that Miata. And I assume maybe that Roldan has a little top end. Not exactly sure because that's more of a T4 car that's running in STL this weekend.
Yeah. As we see de Guzman making his way through some slower traffic, and it looks as though, certainly not at his back to his race pace, but it looks like Tom Van Veen has started to pick up the pace just a little bit this last time by. Now lapping at approximately back into the 128s. So, starting to get things down, certainly not in that 144 range any longer. And it looks like he's tracked onto the back of the Orem BMW.
Oscar Jackson continues to lead T4. Nikki Etherington doing really well, 9 seconds back in T4. Tony Karatsus is your third place car in T4 in his Scion FRS. Derek Ambrose, that Mazda 2 that we talked about earlier in B-Spec, he's double dipping this weekend, running it looks like in T4 as well. So just trying to get some laps into that brand new race car. So.
And it looks like our STL leaders are hanging on to Orem and Van Veen here with his wounded car. They've slowly been catching up to those two, so we'll see if that plays a factor for Korth here with 3 to go. I guess we're under 3 minutes now. So yeah, it's going to be a race here. I'm not sure how that's going to shake out. That's definitely not ideal for de Guzman.
No, although they've had a nice little hole punched in the air for him by the two drivers up ahead. But yeah, exactly. That has brought, Jared Korth, right there. And as we look, I was a little surprised to see that John Davies wasn't able to close things down that last time by either, as they were bottled up behind the BMW and the Civic. And interesting now as they come out of the chicane here, Austin, go into turn 4, as we saw de Guzman getting very defensive coming in the 4, tracking just about mid-track drivers right just a little bit, trying to hold off the Korth machine, forcing Korth to go to the outside. And we'll see here what Van Veen is doing, if he's just trying to let these cars come underneath him, and I think now he is. If anything, a little difficult. We thought he got the car back on song, but now he lets that battle go by.
It looks like he's got better pace than he had, but not the full pace that he had early in the race. So
well, it was interesting because a lap ago, Brian, he actually tried making a pass on Orem going into turn 7, tried to come underneath him and wasn't able to get it done, and that might have just been the telltale sign for him that it was time to let it go.
All right, 1 to go right now, so I believe the white flag is in the air. So next time across the line for Tony Rivera will be the checkered flag. Again, he's got a nice big lead over Taz Harvey, so he can enjoy this last lap.
And it looks like, Roldan has a little bit more top end, so it's going to be, from now on, he's going to have to be a little defensive here. Korth's going to have to look for an opportunity from here through turn 7 to try and get by. He is all over him. That's the closest I think he's been, and you can see we got de Guzman playing a little bit defensive again. He definitely knows Korth is there, so he's got to hold him off for one more lap, but Orem is right there in front of him.
Here comes that trio now through turn 5. Lots of pressure, a couple more corners. If you're going to try to get it done, you're going to have to throw it in here at some point in time.
Oh.
And it looks like that BMW goes just a little bit wide, and that's going to open the door.
Yeah, and so de Guzman scoots underneath Orem's BMW to put a car between he and Jared Korth. Korth is going to try to get by, but that BMW a lot more straight line speed than the MX-5 just behind it. Now, as we see Tony Rivera coming out of the final corner, Brian.
Here he comes down to the line for the final time. Checkered flag will be in the air for that white Mazda RX-3, crossing the line. First place for him. All the way out of Oceanside, California, brings that car. Local fan favorite, that car goes to victory lane.
Oh, we've got a close battle here.
Look at this.
Korth is in the draft, but I don't think he's going to have enough to get there by the line with that Miata horsepower. He's trying his best. Wow, what a great finish there. Just about a half a car width behind.
Wow. Some great racing in this group today. And yesterday, honestly. So 2 really strong races.
Yeah, it's great to see 2 different cars like that making lap time a little bit differently. But Roldan is local to this area. He's out of Washington, so he knows his way around here. Korth is, I think, out of California, if I'm correct on that. I'm not exactly sure, but
Clovis, California.
Yeah, seems to be doing a good job learning the track up here. I don't know if he was here last year or not, but it was a great battle there to the finish in STL.
All right, Greg, why don't you run us down here on our top 3 or so on each of these classes?
All right, sounds good.
Take a break.
All right, Brian. Taking the win in GT3U, Tony Rivera in the 09 Mazda RX-3 with Taz Harvey finishing in 2nd. And Michael Lewis, only completing 13 laps, finishes in third. In STU, Cameron Wagner, in his Porsche Boxster, takes the win over Tom Van Veen. Whitfield Gregg now crossing the line. He will finish third, with Rylan Hazelton only completing 9 laps. If we now move over to STL, it is Roldan de Guzman taking the win. Margin of victory over Jared Korth, 19/100ths of a second. John Davies will finish in third. Colin Kohler and Ryan Gutile will finish fourth and fifth. Your pole sitter in STL today, Amy Mills, finishes sixth. Now let's move over to Touring 3, where Chris Hart will take the win in his Nissan 370Z and resets the track record in the class. Chris Johnson will finish second, over a minute behind. J. David Oram will finish third. Scotty B. White, unfortunately, only completes a single lap. And then finally in Touring 4, Oscar Jackson will take the win in his Mazda Miata. Margin of victory over Nicky Etherington, 10.5 seconds. Tony Karatsus will finish in third. Derek Ambrose will finish fourth. Steven Karatsus only completes a single lap in his Mazda RX-8.
That's going to do it for Groups 5. We've got one more to go. Let's do the tones, and we'll take a quick break. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P, and P2 to the grid. Group 6 to the grid. And before we take our break, I want to thank Austin Bradshaw for coming up, doing a great job. Yes. We're going to have to bring you along to all the rest of the races with us.
I told him during the break, Brian, that you were auditioning him to replace me. But
I thought I was auditioning to replace me.
Oh, well, maybe both of us just step aside and let him do it solo. Had some folks in the chat, Austin, in case you didn't see it, said Austin is doing an amazing job as a broadcaster. So I wasn't blowing smoke up, but you know what? A lot of people felt the same way. You did a great job. Thank you so much for joining us in today for the second day.
No, I really appreciate it and admire so much what commentators do for all different aspects of sports and stuff. And like I said, I really enjoy the coverage you guys provide at every Super Tour. So it's a real privilege for me to be up here. And I think broadcasting the action to fans and other drivers across the country is such an important thing for SCCA and inspiring more people to come out to go racing with all of us. So it's a joy for me to get up here and share a few insights and obviously join you guys. It was a lot of fun.
Well, very cool. You know, Austin, if you're free over Labor Day weekend, we might have you out to Summit Point.
Sounds good. All right, we're done here for group number 5. One more race to go. Don't go away, folks. We'll be right back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Back here live at Portland International Raceway for our final race of the weekend. It is basically, no, it is not basically. This will be an FE2 race because none of our prototypes are here today. So no Norma. But we do have FE2 cars.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter what the what kind of engine is in the Norma. I guess more important was what engine was in the hauler that took it out of here. Brian, let's run down the starting order for our 5-car Formula Enterprise 2 field. Starting on pole today in that white number 99 machine, the Consonas Healthcare Enterprise SCCA Enterprises FE2 from Tigard, Oregon, Caleb Schrader. Graham Wood is going to start second today. He's in the number 56 Bulldog Motorsports machine. He's from Colbert, Washington. Tom Hope from Downey, California will start third. He's in the HM Racing machine with Paul Marino starting fourth. Paul is in the Impress Communications HM Racing entry at a Westlake Village, and I don't know what state that is, so I'm just going to say Ontario,
That's
Canada.
California.
Oh, that's California.
Yep,
okay, I was going to say Ontario, Canada. And he starts fourth and then starting fifth on the field today, driving the number 45 Formula Enterprise 2 machine, representing the Northwest region of the SCCA from Shoreline, Washington. It's Tom Burt.
That's how they're going to start here. 35 minutes. These cars might go 25 laps.
Yes.
So we'll see, and it looks as though
one or two of them might. Yeah.
My expert meteorological background is going to say we're going to be dry for the next 35 minutes. Now I've screwed that up.
Yeah.
Now I've completely screwed it up. All right, 5 cars lined up perfectly down the main straight, looking for the green flag for the first time. And it is in the air. We are racing for our final race of the weekend from Portland. Oh, look at that. Trying to squeeze on the outside up by the wall.
Yeah, Brian, as the red and white machine comes all the way down the inside there, looking to make the move there. And I think that was Graham Wood in the 56 car here out of Spokane, Washington. I'll know in just a moment, of course, Caleb Schrader does jump to the lead. But Wood is, he said, out of Spokane, 57 years old. He's been racing for 4 years now, and I don't know how many years. That was a bold, brave move there as he was driven all the way to the wall, driver's right.
Yeah, when they put up a definition of full send in the dictionary, they're going to put a link to the last 30 seconds of this race next to it.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Wow, what a great move, and he made it stick, which is even better, and now all he has to do is try to hunt down Caleb Schrader. I would say good luck with that, because Schrader's always really quick, and here he is already pulling away from the field a little bit.
And if it wasn't Graham Wood, then forget everything I just said, but I'm fairly certain it was. As
We're going to know in a minute.
Yeah.
No, less than a minute. Coming across the line in second place.
Tom Hope, Brian.
Is it Tom Hope?
It was Tom Hope. So everything that I said, throw it out the window.
Oh, no, keep it in the window. Just let the window open so Tom Hope can get back in.
That's right, out of Downey, California. And yeah, great start. Great start for him. Hope had started third. So it started on the inside of the front row, but you saw how there they spread out like 3 wide coming down into the chicane for the very first time, and the field already starting to open up just a little bit here. Running third in the other white machine, that's the 44 of Paul Marino, and then Graham Wood in the 56 car. That is the black and white car, blue and white car. Pardon me. It reminds me of like the early 2000s. Williams livery, actually, when BMW and Williams were running the team together there, and then Tom Burt running in fifth position. Pardon me.
Well, now Tom Hope is starting to pull away from the second place car of Paul Marino as he tries to hunt down Caleb Schrader. But that first lap, he was almost a full 2 seconds slower, so that's not going to help him get to the front. Here he comes, Caleb Schrader across the line going purple with a 1:52.4. Tom Hope a 1:16.3, so a second a lap slower there.
Yeah, and yesterday, Brian, this race had spread out quite a bit fairly early on.
Right.
So we'll see here. There are hopes. I would love to see Marino and Wood keep this close for as long as we can. And yes, Frank Rizzo in the chat, the Juan Pablo Montoya era. Should mention a neat story, Brian. The first year that I was calling the Super Tour, we had an event at NOLA, and then NOLA was off the schedule for a couple years, and there was a big kart weekend there at the kart track. As you know, there's a very large kart complex at NOLA Motorsports Park, and Juan Pablo Montoya was there supporting one of his sons.
Wow.
And I'm the son who I think now is in Indy Next this year, if I remember correctly. And we're standing in line for both myself and my former announce partners. We're standing in line at the concession stand during lunch, and turns out Juan Pablo is directly in front of me. And one of my former broadcast partners might have made a small crack about hitting the not hitting the pace car. That would be Days of Thunder. But
hitting the track truck.
Yeah, hitting the blower, the jet dryer, as he did. Where was it? It wasn't at Daytona where he hit the. I think it was Daytona.
Yep.
Yeah. And to his credit, he didn't turn around and look at us. But I did notice that within a couple, and I used to follow him on Facebook because he had, once he had retired from racing, he got very big into RC airplanes, radio controlled airplanes. And I used to love following what he'd post on Facebook because these planes are absolutely gorgeous and they were huge. And within a couple days of that event, apparently I was unfriended on Facebook. I didn't even say it, but it was just the proximity. Very, very odd.
30 minutes to go in this race, 22 laps. And Caleb Schrader continues to open up his lead over Tom Hope, this time by 4.7 seconds the difference, although Tom Hope's time getting a little closer now, only 0.8 of a second slower than the race leader. Paul Marino is in second, Graham Wood third, and Tom Burke rounding up the top five there. Looks like Tom Hope's car is running a lot better today than it was yesterday. So that's good. Yeah, that's good news for him. His time's only about 1.5 seconds slower, about 2 seconds slower than your race leader.
Yeah, and for those of us who weren't with us for qualifying this morning for this group, apparently Tom had some issues yesterday with a real bad vibration from one of the wheels on that Formula Enterprise 2 machine, and thought it was either a balance issue or maybe an issue with the wheel. He had four new tires mounted and balanced last night, went out today for the qualifying session on 4 sticker dry tires to try and get them scrubbed in, and just as this group left the grid, it started pouring down rain. It took like 8 laps to actually run the stickers off those tires. It was pretty hairy.
And just like that, Caleb Schrader goes purple again with a fast lap of 1:14.713. Looks like he's making great time in Sector 1. That's where he's making his fast time. Tom Hope a little faster in Sector 2. And so that's kind of the difference between those two cars and where they're making their speed here.
And Brian, I was just, as long as we're in this mood to track Trek records as we were in the last group. So the track record in FE2 was set by Owen McAllister back in 2022 here at the Portland Super Tour. He turned in a 1:14.565.
Okay.
And yesterday, Caleb Schrader turned in a 1:14.540. So reset the track record yesterday.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he can do it again today. And yesterday, the sun was kind of beaten down.
What's the new bogey time again?
1:14.540.
All right, so got a little ways to go to do it again today. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, less than 2/10 to go.
Now the lead 6.2 seconds between first and second place. Paul Marino also has a healthy lead over the fourth place car of Graham Wood. So there's no real battle there for the third spot on the podium. Looks like each car is separated by a good 5 or 6 car lengths, maybe 10 car lengths here.
And Boy from New York, of course, tells us that that Juan Pablo had a mechanical issue that caused him to turn into the jet dryer. That's a great story.
Sure he did.
As opposed to someone that some of us know used to be a Spec Miata racer in the Mid-Atlantic. During an event at some point, actually purposefully hit the pace car.
Noah Hambai,
little Days of Thunder story right there.
Noah Hambai in the chat says you breathe on a corner of an FE2 car and you get a vibration. So, and before that, the whole vibration story, Tom had a wreck on Friday in the test session in this car. So they had to rebuild it, and he was trying to figure out whether it was the tires or the car.
Yeah, maybe a tie rod or a suspension arm, maybe a little bent.
Everything was new, so he didn't suspect that it was that kind of thing. But it does certainly look like he's up to a better pace today than he was yesterday. So.
Well, there you go. Maybe Noah hit the nail on the head. Maybe Tom, as he was looking down at the car, was just breathing a little too heavy or something.
Could be. All right, so for purple first sector right now for Caleb Schrader. So he's trying to go after that track record again here. Let's see how this lap plays out here. Now, not a purple second segment, but he does have a personal best in the speed trap of 133 miles per hour. And then it's a short shoot up to the front, the checkered flag, start-finish line for the third sector here. And he just did a 1:14.575, so now he's a couple hundredths of a second off of a new track record, so not quite there. When he goes 1:14.4, that's the telltale sign. 17 laps to go here. This is a good time, Greg, to probably take an opportunity to thank a whole bunch of people who are out here this weekend.
Definitely.
We've got a fantastic work group of corner workers out here this weekend. All of the volunteers and all the different specialties. The grid workers have been doing a fantastic job as well. Technical inspectors, registration, our sound people. They've been busy this weekend. A couple sound warnings as well. And I'm sure I'm forgetting some folks. Our radio tech who's been helping me out this weekend so I can actually hear some stuff that's going on around the racetrack. Thank you to him. Of course, SCCA national staff who comes in from all around the country to help put on these super tours. It definitely takes a village to do these races, and it's a lot of fun for us to do it, but we certainly can't do it without the people out there. And weather conditions today a little sketchy, not as bad as they could have been, knock on wood, but still. You'd rather have nice, 65 degrees and sunny skies every day, and that's not what happens in a racetrack. Sometimes, like we found out at Hallett, we had a 2.5 hour lightning delay. So
yeah, exactly. And some of us had to wade through mud pits to deal with it.
Yes.
And so the radio tech that you're working with, Brian, most likely Rick Farrar, who is the radio tech here with the Oregon region. Of course, our chief of flagging and communications, Bud Manser, driver services, Donna Batten, our pit chiefs, G. Frazier, Jay Collins. We've got Tim Stanley, who's our pace car chief. Shalene Clendenin, our pre-grid chief. We've got Annika Howland, our sound judge. I'm sure Jason Fiorito would like to meet Annika. Our chief of start is Dwayne Panayan, our chief tech inspector, Gordon Jones, and then our Oregon region's chief of timing and scoring, Dan Marcus. Of course, we've got some other folks here that we want to thank. Ken Jones, who's the chief steward this weekend, with Dave DeBoard, your chief of the stewards of the meet. Jeffrey Neese, our clerk of the course. Of course, Bill Skibby and Carol Reber, who are the Super Tour timing chiefs. And then we have Kathy Barnes, race director this weekend, and somebody you know very well as a series administrator for all of our West Coast Super Tour events, Cece Smith. But Brian, I keep saying it takes a village. We have so many different specialties in the SCCA. We could not put on these events without all the wonderful volunteers, whether they are trackside, whether they are not trackside. Some of them are there, and I wish I knew who our registrar. Oh no, I did. I said Donna Batten, who's our registrar, who makes sure that helps us. We know everybody who's actually racing here this weekend. Some people that are not trackside during these events. So I want to thank everybody here from the Oregon region and all of the surrounding regions. I know we have a lot of folks that come down from the Northwest region as well. And Kyle Keenan, who I had no idea, Kyle Keenan, our 2015 B-Spec national champion, is the current regional executive of the Oregon region. He helps put on a great show.
Well, and while all of that was happening, Greg, remember I told you 114 was the number we were looking for, 114?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, well, look at this. We have now a 113.999. So he didn't just kind of break the track record, he destroyed the track record right now with a lap of 113.999. Fantastic.
Yeah, knocked the whole half second off from yesterday. Great job to Caleb Schrader. So he'll be leaving the track, or at least maybe get a nice certificate in the mail sometime soon afterwards. Congratulations to him. Tom Hope just set his fastest lap of the race. A little bit off that pace, but quick nonetheless at a 15.1. And he's keeping things honest here, Brian.
And if I'm right by the numbers, if I remember the numbers you're giving me, if Caleb weren't here, that would be a new track record, right? That 115.1?
No, it would have been about 0.3 off the track.
Okay.
record.
Okay.
But also notice here, Brian, nice little fight unfolding as Graham Wood is starting to close things down on Paul Marino.
All right.
Now, as Wood has closed within, I think, 2 car lengths as they come into turns 10 or 11 and 12.
All right, we've got a battle on our hands for the third spot on the podium. The car in front is Paul Marino. The car in the back is Graham Wood as they come down now towards the start-finish line here with 13 laps to go. And it's just a little bit faster. Now, Wood putting down actually a purple sector 2 and a purple sector 3. In a green sector 3, a personal best of 3. He's turning laps 115.1. And now Tom Hope's at a 114.989.
Yeah, he knocked 0.3 of a second off of Paul Marino that last time by, and yeah, he's lapping at the same rate as our second place driver Tom Hope right now.
So definitely has found a little bit of a rhythm, found a little bit of speed, also got a little bit of a draft, I'm sure, off of Paul Marino, which doesn't hurt.
Yeah, and as we've talked to some of our FE2 combatants in the past, it isn't like Formula One where the nose of the car gets very light and very loose by sitting underneath the back of the car in front of you. They still maintain quite a bit of grip there at the nose, and we can see here he's not having trouble getting turned in. He's not going to have to worry about graining and losing the front tires over the course of this 35-minute race.
Yeah, and Graham Wood just put down the fastest speed trap time of the day, but that's because he's got the help of the draft of having Paul Marino in front of him. So he clipped the speed trap at 136 miles per hour that last lap, a full 3 seconds faster than your race leader, who doesn't have the help of the draft at this point in time. Well, now your race leader has gone purple again in Sector 1. Is he going to go below that 113.9? Let's see what happens here. And look, here is the battle for third place. That is Graham Wood there looking for an opening, looking for Paul Marino to make some sort of a mistake so he can get around him. But I don't even know that he's going to need Marino to make a mistake. He's got raw pace. Maybe he's just waiting for the right time and the right place to do it. He may also, and it looks like both of these cars are catching Tom Hope as well. There, of course, is Tom Burt. He is our 5th place car in this race. This Formula Atlantic 2 FE2 is a spec class. So all of these cars are pretty much identical. Of course, no 2 car is identical. Look at that. Caleb Schrader, another fast lap, 113.8.
Wow.
No two cars are identical, no matter how spec you try to make them. But they're as identical as you're gonna get them. And so this is one of those drivers classes where it's all about who's got the best skill, who gets around a racetrack faster. Greg, when you and I were talking earlier about all the people who were thinking, if you're watching at home and don't want to be at home and would rather be at the racetrack, SCCA.com, you can find your local region there, and that's how you get involved. You go to SCCA.com, find the region that helps out at your local track, and they are the ones you can go to. And our SCCA racers, they're the first one, our SCCA workers are the first one they call to work Formula One races, IndyCar, IMSA races. That is your entry drug to being a flagging marshal at one of those pro races. You go through the SCCA and you learn here, take those skills to those pro races.
Yeah, and so Brian, when you said no car is identical, what have you, but I think the FE2s are some of the closest cars, besides Spec Racer Ford, that I think you're going to find in SCCA racing. All of these cars come with a 2-liter Mazda MZR motor. Of course, they are on spec. I think they're on spec Hoosier tires, if I remember correctly. Really, they are really locked down. That perhaps the biggest change that you're going to find with these cars has nothing to do with the construction, and they are just very slight alignment setting changes, essentially. And of course, setting up the angle of attack on the front and rear wings to help with balance, and make sometimes it can make for a very big difference in how quick a car is, and especially at a track like this at Portland, where you've got some fairly long straightaways, but you then have to deal with these sweepers and these slower speed corners. You have to learn how to you have to know with setup how best to optimize all of the many different settings you have for suspension and for aero as well. And I would suspect that Caleb Schrader probably has his car set up very differently than Paul Marino and Graham Wood here, who seem very evenly matched today.
Right. Noah Hambai says that the cost to run these cars per weekend is identical to a Spec Racer Ford, except for the things wear a little faster, parts and bits wear a little faster. So that's a difference in cost if you take it out over many race weekends. But just to get it to the racetrack, put tires on it. The tires are apparently $50 a tire less expensive on the FE2 car than they are on the Spec Racer Ford. So if you want as affordable a way to go winged open wheel racing, keeping in mind that, as I always say, there's no cheap way to go racing. This is about as affordable a way to go racing in this type of race car. If this is your jam, this is a great way to come out and do it. So, and look at that. It is, Graham Wood is all over Paul Marino. Paul Marino's got a lot of laps in these cars too, so he's no slouch of a race car driver. But look at how tough it is here, and it is just a matter of time. But Paul Marino's doing a great job of holding him off. 8 laps to go here in this race, and it looks like we're absolutely going to get this in on laps. So Caleb Schrader, now he's slowed down a lot here, a whole second, and he's still faster than everyone else. That's with sarcasm, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Down a lot. If anybody doesn't catch the sarcasm,
don't worry. Nobody on track can hear you, Brian. You're fine.
That's true. Yeah. So he's slacking. So. You can also get a Formula Mazda for $15K, according to RJL Motorsports, and those cars actually run in Formula Atlantic now. So that's a whole different ball of worms. We can talk about that for 12 podcasts. So, and there are some of those out there still, if you can find one in good shape. So, and some of those Formula Mazdas, I've heard people, they'll put 20, 25, 30 weekends on the motors without doing a refresh. So that's pretty cost effective.
Sounds like an ITA Honda.
Yeah, there you go. And this is absolutely the best battle on the racetrack right now. Marino is the car in front, and Graham Wood is the car in back. 7 to go now. Next weekend, we are at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for our third to last race weekend here of the Super Tour. Then a couple of weeks after that, we're going to be at Road America for the June Sprints, one of the classic long-running races here in the SCCA. June Sprints at Road America have been going on for, gosh, longer than I've been alive, and that's a long time. Way back into I believe it dates all the way back to the 60s. So that is a long-running race here that we are always proud to be part of.
And I believe, Brian, that this year will be the 70th consecutive running of the Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints.
So doing the math, that dates back to like 1955. How many? 70th running?
70th consecutive running.
Okay, so 1956, I'm being told. Yes, it is older than me. Thank God.
Well, I would hope that you would know whether you were younger or older than 70.
Yes, I am aware of that, very much so.
Okay.
Although some days when I get out of bed, I feel a lot like 70.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the club.
6 to go here at Portland as we wrap up our race weekend. Again, the hospitality here has been fantastic, and we can't thank the folks here for bringing us out. And this battle here is Marino and Graham Wood. I have to wonder if Wood's waiting now at this point to try to make a move.
Possibly, but judging, I mean, we haven't seen him try to pop out. I don't think he's been close enough at this point, and I think it's, given some of what we saw yesterday, I don't think he would be able to make a drag race out of 12 down to the start-finish line work. I think what we would be looking for is maybe trying to outbreak either into the chicane or possibly make that 3 places, either into the chicane, into turn 7, or catch Marino unawares going into 9 and 10.
Yep. He's got 5 laps left. Ooh, a little wiggle there coming through there. He's able to collect it and get right back into it. Yeah, he did duck out once coming out of the chicane. I think that was just because Paul Marino just didn't get a good exit on that particular lap, but he didn't really get to do anything with it. But it's been just this 1 car length gap between these 2 cars now. We're going on about 10 laps. Once Graham Wood caught Paul Marino, hasn't been able to do a whole lot with him at this point in time. Go through turn 8 again.
Oof.
There is Caleb Schrader coming through there. Or is that Tom Hope?
That was Tom Hope.
That was
Tom Hope. And it was enough to make that one little bird on the left-hand side of your screen scare enough to jump as he does it again for Marino and Wood. See, Marino, he loses ground coming out of 7, going through 8 and onto the back straight, that he just doesn't, that he's about, coming out of 12, usually about 2 to 2.5 car lengths back, and it's just not enough, certainly not enough for him to make it up under braking or to draft past, not enough to draft past him on the front straight, and not enough to make it up under braking going into the chicane. He seems to be extremely strong here through turns 4 and 5, but he's probably as far back as he's been right here. He's much stronger than Paul Marino, but he cannot seem to close things down as they come out of turn 7.
Right.
And I think a lot of it is, Brian, is he's probably just braking a lot later in the turn 7, and so he doesn't get great exit speed coming onto the back straight.
Right, and Marino looks really good through 11 and 12.
Yes, he does.
Which is really important because that gives him the launch to go down that the longest straight here, the drag strip at Portland. He looks really strong through that section. Right here, everything just seems to work for him,
and Marino closed up quite a bit that time. Was a lot closer coming into 12, but you can see getting the drive off onto the drag strip is where where Marino starts to open things up. And again, as he turns in, he's got maybe 3-4 car lengths. Now look at this as Wood came down into the chicane. He turned in much later than Marino did, and it seemed to help him out quite a bit that he actually picked up maybe 2 car lengths going in there as Marino really tried a very shallow entry, and you could see where he like cheated over and drifted, kind of not drifted, but kind of slid the car over into the chicane. He ended up running out of room coming out on exit, and he lost a lot of exit speed. So let's see now what Wood can do from here. What would Wood do?
Thank you, Noah Hambai, for pointing out Tom Wood just put down one of his fast laps, 1:14.9. So he's definitely found some rhythm and pace, and whatever the problems were ailing him yesterday seem to have been solved. So that's a great run for him. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean to the point where he's actually put in a faster his best lap faster than both Marino and Wood just ahead.
Yep. He was really frustrated last night. So when I talked to him, so definitely he will be really, really proud of his team putting the work in to get that car back up to speed. And it's no slouch of a lap to put down a 1:14.9 here.
Yeah, so again, Brian, going into the chicane, we see Marino kind of cheat in a little bit, and it's not really a defensive move to hold off Graham Wood behind. It just, in my opinion, goes and compromises his entry into the chicane, and then it hurts him on exit here, and it's allowed the 56 car to close down quite a bit through the section where he is strongest. We'll just see here coming out of the little switchback here at turn 8 whether or not he can close things down. Is the white flag, Brian, now in the air for Caleb Schrader.
All right, so Schrader's got a little under 1.9 laps to go. They'll see the white flag here for this duo as well. So if you're going to get it done, about 3 more chances for Graham Wood here, and he's not close enough right now, Greg.
No.
He is not close enough to take a shot.
No, he isn't, and I think his best shot is going to be probably at turn 7. But even now, he's a little bit further behind going into the chicane than he was on the last lap. But look how much ground, again, he closes up coming through the Shelton chicane, through the old festival curves here. And if he can stay on the back now, and you can see where now Paul Marino is getting very defensive. He feels the pressure going into 4 and 5. Oh, but the rear end steps out on Graham Wood there. But here coming into turn 7, I think is going to be Wood's best last chance to make a move, and he's just not close enough, Brian.
Yeah, just not close enough. It looked like he might be able to. He's going to get one more shot now going into turn 9 and 10, but he is just, he's getting a little bit closer there. This is where he's going to decide whether he wants to send it. There's Caleb Schrader taking the checkered flag. Congratulations on a great race win, back-to-back for him.
And if he didn't have arm restraints, he might have grabbed our camera off the wall.
And there's a yellow flag here at 10, so this race is essentially over. Oh, it's yellow because there's geese on the racetrack. It took all weekend long for the geese to make an experience. And on the final lap, they finally show up in turn 12.
And that is, Brian, all that Paul Marino needs. Paul Marino is going to come home in third. We didn't cover it, but Tom Hope in the number 18 machine, he will come home in second, 13 seconds back from Caleb Schrader. And then Paul Marino holds off Graham Wood for the final podium position. Yeah, the problem is, Brian, is if you look there on the right-hand side of your screen, the bleachers are just too far away from the pavement at that portion of the track that the geese decided to take things into their own hands and move a little bit closer.
We have joked about it this weekend. We joked about it last year, but I will say it's the first time in my career I've actually said a yellow flag for geese on the racetrack.
Well, you should have been at VIR with me last weekend as Caleb Schrader completes his in lap, and he will be taking a victory lap in just a few moments. But while he does, Brian, let's wrap things up here. Of course, we've already given our thanks to so many different people. The two people that we haven't thanked yet are, of course, Jordan Worth, our director here today, and producer from DriversEye Live, Brennan Kazmarek. We thanked them early on today, but I think it's time we also thank our mothers once again. Thank you, and thank you for letting us bring this racing action to you, mothers. I know mine, like I said, right across the hall, watching our broadcast between that and Hallmark Christmas movies for some reason here today. And I know yours. You're gonna be climbing a mountain, Mr. Sherpa, in just a couple days.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to go up to Mount Hood tomorrow and do a little visiting before we hop on a plane back home. And then I get 2 days back home before I hop on a plane to go back out to Mid-Ohio. Join us on Friday, that's just this Friday, at 1:05 p.m. Eastern Time as we get, it is Eastern Time, right?
Yes, it is Eastern time.
1:05 p.m. Eastern Time as we get our qualifying underway for the race weekend. And so qualifying on Friday, and then we have qualifying a little bit on Saturday morning before we go racing on Saturday, and then more qualifying on Sunday before we do another round of races on Sunday. For all of the folks at DriversEye Live, for our friends at SCCA National, for the Oregon region of the Sports Car Club of America, and for, of course, my good buddy Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. We are done here from Portland for one more year. We'll see you next week, everybody.